Yay, I think we got it working. This is good news. So, Sasha, what I need you to do is keep my little phone handy and see. Okay, I'm going to send this message to you. I'm going to text you. Open up your phone. I want you to check this link out. Paste. Go. Tell me if it works. I just sent it, and hopefully we'll get some audio. Okay, well, when that stops playing, let me know. All right, guys, we're about ready to start. Sorry about that. For those that are, we got some watching on the live stream, so we're just making sure they have technology and they can hear. I think they can hear, but they can't see a picture. Now they can see a picture and hear, I believe. Just double checking. So, okay, it's got a little delay. So, is there a picture? Yes. Okay, that means we're good to go. Hey, that's all. That's really good news. All right. So we are. The other mic is there. You're hot mic'd in right now, just so you know. I turned up Jason's mic. Okay, so I want to thank everyone for being here, and there we go. Welcome, guys. How are you? Good. Are you with him? I've met you before. I think so. Awesome. Who's here for the very first time? Couple. Awesome. And by the way, who does not know what Strongbrook or Limitless is? Anybody? Pretty much everyone knows what Strongbrook is or Limitless. Okay, good. You're learning fast, have you said? That's a good sign. Sasha, your job is to keep track of that link I sent you and spot check every couple minutes, make sure you can hear me. And as long as that's working and you can see it, that means it's all good. So we're really grateful. So what we did is a spur of the moment flash seminar. We did this about 2 weeks ago when on a Thursday I decided we need to just do a seminar in 2 days and just invite people to it. And it worked out really good. We did it for 4 hours, and I literally did not have time to get through half of what I wanted to. And so this time I did it a little longer. So today we're going to go till 5, and we're not going to take a break. It's 10:20ish right now, and we're going to go clear till 5 o'clock. But we're going to be bringing in, sorry for the live streamers, we're bringing in pizza here and some good stuff. We'll probably do that right about 5. Just kidding. We'll do it.
We all like passing out.
Yeah, that stunk. So we'll be bringing in some pizza during lunch, and Sasha will be ordering it up for us, my daughter there in the back. And so if there's any particular requests besides Little Caesar's pepperoni, now's your chance. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to bring in some good pizzas. And there are some snacks. If you go around the back here and right on the other side of this wall, there's some snacks. In the back corner, if you go right out that door and just go straight and look left, you'll see a little cubby bowl with sodas in there, soda machine and water. So if you need to get up and help yourself, we're not going to really take breaks or anything. We're just going to kind of work through. And we have a lot of stuff to cover. So what I want to do first off is, number one, it's a Saturday. Thank you for your time to come here, because for sure we all have things we could be doing, right?
Silence your phones.
To take your, what did he say?
Silence your phones.
Oh, that's funny. Good idea. When the main speaker doesn't silence his phone, it's better than having it happen up here and then Jason takes the call. Hello? But if it's a deal, you got to talk the deal right there on the phone, right? Do it right in front of the class. So this is going to be a whole lot of fun. We're doing this not necessarily, we want this to be kind of workshop style and Q&A style. So we're a small enough group that we want you to be able to ask questions. We're talking today about creative ways to do real estate investing. So we're not really talking about traditional, I'm going to go find a home with a real estate agent, I'm going to get a loan in my name, and I'm going to put 20% down because I'm going to be an investor and it's going to be my buy and hold property for the long term. And in order to buy a home, you have to at least put 20% down if you're not gonna live in it. And, we're just gonna be talking about ways that you can get into properties, and you don't even necessarily have to own them. We can teach you how you can control them. And if you can control a property and have an interest in it, even though you're not the owner, you can still create profit for you and make it a win-win situation. We can teach you how you can be the actual owner as well. We can teach you, but we will be sharing with you different various ideas on creative real estate. So when Jason and I are up here, if we have some questions, we're gonna try as best we can to repeat your questions so it'll pick up on the live stream, because this is being recorded live. And then it's gonna be an archived YouTube link that anyone can share. So if you wanna refer back to it later, you'll be able to. And so if you have an extended question, we have another microphone. And we'll ask you to hold the mic and just make sure you're talking into the mic. Not that we can hear you, but that the recording can. Does that make sense? So I know it may feel a little silly to be holding a mic talking when there's just us in this room and we don't need one, but we definitely need one for our technology to work properly. So really appreciate you on that, and it's a nice courtesy for our streamers that are watching. And we have people watching now. I know there's some in New York, some up in Idaho. There's some in Washington State that just texted me that are on our stream. So this is really neat because we're a community of like-minded investors, but we're not all just from Utah. We're kind of spreading out quite a bit. And so what I want to do first is show this little clip to just give you an idea of what the Limitless real estate community is about. And then we're gonna just kind of go into there and jump into some meat and potatoes and introduce Jason Andrus for you and let him start going. Hang on here.
Deep down, everyone wants the same basic things. You want to feel that you are spending your time doing what you are truly passionate about. You want to do more for your family and friends. You want to feel in control and feel excited for your life. You want to have the money that you need to enjoy life today. You want to experience true freedom. So the question is, how do you properly fund that freedom? We've been so brainwashed to just take life as it comes, put our money in a 401k or IRA, and save as much as we can for a rainy day. We've been told that this is the best way, but take a look around you. Who do you know who has become independently wealthy following that track? You want and need to put your money to better use, but because you want to be smart and conservative, you have opted to stay on the track that doesn't even work. I invite you to get on a track that not only works, but is smart, conservative, and is how the majority of American millionaires have made their money. Yep, we're talking about real estate. But real estate can be daunting to try on your own. There is so much to know, and so many different types that it can make your head spin. You may have seen many different types of real estate investment strategies. You may have...
Nice.
That's inappropriate.
That's so awesome. Sounds like a fire alarm from elementary school.
Well, watch all the videos proposing that their information, training, or system is the best. Then you buy it, and you're left to your own devices. We take a different philosophy. If you want something done right, don't do it by yourself. That's right, you heard right. Don't do it by yourself. Be a part of a community. Introducing Strongbrook's Limitless Real Estate Community. This is where we come in and provide the biggest difference for our clients. Everything is focused on community, or in other words, having a team at your side ready to help when you need it. This community is infused into everything that we do, and everything that you get with the Limitless Real Estate Community, including education, training, and action. Let's take a brief look at each of these and how our community exceeds all expectations. Number one, education. Knowledge is power, and our community approach to education is one of the reasons this works so well. We learn from the best and teach the best based on real life experiences. Number two, training. We take real deals that our community is doing and dissect them for you. Our training is more than just educational, it's experiential and hands-on. Number three, action. You are encouraged to take well thought out action. It is true that one of the biggest things holding you back from the success that you want is taking appropriate action. When you have a community on your side, helping you with each step, you can move forward confidently. So, how do you become part of our Limitless real estate community? It's easy. Just log on to www.limitlessrec.com. One of the pathfinders will help you understand if our community is the right fit to help you achieve all of your financial goals and create the freedom that you have been dreaming about. So don't delay. Log on to www.limitlessrec.com and meet with one of our pathfinders today.
That was pretty self-explanatory, right? We do real estate. So, who is part of the Limitless real estate community right now? So, a good number of us, and there's some of us are in the middle in the process of getting involved, right? And then some of us are just now learning about it, and some of those that are watching online are. So, what I wanted to do as we go throughout today is just keep in mind that we're not here to just be selling and promoting the Limitless real estate community. But what we are here to do is to let you get a feel for exactly what we do in the Limitless real estate community. So the training that Jason and I are both doing today is the training that we give people in the community that they pay for. So this is like a test drive, if you will, of what you can expect when you're in the Limitless real estate community. And so for those of you that have been working with Strongbrick in the past, there could be some viewers watching online, people like Jerry Bone, who has been about a year ago, purchased his program to work with Strongbrick. Strongbrick calls it a PSA, a professional service agreement, which is what you purchase when you hire the corporate office to be your, as Cheryl Buckley says, to be your brains of your real estate business. We're a company of over about 150 people that are not just in this office, but in our markets, in the hot markets where we are doing real estate, where Strongbrick actually goes out and finds properties in Nashville, Memphis, Indianapolis, Orlando, Phoenix, Vegas. A lot of our clients are selling, Cheryl, in Vegas and Phoenix. I say Cheryl because she just made like $100,000 on a house she sold.
Right, and then bought two.
And then she bought two. You're going to talk about that in a minute. We're going to have you. We need to hear you share your story. But so she's bought several properties. She just sold one and turned it into two more. Sold one in Vegas and bought two in Orlando. Both of them in Orlando and Memphis. One in Memphis. And that is the power of what they're done for you. She's never gone to see these homes. My daughter Sasha owns one in Orlando. She's never had to go to Orlando and work on it. It's just done for you. Well, those are the people who purchased a, what do you say about silencing your phones? And it's my own son. How rude of him to do that to me in front of the whole room. So, and it won't silence till I hang up on him, and I really hate to do that, Preston, but Regan, I just hung up on my own child. He's gonna go, why did Dad do that? He just hung up on me.
He just wanted the keys, he's just gonna take the keys.
Yeah.
I always want the keys
Let him
and
try.
money.
So, Strongbrick has this done for you model. Right now it costs $16,000 to hire them as a brain partner and the action partner of your real estate investing business, where we own our own real estate brokerage, we own our own mortgage brokerage, we have insurance agents that are in-house that can write property and casualty insurance, we have financial advisors in-house, we have relationships with third-party people such as self-directed retirement plan administrators, where we teach you how to invest in real estate using retirement plans and then help you do that. When we are in these markets of finding properties, they're doing all sorts of things like going to auctions and going and buying short sales and networking with realtors and wholesalers in these markets such as Phoenix and Vegas and Orlando and Memphis. And they're doing all of that for their clients. And while they're doing all that, when they find a property, they buy it with their money, Stromberg's money. They fix it up with their money. They get renters in it by getting relationships with property management companies, and then the property managers put the renters in the home, and we sell a home on a silver platter to our clients. And the clients are from all 50 states in the country. They've been doing this now for going on their 10th year right now, Stromberg. They've done approaching $750 million in real estate. I believe it's over 700,000 now in real estate for their clients owning properties. Where the client, once they own it, once they go through the process and get a silver platter delivered property to them, now the client owns it, not Stromberg. It's Cheryl's house. It's Jerry's house. It's my daughter Sasha's house. She owns it, she owns the equity. But the company keeps track of your home and the market and the area and the property managers. And as the time progresses, then our management, they connect with you. Your coach reaches out to Cheryl and says, hey, guess what? The market in Las Vegas has really picked up. Your home's gone up in value. You could pull the money out that you put into it, plus get an additional 80 grand or whatever. What do you tell that? And then you can go play in another market and buy a couple houses. And so literally she could buy one house and turn one house into two with only putting the money into the first one. But now she's done 3 deals and she owns 2 of them. Does that make sense? That's what Stromberg does. So for people that have that and they've been in that system already, they're grandfathered into this limitless real estate community. For people that are joining the limitless real estate community, some of you in this room have done that recently, you're grandfathered into that done-for-you system. It's just very cool. So that's just a free bonus. You get access to done-for-you. Well, we're not here to talk about the done-for-you system. I just kind of want to impress upon you that it exists and it's part of Stromberg. It's part of what Limitless's backbone is, this big real estate investing muscle machine that's churned out millions and millions and millions of dollars in real estate and has helped hundreds and thousands of clients from all 50 states. So enough of that. Now let's talk about creative real estate and the limitless real estate community. And so today we're going to be sharing, when we break out some of these worksheets that you're going to be getting, and we're going to do some actual live working together on coming up with scenarios on how we can take down a deal creatively. This is all stuff that we've taught in our classes, in part of our training with Limitless Real Estate Community. So you guys are getting a sneak peek of what we do in hopes that you may join us in the future or know someone that may want to join with us in the future and help build your network and your net worth, which Jason Anderson will be talking about. So what I want to do is, enough about me right now. I want to turn the time over to Jason Anderson. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this man before I bring him up here. So Jason Anderson and I met, and he can maybe share his version of this, but we met about, it's 10 years now. Jason was 2005, I think. So it's going on 11 years. It's amazing. So when we met, I was a real estate investor, and it was March of 2005, I quit my job. I had been investing in real estate for 4 years while I was doing outside sales. I started my investing in 2000, maybe 2001-ish. And I was doing a simple little thing called lease options. That's all I knew, it's all I did in Idaho Falls, Idaho. Didn't know anything else. I learned it from a friend in Brigham City, because that's what I saw him do. And he was 27 years old when he quit his job and came home with his 3 little kids. And I've got teenagers and small kids. And I'm in my 30s going, what in the heck did you do? And he told me I do real estate, and he taught me what he did, and that's all I knew to do. I then started doing it where I live, in Idaho Falls. In 4 years, I was quitting my job. So March 8th of 2005, I quit. And I'm like, the reason I quit is I was making about $80,000 doing my 4 deals a year, just my $20,000 a deal. And I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew one thing.
Wow.
And it was also 2001, 2, 3, and 4, and what's real estate doing in 2001, 2, 3, and 4? It's like, you can't not win, right? That's what I found out. I wasn't anything special. I was just in a market that was, in fact, I was way not special. I used to think I was all that in a bag of chips, and I learned later that I'm not even crumbs in an empty bag. That's how little I was, because I crashed and burned. But I didn't crash and burn until 2010. So when 2005 came and I quit my job on March 8th, I'm like, I gotta just go learn. So I started going to seminars and classes, and I started spending money. I started doing free things on the internet. I would drive down to Vegas and go to the guru boot camps. I ended up paying in total in the last 10 years well over $50,000 going to different programs. And I got value out of most of it because I was one of the few people that did things with the knowledge I went and paid for. Very few people do things with the knowledge they go pay for. And that, I will say, is what the value of this real estate community is. It's gonna be really annoying if that just keeps on happening, so. I'm going to,
Oh, I don't do that.
It's not you.
oh, it wasn't me?
Nope, that
Sorry.
was
Oh,
That's our buddy back.
no, I didn't mean to make you feel bad, Ken, but will you knock it off? No, I'm just kidding. It is this though too, because I know that occasionally I'm gonna just turn this down. There we go. Sorry, don't mean to be a distraction. I feel better now. Start from beginning. Yes. There we go. That should pull back up. So for me, I was doing stuff and learning stuff, and then I met this guy named Jason Norris. I started taking these classes from a real estate guru educational program where they would teach you strategies, and you'd go back home to where you live and you would implement it. And he was also going there, and we met because both of us lived in Idaho Falls area, and we would go take these classes, but we didn't know each other until a third person introduced us and said, hey, there's another guy in Idaho Falls named Jason Norris. He's doing what you're doing, you guys should meet. And my initial thought was, no way. There's another guy doing this? I gotta beat the crap out of this guy, right? Not physically, but deal-wise.
Yeah.
I gotta rub him out. Because I thought that if you're an investor, if there's another investor, that's only competition. In fact, my brain was so warped that I thought, why would I ever get a deal from an investor? Because investors, sometimes they got deals. I'm like, it's not a deal. If it was a deal, they wouldn't want to get rid of it. So I'm like, they're full of something, and I'm not gonna work with them. And then, but if I got a deal and I need to get rid of it, then, maybe I can find someone. Yeah, so dumb that I thought that way. I mean, and I honestly did think that way. Thankfully, not for long. Jason was part of the reason my mindset started to shift. I was part of the reason his mindset started to shift. And we merged together, and I remember I finally reached out and connected with him, and we said, let's meet up for lunch. We went to Johnny Carino's little restaurant, like in Olive Garden, Idaho Falls, and we sat down and totally unsure how it was gonna go, right? But then you meet the guy, and you're gonna meet him in a minute. He's such a ball of energy. He's not called Mr. Excitement because it's not misleading. This guy is Mr. Excitement. And when he gets going on something, the energy he brings into the room is enormous. Just imagine that's the energy he brings into a deal. That's the energy he brings to people that he helps. They're going through garbage with their problems in real estate. And he can bring that energy and that excitement and to help people get out of a tough situation and move on. And then he can create a win-win out of the deal. And so my first impression of him was, I don't even want to meet him and do lunch because I got this competition mentality. But when we were done with lunch, I'm like, I think I found my new good friend. And it wasn't just that. I think I found my best friend. And it wasn't just that because pretty soon we were doing a radio show together called us the Real Estate Rebels in Idaho Falls. And it wasn't long after that. In fact, I don't know which came first. I think the show came first, or maybe I got my real estate license. He got his mortgage license. And this guy was a UPS truck driver. He shouldn't even be smart. Right? He shouldn't be smart. He's only a truck driver. How rude is that, right? And so it's all love, and he knows it. But we just started gelling. And then we read a book called The Jackrabbit Factor by Leslie Householder, which is a friend of several in this room. I encourage you to read that book if you haven't read it. It's read The Conscious Creator that Chris Crone wrote. That's great. Read The Jackrabbit Factor. That's also great. Two great stories. The Jackrabbit Factor became the book that we would buy we actually would buy them by 10 at a time. That we bought
Case.
a box. We had a case of them. We had Leslie autograph them. That's another story when we stalked her out in Phoenix, Arizona today. She's like, I'll meet you if my husband's there and we're somewhere public. So we ended up meeting her, getting to know her, and we went and did seminars in her house in Arizona because we would just bring a bunch of people down to these classes we were taking and just had a blast. But it came to a point where Jason Anderson and I, we wouldn't work with someone unless they read The Jackrabbit Factor. We say, you need to read this book. If this book resonates with you and you like it, then come back and we'll work with you. If it doesn't, you don't want to work with us, and we don't want to work with you. And that was just our litmus test. It was just our weeder. It's how we would weed people out. That may sound rude, but that is what we did. And the reason we did is because it's hard to work with people who have a broken mindset. It's hard to work with them. It's easy to work with them when they share your mindset. And if they do, you can do amazing things. And for Jason and I, we just clicked. Thankfully, we clicked. And then I found out, you know what, I have learned, I don't know of a deal that I have done without partnering with another investor in the last 7 years. I just don't know of one. There's hard, a couple here or there, but at the end of the day, I still used an investor somehow, either their money or their credit. I may have done the whole deal. Maybe I didn't even find the deal, but I did the deal. So without another investor finding it, I don't do them. That makes sense? Or maybe I find a deal and I just want to pass it to someone else who can do it and take a quick $5,000 or $10,000 for passing it on. And that's what we mean by creating value and making win-win-wins, and that's what we're talking about today. So Jason Andrus, in his background, yes, he's a former UPS truck driver, but he is a real estate investor extraordinaire. He is a man that is a family-valued man, loves his kids, and will do anything that can make a buck. That's legitimate, fun, and not as long as it's ethical. And I've seen him do it.
It's got to be legal. It's got to be
I've
legal.
seen him do things like, I'll call him up one day on the phone, I called him, what you doing? He's like, driving to Great Falls. I'm like, what are you doing? Well, I'm driving up a trailer. Someone said, if I drive the trailer up there and drop it off, I come back, get $1,200 or $600. Like, what do you, I thought you were doing real estate. He goes, I am. I got 3 deals going right now. He's just always doing something. And, he'll tell the story later today of the deal he did in Boise and what he had to do to get a deal done and the creative way that he went out and made a ton of money by people stuck in their house and helped the lady out in doing so. And it's a neat story. That's one of the main 2 stories I want to get across to you guys today. So we're going to teach you how we did it. And so with that, I want to bring up my good friend, Jason Andrus.
Awesome. Well, thanks. Awesome. He's way too kind to me. This is fun. I love teaching about real estate. It's one thing to go out and do it every day, but to come and share and get excited about things that you've done and things that you're finding, it puts a whole new level on it. In fact, my son's his last football game's today, and if it was a playoff, I wouldn't be here. They didn't do very good. They won 2 games the whole season. So he's 11-year-old, and I said, hey, look, buddy, I'm going to go down and do a workshop. And he knows how much I love doing workshops. And he's like, I'm fine, Dad, go down, then get back. So anyway, so I'm missing these games. So I texted him and said good luck. He goes on field. Actually, he's been on the field for 15 minutes. He's 11 years old. He's this tall. He's about 85 pounds, and he's right tackle. And that kid can move like no other. He jumps in and spins about 3 times, and he's so little and small and slippery, he just sacks the quarterback. He's got like more sacks than anybody else on the team. He's awesome to watch play. He's got a lot of heart. But my other boy, he's a big kid, and he could play really good in football, but he's got no heart. So if I could mix the 2, they'd be awesome. They'd be awesome. So, Real Estate 101. The reason why I like jumping into this, and we may go fast or we may go slow depending on you guys and depending on how fast you want me to go. It's some basics, but I like to get it out of the way. Basically, the same thing like Gary said is the Jackrabbit Factor, we used to have people read, and we also had them read Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Anybody read that before? That's the book changed my life, and I hate giving him credit for that because I don't like him as a person very much, Robert Kiyosaki, but he did. As I was driving up and down the interstate, a big brown truck, I pulled triples from Idaho Falls to Salt Lake every night in the middle of the night. And I got bored really fast. And so I started listening to books on tape. And not much into fantasy, not much into things that aren't, I like the nonfiction books. I like reading about people's biography. And so I started listening to some Anthony Robbins, started listening to some Zig Ziglar, started listening to, some other different people, Bob Proctor, and getting anything I could, and I was eating it up. And then I listened to Rich Dad Poor Dad, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Maybe I could do real estate. So then I started devouring anything I could find in real estate that I could get on tape. And then I sprung for a CD player, and then I could get anything on CD, right? And so I just ate it up, and every night I'd just be listening to so much stuff. And I remember coming home and telling my wife, I was like, I'm gonna quit my job. And she's like, you're what? She goes, you're not quitting anything. You've been listening to some books at night, that's awesome. I'm glad it keeps you awake, but don't quit, because it's a great job. Anybody who works at UPS? Yeah. When I called them up, I was in the parking lot of the mortgage place that I was gonna start doing mortgages with. And I remember calling Gary, and I said, Gary was the second phone call I made. First phone call I made was to my wife and said I just quit my job. And second phone call I called Gary, and Gary's like, you did what? Call him back. Call him back. But one of the reasons, here's what's funny, when I found out I could do real estate, because I did a couple deals and I matched my income. And maybe I'll get into that story a little bit later, but I did a couple deals, matched my income, just very, very part-time. And at that point, when I was working for UPS, I think my last year I was there, it was like $85,000 a year, $90,000 a year, I can't remember. But I matched that in a couple deals. And so I know I could do it full time. I'm like, if I did this full time, what could I do? This is just part-time, maybe 5 hours a week. Because I was putting 60 hours a week in the middle of the night. And if you've ever worked nights, anybody work nights? It's like working 90 hours during the day. Working at night is tough. It is tough. So I didn't have much time. I didn't have much, energy. So that 5 hours a week, I was able to go out there, find a few deals, match my income. And so I knew I could make it happen. I knew if I jumped out and did the real estate, made something, really work good, then I could make it work. And one of the reasons why I quit is because when I called him on the phone, he says, look, I know you've been doing a little bit of real estate. He says, how about I give you a 6-month leave of absence? He said, then you always got the option to come back. And I sat there on the phone, I thought, man, that's a good deal. Because if this doesn't work out, because I was scared to death. Scared to death. I worked my whole life, driving truck or driving something or whatever it may be. My dad was a farmer and an owner-operator, truck driver. And I sat there about 5 minutes. Well, maybe not 5 minutes. It's probably a minute, but it was pretty quiet. And I thought, if I take the leave of absence, where do you think I'd be right now?
Back at UPS.
I'd still be driving truck. I had to cut it. I had to cut the umbilical cord completely, because then I had to go make it work. I knew I could make it work, but then I didn't have anything to fall back on. I mean, I could always go drive truck. I could jump in anything with a steering wheel and I could drive it. Give me 2 minutes and I could figure it out. Anything. But I knew that I wanted to make this work, and so I quit and jumped into full time. And it's awesome. If you've dabbled in it a little bit, and maybe you've lost some money. Anybody lost some money in real estate? So have I. That's why my hand's up, okay? Anybody stands up in front of you and says, I've never lost money. I never use any of my own money. I never use any of my own credit. They're lying to you. They have at one time or another. You have to. Even hard money guys now are starting to look at credit applications. A lot used to be that you could just show them the deal. Hard money guys, show them the deal, and they're like, oh, I'll do that because the deal's good. Anymore, because what's happening in the economy, they want to see your credit rating also. Not saying you have to, but maybe be able to partner with somebody with good credit, maybe if you don't have good credit, and then you go hit the hard money guy. And then he's got, okay, this guy's got a deal, this guy's got credit, I'll put you both on there, tie you both to it, so if anything goes wrong, plus you put him on deed, he's got 3 ways that he gets his money back. That makes him feel a little bit better. And then if you get a track record with somebody, then you just keep going and keep asking for money, Some of the guys that I use, I've been using them for years. There's a lady that's got an IRA that I've been using her IRA to partner in real estate for over the last 9 years. I've made her over $1 million in her IRA. Wow. And most of the deals that I do, she never even sees. Has no idea. She calls me, how are they doing? How's things happening? And she takes some of it, she takes some of the cash up front, and then I stick a lot of it right back into her IRA, and she just wants to keep buying more. She started with $100,000. Started with $100,000 about 8 years ago. So it's awesome. Do you think I sent her flowers on her birthday? Yeah. I mean, we became good friends. She calls my wife whenever she's in town. We go to dinner. I mean, she's awesome. And she's a dental hygienist. She's a dental hygienist. She had no idea about doing anything in real estate, but she had $100,000 sitting in an IRA. She came into a couple seminars like this and thought, man, if I could self-direct that and make more money in that thing, I'd be up for it. So she gave me a little bit, and we did one deal, and she made some money. She gave me a little bit more, did another deal, she made some more money, and by about the 4th deal, she gave me everything she had, and we've just been partnering on every single deal. And I'm going to go through how to set up anybody. Ever heard about self-directed IRAs, partnering with them, buying real estate? I'm going to go through the nuts and bolts a little bit later. But all right, so let's jump in. Anybody have any questions at all? So I want you to do this a financial reality check. This is so true for anybody that's out there, okay? Today's 65-year-olds, 54% are dependent on somebody else to survive. 36% are working. Who knows somebody that's over 65 still working? Okay. What is that? Oh, I thought maybe he was asking a question. And it sounded like a radio voice. I'm like, wow, he needs to be on radio. 5% are dead. 4% are financially independent, and 1% are wealthy. So only 5% make it out of today's 65-year-olds. Isn't that crazy? We live in the most opportunistic, is that a good word? Can I use that? Country in the world. There's more opportunity in this country than anywhere else in the world. And most of our 65-year-olds, 95% of them, are dead, working, or dependent, or they're broke. Or they're dead and broke, right? Or dead broke, exactly. So let's break down that 5%, or actually the 1%. 74% of them are business owners and real estate investors. You got 1% that's lottery inheritance winners, 5% salespeople, 10% doctors, attorneys, CEO, presidents. 74% of them are business owners or real estate investors, of the wealthy 1%. Anybody got a nephew that's a millennial nephew that thinks that he can sit in a cafe drinking a latte with his man bun and he's going to be a millionaire in 10 years or 2 years? Anybody got a nephew like that? Yeah. I've got one. I've got a nephew, and what's funny is he became a business owner and he changed his tune big time. He graduated with a degree, and actually I don't even know what he graduated in, but he did graduate. And then he went out and started a business, and about 3 years later, he came to me and he's like, man, I was so wrong. He said, I can't believe you didn't knock me out when I was talking to you about the 1%, because he was all about the 99 percenters. He was down there in a rally in Boise and the whole bit. So what do we do? So why real estate? It's an ideal investment. Income, deductions, equity, appreciation, and leverage. Okay? Income, is there lots of different ways to make income off real estate?
Yes.
There is. Can we name a few? What are a few ways? What's that?
Wholesaling.
Okay, wholesaling.
Commissions and rents.
Okay, commissions and rents.
Flipping.
Flipping. What else?
Bird dogging.
Bird dogging. I like the deductions. I put it underneath income. The reason why it's underneath income is because that's a way to make income too for deductions. If you take deductions and you can make your outgo less, right, then isn't that kind of income in? Yeah, you betcha it is. So lots of different ways to make income. So deductions, all sorts of deductions you can take as a business owner. Also, there's depreciation. Anybody heard of depreciation? Which is a huge deduction for most people. And if you're a business owner, you can take depreciation out. Equity, what's equity?
Growth of the market value of the property.
Okay, what you owed on the property and what the value of the property is. Okay, is there a way to create equity in a house?
Yeah, you just added in.
Yeah, just add it in. There you go.
The house.
Oh, did you really? There you go. There you go. Is there things you could do to a house to make equity in it?
Yeah, you can improve it.
There you go. Improve it. If you buy a stock in Nike, is there anything you can do to help that stock out?
No.
What if we went out and bought a pair of shoes for everybody in your family? No. Exactly. There's not much you can do, but with real estate you can. Appreciation. What's appreciation? Increase in value. The national average isn't as high as it has been because of the economy we just went through the last 8 years. But on national average, it's about 8 to 10%, depending on where you're at. That still varies. In Idaho Falls, we have never had a negative appreciation. It's been flat before, which it was flat in 2009 and 2010, but it's never gone negative. Is there anywhere you can think of that's gone negative? California, Vegas, Boise. But guess what was happening when the appreciation was at the highest? It was crazy. The highest Idaho Falls has ever been is about 13%. Highest Boise was 25, 26%. So that's why they fell so hard, is because appreciation was so high. In 2005, 2006 in Vegas, the appreciation was 50% per month for 3 months. 50%. Isn't that crazy? For 3 months in a row. If you bought a house, 3 months later sold it, you'd almost double your money. Pretty crazy. So a market like that's got to correct, right? It can't happen forever. You can't just have 50% appreciation every single month for endless times a month, right? And then leverage. This is my favorite. Leverage is the best part about real estate. Can you leverage somebody else's money to go out and buy a stock or buy a mutual fund? Buy a retirement plan? No. But you can leverage somebody else's money to buy real estate. It's huge. And once you learn leverage and how to leverage even more than just traditional bank, it's the best thing ever. Because you can leverage people's knowledge, you can leverage people's time, leverage people's money, you can leverage just about anything. I leverage this guy and all of his connections all the time. And I leverage a guy that works at a bank for his connections with deals all the time. The best deals I get are inside deals. I don't want to say inside, I don't want to be like Martha Stewart, but you know what I mean. Not inside, but ones that he's got that he knows that he needs to get rid of, he calls me first. And legally he has to put it on the market, so he puts it on the market for about 30 seconds and he puts it pending because I have an offer into him already. Totally legal, but he knows that I can close fast, and he needs to get rid of some deals. He's got other investors he does the same thing with. So I leverage him. He leverages me, right? Does he not? He needs to get rid of some property. He's like, hey, Andrews will buy one. I'm going to get him all on the phone, right? He's got money he can close. So leverage is a big one. And we're going to talk a little bit about leverage in a few minutes. So income, we already talked a little bit about that. Massive, I call it massive and passive income. Because as you make massive income in your fix and flips, your short sales, your pre-foreclosures, your rehabs, you take that money and where do you put it? Into your passive income. Because isn't that what we all want? We want passive income, residual income. Isn't that what the people that late at night call you, haven't heard from since high school and say, hey, I want to take you to lunch, right? They want to leverage you for more residual for them because they want you to buy their lotions, potions, and pills and whatever else they've got, right? Yeah. Well, that is huge, that passive income. That saved me during the market crash in 2009. 2008 was my biggest year I've ever had in my entire life. Bigger years than most people have ever had in their entire life. And 2009 was my worst year I've ever had. Yeah. But if it wasn't for my passive income, I probably would have had to climb back into a truck because we wouldn't have had any income. But that income from my passive income saved us big time. We were still able to go. And then what ended up happening is all my bills were covered because of my passive income. I was able to go out and take advantage of the market and the downturn and able to buy properties cheap, like you did. When did you buy those properties in Phoenix and Vegas?
Let's see, it's been 5 years ago.
5 years. That's why you made $100,000.
Yeah.
Love it. Isn't that awesome? And probably when you bought them, you were like, wow, really? I'm going to buy them. Are they really going to go up that much? Is that really going to happen? Yeah. It's awesome. It happens. 8 to 10 years, the market cycles like that. And then passive income, buying holds, rentals, lease options, subject twos. Subject to is a really cool deal, which I'll get into a little bit later too, which is an awesome strategy. So, what is it? Why do we want it? One of the things I like to look at, and the reason why I quit with UPS is I like to work for profits and not wages. Such a different mindset than trading hours for dollars instead of, flipping deals for profits. Okay? Tax differently, get out of the rat race. You guys understand that stuff. So why do we need deductions?
So we can keep our money.
There you go.
Taxes.
Save taxes. Anybody like paying taxes?
No.
Okay? If anybody ever comes up, if you ever in a seminar and somebody says, I made $2 million and didn't pay one dime in taxes, they're lying to you.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't believe it. I pay taxes. I do. But I minimize my taxes. Big time. I don't pay nearly as much. If you take somebody that works out at the Department of Energy, which is a big place up in Idaho Falls where a lot of people work, and you take somebody who's making $100,000 out there and the taxes they make, and somebody that owns their own business that makes $100,000 and the taxes that they pay, there's a big difference. So I still pay taxes. And sometimes the way I've got my set up is I have a couple S Corps and I have a couple C Corps, which I can go into more in depth in the afternoon, which I told Gary I'd go into a little bit. I get taxed differently, and then I W-2 myself so that I can prove income so that I can still get regular conventional loans because I work for my business as a W-2. So I have payroll that comes out of my S Corp every single month. It's a consulting company, and I consult my buy and hold company and my fix and flip company. So I get paid every single month, just like a regular wage, but it's for my own company. And what that does, it brings down my taxable income, which is awesome. You're smiling a lot. What are you liking what you're hearing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. All right. Depreciation deduction. Anybody understand what depreciation is? Okay. You want to say it real quick in a nutshell?
It's depreciation is taking the amount of something you purchase or something you own and how it devalues over time. Like when you buy a car and then it's not worth as much after a time. You can take the amount that you lost because it's not worth that.
Each year?
Deduct that.
Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, in real estate, they consider only stuff that depreciates is stuff that can deteriorate. So the house. The land itself, you can't depreciate out. So say you have a $150,000 home that, or worth, a house is worth $150,000, sorry. And say the lot's worth 50 grand, just for easy math, the house is worth 100,000. You could depreciate out that 100,000, not the 50 grand of the lot. And then you could depreciate it out over 27 and a half years. Now you have to recapture that depreciation, but to get that tax deduction now and save that money now, I'd much rather take it now than hold off and not take it in 27 and a half years later. Plus you probably sell that house anyways, you won't take that much deductions. There's a lot of people out there that if just depreciation alone, even if you break even on property, I've counseled some people, they get a property or they get a house given to them from a estate sale or from a grandparent, and they're like, I really don't want this. And I'm like, well, let's look at it. If you used to rent it, would it cover whatever you need to cover? And they were like, well, the mortgage is this and whatever else, and I'd break even. And I said, let's do depreciation on it. How much money do you make? And this guy was making like $69,000. With the depreciation, it dropped him into a lower tax bracket. So just breaking even, it was worth having that one property. So just that alone was worth it, even though it was. And then what else is that property doing? Appreciating. Yeah, it's awesome, awesome. I mean, that's the sexy part of real estate, and it even gets better. All right, so I forgot that I put that slide in there. So property value 315, land 40, building 275,000. 27 and a half years, depreciation is $10,000 a year. That's a big deduction right off the front. Big deduction. Okay, equity and appreciation. We already know that. We talked a little bit about that. That's Sacred Valley, 10%. So power of leverage. We talked a little about that, but let's go through a little exercise. So savings account, get about 3%, right? Certificate of deposit. What's that? Well, easy math. That's why I did it. I am. I'm being generous. Certificate of deposit CDs, 4 to 6%. Average mutual funds, 7 to 12, which is still true today. Above average U.S. stock, 12 to 20, if you can play in that arena, right? So investment with leverage. Purchase, $200,000. You invest 10, right? Then down payment, $10,000. You finance 190. Your profit, so this is just a year, average U.S. home appreciates 6.34%. So we just take the lowest of average per year, 6.34%. Profit, $12,630. Return on your $10,000, not on the 20 or the 200, but you leveraged the 190. So now your return is 127%.
How long of time do they value that appreciation?
A year.
A year.
Yep, a year. So get this. Now, what if you borrowed that $10,000 to put as a down payment? You have no money out at all, right? And you just appreciated. You just made $12,630. So if you don't have any of your own money, what's your appreciation on your money? Infinite, right? Yeah. Isn't that cool? You guys need to stand up and scream or something. Because that is awesome. That is awesome that you can do that. And then what if you took over somebody's mortgage payment? They already put the down payment down and you took over the payments. And then you get that 6.34%. Or what if you're in a market that's going 10% right now or 15% and you get even more? Or if you were smart enough to get one in Vegas where it's 50% per month for those 3 months and then sell, right? Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. And it's legal. That's another thing that's cool. All right, so many aspects of real estate market, land development. Now, land development, that was one of my very first deals. One of my very first real estate deals. I'd done a couple of rental properties and I'd done a fix and flip. But that development is what really got me. My uncle and my dad both owned a piece of property, 5 acres in that little town that I'm from in Yukon, Idaho. And so I went and made a deal with them. Do you guys know where Yukon's at?
We served in Eastern Idaho.
What? No way.
I served in Idaho Falls. and she served in Idaho
Way.
Falls.
How cool is that? In Iona, right on. I'm from Yukon, the thriving metropolis. We've got our own exit and our own flashing light. We just got our... Oh, are you from Rigby? Awesome, awesome. I was just in Rigby out at Bears Island yesterday doing a home inspection. Yeah, birthplace of TV. So land development, I did that. I did a land development, partnered with my uncle and my dad. Both paid them a great bunch of money, and I made a bunch of money. It was pretty awesome. Spec homes, it's a little iffy. I wouldn't suggest a novice investor jump into spec home building, because what does spec mean? Speculation, right? Some people, it's like somebody told me, oh, that means it's just a cookie cutter home. No, that's not what that means. It means that you're speculating that you're going to be able to sell that property for X amount of money, right? Single family, which is where the money's at. Multiplexes, which is where the money's at also. Fix and flips, rehabs, foreclosures. Foreclosures aren't as big a deal as it was during the economy when it was really down. We did a lot in short sales and foreclosures. Gary and I sat and talked to people, 3 or 4 people a day on them losing their house and how they can't make payments. We were going to bring the payments up, and we did a subject to with them, and we'll talk about that a little later. It was a huge deal. Right now, it's not as big a deal, but you can still find them, places that are in foreclosure. The problem is banks aren't giving as good of deals as they used to give. We used to be able to get in and get some really good discounts on short sales, but they've got a little smarter because they've been able to clean up the mess that they created, and so now they're not nearly as desperate to get rid of some of those negative assets that they had. Evaluate a good deal. Okay, this is one of the things I like is a 1% rule. Anybody can explain to me what the 1% rule is? So you pay $100,000 for a property, you should be able to make how much in rent if you do the 1% rule? $1,000, right? So the only reason it's not 100% true, or not always the scenario, but when you're looking through papers and you're trying to find buy and holds, and you find properties and you get to know your market really well, you can pretty much say, okay, I'm not looking at that one, not looking at that one, not looking at that one. And you can find by the 1% rule, you can find quick ways to evaluate homes, and then you dig into them a little bit deeper and see if they're a deal or not. Because you can waste a lot of time going through properties. I used to walk through every property that I would ever make a deal on. And then what I found out is I was walking 10 properties a day and wasn't making any deals happen because it took me so long to walk properties. So I had to come up with a strategy on how to identify a deal, able to identify how much I think it would cost to rehab it, never even go to the property and make a deal on it. I'd make an offer. There for a while, I was making 50 offers a week and wasn't even walking one of the properties. Some I've never even seen because the numbers worked. And then what I did is you always have your inspection period. So if I got the deal accepted, then I went and looked at the property, nailed the numbers down really well. And out of the 4 or 5 that I got accepted, out of that 50, I'd buy 2 of them. That way I'm able to make a lot more offers, able to get out there and make a lot more happen than just spending all day long walking properties. Walking properties you don't even have a deal on. So, and we can talk more about that too. I want the last half of this class, maybe from 3 to 5, just be Q&A, and let's really map out some deals. And I'd even like to make some phone calls with people for sale by owners so you guys can hear us talk to people. Yeah. So evaluate a good deal, 1% rule, property inspection, due diligence, hidden expenses, true costs. What I always do when I go through a property, and I'll show you on my fix and flip when I do that presentation here in a little bit, I'll give you a good idea of how much windows will be, how much paint is per square footage, so you can walk through a property and in a matter of 5 minutes figure out what your rehab costs are going to be. Because you've got to get that good. You got to get to know if you really want to do this, you want to make investing be a career or be a part-time job or full-time job, you've got to get into it and know what you're doing. And you got to be able to do it fast. And then be able to get out if it's not going to work. Okay? So if you get a 5-day inspection period, you got to make your decision in 5 days. And you got to do it. Don't get rid of your, if you're like, well, I'm only going to lose $1,000 of earnest money, don't give away $1,000. Get to know what you're doing. Get to know it really well. When I drove truck up and down the interstate, there is nobody that could drive truck better than me. I made sure that what I was doing, I was the best at. Because if you're good at something, don't you like it better? Yes. You do. You want to be the professional. You want to be somebody that people are coming to for asking questions. Because as soon as you become the expert in your field and in your area, deals come to you. People come to you. People flock to you. They want to pick your brain, but not only pick your brain, but then they start giving deals up. They're like, I don't know what I'm doing, but hey, here's a deal. You want to partner with me on it? Or I can't even do this deal. You want it. And so you go through it. So establish yourself as an expert in your field and do it fast. Learn as much as you can, suck up as much knowledge as you can. Drive home from work every single day a different way. Go through every neighborhood and every street you can possibly think of in the area that you want to invest. You want to know every street by name, every house by name. If somebody says, hey, I've got a house over on Burlow Street, say, what color is the door? What color is the door? Oh, it's purple. I know exact house what you're talking about. I'm not kidding. You can almost tell any neighborhood in Boise and Idaho Falls, and I can almost nail what's on the corner, what the house is, and what kind of Christmas decorations they've got. Wow. You got to get that good in your field. If you really want to make it happen and you want to make this be a full-time or part-time gig, get good at what you're doing. Think of ways to get to know your market. Talk to realtors. Talk to people. Talk to people who sold their house. If a guy across the street sells a house, go over and talk to him. What'd you sell it for? How much did you buy it for? What kind of property is it? How many bedroom? How many bath? Did you do any fix-ups before you sold it? Ask around. Talk, because that house may be the exact house 3 blocks over that you might be making an offer on. So you want to know what the real deal is. Sometimes the MLS doesn't show what the deal actually sold for, what he actually paid for it. Talk to people. People will talk as long as you're willing to talk to them. If you're not a people person, you got to become one. Force yourself to become a people person. Force yourself to come out and talk to people. Even if you feel like you're an idiot and you sound like an idiot, the next one you'll get a little bit better. And the next one you get a little bit better. My first couple of deals I went and talked to people, I walked away from there, I was like, there is no way they're calling me. I sounded like an idiot in there. And they didn't call me. But by the third or the fourth one, people are like, hey, this guy sounds like he knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? But you got to get out there and do it. You got to get out there and do it. Conventional 30 fix. Okay, I'm going to go just a little bit off on this one just because it's something I'm passionate about because I did loans. I did loans back in the day when you could get a loan with a Subway card and a gym membership. You guys remember that? We were writing loans like crazy. It was so much fun. So much fun. And Gary and I had the radio show and we had people calling us and we were writing deals. And in fact, I called up Gary and says, you need to get your real estate license because we need to team up and we need to knock this out of the park. And we did. We did really good till the mortgage meltdown in 2008, right? Along with the bunny bash in 81, right? Everything's got a year to it. Okay, he was talking about Mud Lake and the bunny bash earlier. So conventional 30-year fixed. Who thinks that the 30-year fixed loan is the most conservative loan you can possibly get into? How about the 15-year fixed? Is that the most conservative loan you can get into? So what do you think the most conservative loan to get into is? Don't know? What do you guys think? I'm sure there's somebody that's going to roll over in the grave, but these cash flow loans and the interest-only loans are the most conservative. And let me tell you why. 30-year fixed loan, when you go to a bank and you say, I want this property and I want to do a 30-year fixed loan or 15-year fixed loan, what are you guaranteeing to that bank? Okay, but what else are you guaranteeing them? The payment's going to be $1,200 a month, and you're saying nothing's going to change in my life that's going to deter me from making that $1,200 a month for the next 30 years. How often does that happen? Not, right? So you take an interest-only loan. Now, here's another thing, too, is a lot of people don't realize, especially it's changed in the last 5 or 10 years because banks weren't making near as much money. Who thinks if a bank sends you a thing in the mail that says, we'll refinance your loan for free? Who thinks that the bank's your friend and they really want to help you out? What's probably happened? How long do you think you've been in your loan when they start sending those out? About 3 to 5 years. Because what happens after 3 to 5 years?
Interest rates change.
You start paying on your principal, right? Where does the bank make their money? Interest. And when do you pay the interest? All up front. So after 3 to 5 years, they're like, we're not making near as much money off this property again. We need to refinance. Let's send out the letters. And how many people are like, oh, wow, look at that. They're going to drop my interest rate by half a point and they're going to do it for free. They really like me. No, they don't. You're not performing asset for them anymore. You're not performing near as much. They want to strap you into another 30-year fixed loan and they want you to pay interest for another 3 to 5 years. You watch, the banks will send it out every 3 to 5 years. They send out a new thing. Come refinance your property. Roll in some credit cards, right? Roll in some other stuff. We want to get more money out of you. We want to refinance and give you cash so you can pay off credit cards so we can make more money for that 3 to 5 years. They're not your friend. And I'm not saying that they're evil, but they're in business to do what? Make money. And as their profits go up, yes. See?
Can we say they're selfish at least?
Oh, maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe they might be a little selfish. So, 30-year fixed loan and 15-year fixed loan. You're telling that bank nothing's going to change in your life for 30 years or 15 years. An interest-only loan, which a lot of people don't realize, is what do you pay on an interest-only loan? Interest only. So what happens to your payment? It's pretty low, right? So instead of a $1,200 a month on a 30-year fixed, your interest only may only be $600 a month. Is that a little better payment? What if you paid that $1,200 a month though? Where's that $600 go? Towards principal. Okay? Most 30-year fixed loans, a lot of people think if you pay extra, it goes to principal. Anymore, the loans have changed where all you do is make the next month's payment. Yeah, has anybody ever done that for like a year or so and you look and you're like, you don't owe a payment for a year because you've been paying extra? Why do they stop doing that? because they weren't getting that interest again. If you're paying down principal, right? So interest only also, who would rather have a $1,200 a month payment or a $600 a month payment if something goes wrong? Say you lose your job. 600 would be a lot easier to come up with, right?
But,
Go ahead.
but when you run out that period and then that principal comes due, sorry.
But then when you run out that period and your principal comes due, then hopefully you've been smart and been paying that extra.
Okay.
But how many people actually really do that?
You're right. And the only reason why I say this, I'm glad you brought that up. Most people refinance their homes every 5 to 7 years. Your house, even if it's interest only, still has to be paid off in 30 years. So after about 5 to 6 years, all once your payment goes up. So people refinance. Nobody ever takes a 30-year fixed loan out. Does anybody know who takes a 30-year fixed loan out all the way to the end? Maybe your grandparents did. Does anybody do that anymore?
They usually keep refining.
They keep refining every 5 to 6 years. So if you're going to refinance anyways, just refinance it when the principal goes back up. What ended up happening with the ARM loans, this is the bad thing about the ARM loans and why it got people in trouble, is because it was a $2,200 a month payment, okay? That was what the real payment was. Interest only was $1,000. Less than interest only was $500. So they would qualify these people on the which loan or which payment? The $500. So in 5 years, that loan still got to be paid off in 30 years because it's still a 30-year amortization loan. What happens to their payment? Goes to $3,500 to $4,000. Then what happened? They couldn't refinance because they either lost their job, something happened, it imploded. We all know what happened in 2008. That was the bad thing about the adjustable rate mortgage. This mortgage was never meant to be given to people that own their own home. That mortgage was built for who? Investors. And why is that?
Because they're not going to keep it that long.
That also, but plus, who would rather get, we all know about appreciation, right? So stick with me, got it? And if I move a little fast, feel free to stop me and ask questions. Do you have a question?
On the ARMS loan, is that where the idea of a balloon payment fell in? Was on that adjustable rate mortgage?
Yes. You could either pay it off in 5 years. Well, some of them were only 5 years long anyways. Some of them were 30 years because either you had to start making the big payment, you either had to pay it off. There was all sorts of different things. But yes,
My
you're
dad
right.
lost his home on a balloon payment. It's a 10-year.
Was
It
it?
was the 10 years of balloon payment. He didn't even realize it, and all of a sudden all this money was due, and he's like, ugh.
Yep. It happened. So this mortgage, this was written for investor like me. And let me tell you why it was so awesome. I had about 6 investment properties in this type of a mortgage. Because when you have a property, what happens each year? It appreciates, right? It appreciates 6.34%. So that one that we had, that scenario was $12,000 a year is what it was appreciating, right? Appreciating. So less than interest only mortgage, what happens to that money that you're not paying? It gets tacked on what? Onto your mortgage. So your mortgage keeps growing every single month because you're not making any more payment on principal or anything in future, anything at all. So your payment stays the same because you're just making the minimum payment of $500 for good math. If it's a rental property though, how much you renting that property for? $1,000. Let's say $1,000. So what are you getting each month? $500 a month. Okay. If you was in a 30-year fixed loan, you may only get what? Maybe $100 a month. So you just up your cash flow by $400 a month, and your mortgage may be going up $200 to $300 a month. Does that make sense? So instead of waiting for 4 or 5 years to get my equity out of my house of the 6.34%, I'm getting it now. There's some properties that I was cash flowing $2,000 a month because I only had the minimum payment of $500, but I was getting $2,000 a month in rent. And the negativity that was going back on was $500. So I was netting $1,000 every single month, even though my mortgage payment was going up. And the appreciation, national average, was 6.34%. So I was still appreciating more than what mortgage was being tacked onto my loan. Go ahead.
Okay, but until the market dropped
Yes.
and the values fall out.
Yes.
Okay, so then,
Well, because I was still renting the property.
right.
You know what I mean? So if you can still rent the property and still make the payment, then you're just fine. But you're right. If your market falls out and your mortgage comes due, then you just have to refinance. And as long as you took care of yourself, as long as you are still an investor or whatever else, I had no problem refinancing my loans, even when the market fell out, because I still had renters that were still making my rent.
Are they as willing to do that now, though?
No. You can still find them. They're starting to come back, and that's the reason why I'm teaching you a little bit about it. So when they do come back, because they will, you won't ever get the liar loans is what we called them, which was you didn't have to verify any income, any assets, any job. That was the gym membership and a Subway card. Yeah, that was stupid. Nobody should have there were so many people that got loans that never should have had loans, ever. In fact, I got investigated a couple different loans that I got into because people were like, oh, it was the big bad mortgage company. They got me into this loan. And I had documentation that says, I know exactly what I'm getting into. I know that my mortgage payment's going to go up. I know I have 5 years to refinance. Because people came in, they wanted it. Because what did they want? They wanted to live in that $300,000 house, but they could only afford maybe a $150,000 house. And they could afford it for the 3 to 4 years until that loan had to re-amortize, and now they had to start paying the 30 years off. Now they have 5 years less to pay it off in, and they still had to make it in 30 years, so their payment goes way up, and then they couldn't make it anymore.
So you mentioned earlier that, we do, it's the real estate cycle that cycles every, 7 to 10 years?
Yep.
So where are we at now?
We are at we started, the economy really didn't start kicking back until about 2010, 2011, and I don't think it really started ramping up to about 12, 13. So we got about another year and a half, 2 years, I think, before the market drops again. So my goal is, or my thing I tell everybody is, do as much as you can to accumulate as much cash as you can, so when it drops again, you can buy properties at $30,000 and $40,000. I bought 2 properties in Nampa for $15,000 a piece. $15,000 a piece. They cash flow like crazy. And the appreciation went up. They're worth about 80, 90 now. Isn't that awesome? So you got to position yourself to have cash when the market goes again. There's investors. I've been an investor for over 10 years. I've made it through one cycle, and I plan on making it through another one. Most money's made during the cycle. People buy and they sell, just like stocks. It's the same thing with real estate. The problem is a lot of people got into real estate because it was hot. They probably had no business being in real estate because they didn't know what they were doing. That's why the education is so important, and to surround yourself around a community. You guys, when you guys go to buy a property and you're looking at what mortgage to get, give Gary and I a call. I'll look at the numbers for you. Make sure it's going to go okay. It'll only take me 2 minutes to look at it and say, he's trying to hose you. This is not a good loan. Go find something else. You know what I mean? Or this is great. Your cash flow's good. It looks like a great loan. So what I suggest, these ones aren't going to come around for a little while longer, but the interest only is there. I suggest any properties you guys get into the interest only loan. Because it gets you more money up front. It is going to you're going to have to redo it again in 3 or 4 years, 5 years, whatever it is. If it feels like it's too risky for you, still get into the 30-year fix. Don't get the 15-year. 15 years crazy. Even if you get in the 13-year and you pay more, it's better than getting into a 15-year fix loan.
Maybe now's not the good time
Go
to
ahead.
ask about it. Maybe this afternoon would be better. But right now, there's a lot of people doing reverse mortgages.
Yes.
And what's that gonna, what that's going to look like in a few years.
Reverse mortgages benefit who? Number one. The bank. Okay?
But there's a lot of seniors that are just,
There is.
They're just, that's reality.
It
That's
is.
what
And that's the problem because 90% of our 65-year-olds are broke or dead broke. And so the reverse mortgage is a good thing for them. I have an aunt that got into reverse mortgage. It's great. She gets about $500 a month, and with Social Security, she's able to live just fine. The people that are freaking out about it are and I want to say this is nice, a kid, but the selfish kids. Because they're like, if they sell the house, then I can get $20,000. I split up between 10 kids. Up in Eastern Iowa, 6 to 10 kids, whatever he's got. So they're thinking they're going to get that $20,000, right? Well, if mom eats up all that equity, I'm like, Mom, eat up the equity. I don't want your money from your mortgage. I want you to be able to live comfortably, right? So reverse mortgages are great. When they first came out, they were a little bit of a scam, but they've been regulated now. They're a good program for the people that need it. If the people don't need it, then I say don't do it.
Well, and I'm wondering, but from an investor standpoint, there's a lot of those there. I mean, what can we do from an investor standpoint?
Oh, to help them
take
out
advantage of
or
that?
take advantage of
Or
that?
to say, hey, maybe instead of a reverse mortgage, we could do X, Y, Z.
Which you could. There's, let me think about that, and we'll talk about it later.
Sorry, I'm kind of in the dark here.
Go ahead.
What is a reverse mortgage?
Reverse mortgage is where a bank comes in. So banks have. Let me back up just a little bit. So banks have they have assets. They have appreciating assets and depreciating assets. As an appreciating asset is a mortgage that people are making payments on that are in good standing. The federal government lets a bank, if they have a mortgage in good standing that is a performing asset, they let them borrow against that performing asset 7 times what's worth that mortgage because it's a performing asset. If the asset becomes a non-performing, which somebody's not making the money, they have to hold that much cash in reserve on that non-performing asset. The reason why banks imploded back in 2009 was because they didn't have enough cash for all the non-performing assets they had sitting in their portfolio. So they started dumping. They started dumping fast. That's why the Lehman Brothers went out of business. That's why Countrywide went out of business. I mean, there was a bunch of them that went belly under because of these performing assets. So what ends up happening is people can't make their mortgage payment. People can't, live or whatever else. So these banks come in, they take a performing asset so they can borrow against that performing asset, and they pay them each month a certain amount of interest to use their house as a performing asset so that they can go out and borrow against it. You have to have equity in your house. Somebody that's got the house is worth $100,000 and they owe $100,000, that's not a negative mortgage. They've got to be, I think it's 75% equity, I think is where the key is. So if they have a $100,000 house and they owe $25,000, they can still do a negative or a reverse mortgage. Yeah. But see, there's a lot of people, a lot of our parents, they did that 30-year fixed loan and they ran it all 30 years. So they own it free and clear. So it's a great candidate for them that maybe they didn't have in retirement, or maybe the people they worked for, they went belly up, and so they have no money, they have no retirement.
They have health issues and health bills they can't pay. And
Exactly.
things like that.
So like
Yep.
they let the banks,
Use that as an
use
asset.
their house as an asset to do the bank stuff, but
Yep.
then they just pay the.
So basically, the bank owns the home when they're done.
Yep.
And yeah, for letting them.
do it.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, the bank will own that house.
It's like rebuying it back from them.
Exactly. So that's why it's called reserve mortgage, because basically they become the bank. Your grandparents or your parents, they become the bank, and now they're borrowing from them and they pay them each month to do it. And most people, for an average house for $100,000, it's about $500 a month. So $500 a month for somebody that's on Social Security, that's on a fixed income, that's only making $1,200 a month. Now once they're making $1,700 a month, that makes them live a lot more comfortable, because $1,200 a month doesn't go very far. So that kind of answers your question. So as far as taking advantage of that, I'll think about that over the next 2 or 3 hours, and we'll have to strategize on how we could take advantage of that. All right, any questions on the interest only? I hope that didn't blow you away a little bit. If you have any more questions, please, when we're eating pizza or whatever else, ask me more questions, because interest only is where I try to buy all my rental properties, because I want to be able to get my cash flow as much as possible now. I know I'm going to refinance or sell those properties anyways, so that works for me. If you're looking at it, I want to be able to pay that off, so maybe the 30-year fix would be better for you and pay more. But what I do on this only, you got to be disciplined enough to make that payment as if it was 30-year fixed, okay? Because then you pay it down more. But then say Christmas comes along, or the economy goes crazy, you aren't working, you have no deals to do. Now once all I had to pay was either my negative or my interest only on all my rental properties, and I was able to turn a couple $100 a month cash flow into $3,000 or $4,000 cash flow. It saved me. It saved my family and I. Go ahead.
So are those interest-only loans at lower interest rates than a 30-year mortgage?
No, they're about the same. Sometimes they're a little bit higher. Like if you get a 30-year fix for, say, I think right now it's like 2.5%, 3%. It's under 3, I think, right now for 30 fix. You might be 4% on an interest only. So do the numbers. If it doesn't make sense, don't do it. Everything's subject to numbers of the house, where you're at, where you need your cash flow, what you need it for right now. And maybe you get a 30-year fixed loan, and then in 4 or 5 years refinance it into an interest only loan. Maybe it'll make more sense then. Or maybe the other way around. Maybe do interest only for 4 or 5 years and then do a 30-year fix. I'm not saying I don't have any in 30-year fix. I do have 2 properties
Can
in a
you
30-year fix.
refi a conventional into an interest only?
Yeah. It's all about either you or if you have enough equity. A lot of times in the interest onlys, they want a little bit of equity there too, because the banks, because you're going to be paying that off early. They don't like it because interest onlys, they have to, because that's all that's required. Any extra money you put on there, they have to put it towards principal. That's how interest onlys are made. On the 30-year fixed, if you look at this fine print, a lot of them aren't doing that anymore. It's going to the next payment, going to the next payment. So you get to the end of the year and you get the statement, you're like, we don't know a payment for a year. Why is that? You call them up and it's like, oh, well, your extra money you're paying, we're just putting that towards the next month's payment.
That's why it's called on schedule. They're on schedule.
Exactly. They want their interest. They don't want to pay your mortgage off early. They want that. All right. Any other questions on that? Okay, rehab costs. What brings in more money? What costs don't bring in more money? Okay, everybody's always heard, what brings in the most money? What? Paint's good. What brings in the most though? What do people? Kitchens and what else?
Oh, master bath.
Bathrooms. Kitchen and bathrooms. Get that into your head. That's what sells. Kitchens, bathrooms, kitchens, bathrooms. It is cheap to rehab a bedroom. What do you got? Carpet paint? That's it. Maybe a window. Okay? Where's most of your expense going to be in a rehab? Kitchens and baths.
It's also the most expensive rooms in the house anyway when you build new.
Exactly, because you got all the cabinets, you got appliances. So if that's what sells, and that's where more money is going to go, then where do you need to spend most of your time? Kitchen and bath, okay? There's some things that you're going to do that's going to improve the value of your home, and some things you're going to do that I call to help your sellability of the home, okay? Adding a bedroom does what to your house? Should increase the value, right? Adding a bathroom should do what to your house? Should add value. If you paint something, it may not increase value, but it increases sellability. Does that make sense? Yeah. So when you go into a house or whatever else and it's got a master bath, maybe it's a half bath, and there's a closet back behind it and you can put a shower in there and make it a 3/4, would that be a good investment? Yes. Definitely, especially if there's plumbing right there. And you can just take out that closet, big time, that'll give you a big time return on your investment, okay? Now, if you go in there and the sink maybe be a little bit stained, yanking the sink out and putting another sink in, is that going to increase the value at all? No, but what will it do? Help your sellability. So sometimes you have to figure out, am I going to do that or am I not? My rehabs in the last year have been different from my rehabs 2 years ago. I'm not doing near as much on my rehabs as I used to do 2 years ago because I don't need to. Because the market's so hot, people are buying it. Without me putting a new sink, without me putting new tile down, I'm just cleaning the carpets. I'm just basically putting lipstick on the pig, is what some people call it. Because people want houses. So it doesn't matter. When the market was dumpy in 2009, 2010, I had to make that thing look like a brand new house because I was competing with brand new houses because building costs were down. So that's what I'm talking about. When you get to know your market, find out what's going on in your market. Go get a hold of a couple of networking events. Go get a hold of a couple buddies that are real estate agents. Go to lunch with them every week. Get involved in your community of real estate so that you know what's going on, so you know how to rehab a home at that time. I still put most of my money in my kitchens and baths. Most of the time I put new cabinets in my kitchen. Almost always put new cabinets in. Even if the cabinets are decent. I do have a guy that's a stain guy. He's awesome. And he can take old, ugly orange oak that screams 80s, and he can turn it into screaming 2010. He is awesome. Without too much money. For about $1,000, he can reglaze those cabinets, and they look unbelievable. They look like they're brand new until you open them and you see that orange oak in there. Go ahead.
Hey, so there's a question from an online viewer that before you get going on this too much, going back to loans and you being a loan expert. Okay, the pressure's on right now, guys. Let's see what Jason says. No, this is actually a good friend of mine, but he's asking, hey, ask Jason if it is possible to refinance my investment properties in Indiana to an interest-only loan. Now, if I remember right, he owns these properties outright. He just owns them.
Oh, does he?
And he's got a couple of lots in Indiana. Can you refi a lot or just use it as collateral against a loan?
Lots you can't, but a property you can. And the reason why is because lots really don't hold much. They hold value, but not for like a mortgage place. Assets wise, like if he's trying to qualify for loan and he puts 2 parcels of land that are worth $30,000 a piece as an asset that they can collateralize, then it's worth something to him. But as far as loaning against it,
okay,
it's pretty tough to take out a loan on a lot.
And I know him. I think I was misunderstanding his question because I know him, but he has investment properties too. So he's got, his land isn't in Indiana. So he's actually, it said investment properties. So he's got investment properties with mortgages in Indiana. Can those get refinanced into interest-only loans?
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah, usually
Today.
only about 65%. So
Loan to value?
Loan to value. So see what he's got as far as how much equity he's got, and if it makes sense to pull out, say it's worth $100,000, and he can pull out 65 grand and go put that down and have that be 20% on 2 more properties, that makes huge sense. And if he's renting them and he's getting pretty good cash flow, because an interest-only loan on $100,000, just for easy math, interest-only will only be about $300 a month. So, and if he could rent it for $800 a month, now he's getting more money income-wise.
So right now there's 20% loans down on them. So the values have to be able to come up a little bit so he can refi it and have a 65% loan to value. And then he can.
Then he could, yep.
Okay, well there you go, James.
If he wants to, have him get a hold of me in Outer Falls. Let's sit down and really look at it. Because I may be missing something than just answering a question from over the deal. Yeah, I'd be glad to do that.
Are the mortgage companies still doing the the interest only loans?
They are starting to come back. Yep, that's why I decided to put it in there. And they'll get a little bit better as the economy goes. Like I said, I don't think we'll ever see those ARM loans like they were before. In fact, I hope we don't see them again like they were before. But I hope investors eventually will be able to use them again because I loved them. I thought they were awesome. We had fourplex that was in them, and our cash flow went through the roof. We were able to take all that equity out every single month. And we took that equity and we dumped it in on the mortgage. And so we got them, almost paid off. So, all right, so let's go back to what brings more money. So windows help out sellability and increase value. Carpet, sellability. You could say it brings up value, but it's not a huge amount. It's more sellability. I put carpet in every house and I paint every house. Even if the carpet's decent, just cleaning it doesn't do enough. And why? Why do you think I do carpet and paint in every house? What's it do to the house? Makes it look good. What else does it do? Smell good. There you go. The more senses you can get somebody involved in, then the more they're going to want to buy. So they smell that new carpet. They smell that new paint. They look at those new windows. They slide freely without, if you got old wooden pane windows, you got to yank those babies out. If you got metal ones and they still open and shut good, in this economy we got right now, I'd leave them. Especially if they're double pane metal ones. If they're white or the black, you guys have seen those before. Or even the ones that look aluminum. As long as they open and shut good, they've got some grease that you could, if you go to a garage door area, there's grease that sprays about 20 feet so you can hit your spring up above your garage door. If you use that in your tracks of your windows, it makes them slide like they're brand new. Because that after a while, that steel, just steel on steel, the bearings kind of go out and you put that in there and it makes it feel like it's a brand new window. So just as a help you out with, doing a property. Doors, there's sellability more than anything. Find a company in town. I don't know if Orapac is down here. Has anybody ever heard of Orapac? Is it in Idaho Falls? It's big in Boise.
We have one in Ogden.
You have an Orapac in Ogden?
I don't know.
Oh.
I was talking to a guy and he said something about something like that.
Okay. So the reason why I like these places, and we have Johnson Brothers up in Idaho Falls that'll do it also. There's another place in town, I can't think of it in Idaho Falls for the people in Idaho Falls, but I'm sure there's places down here. Talk to a contractor. And what you do is you take all the doors off of your property. If the old flat panel, brown or orange or dark brown doors, because that just dates a place, you pull them off, make sure you number them, put tape on them where they go. You take them to one of these door companies and they'll manufacture a door identical to that door. Even with the hinge knockouts, the doorknob where it's at, everything, so that when you get that door back, they'll take the tape off as they do it and they stick it on the new door. Then you take it back to the spot. It hangs perfectly and fits just like it was made to. And they do it for about $65 a door, which is huge. Yeah. You just hollow doors. They're nothing great, but you can get one with a pattern in it. Then you paint the trim around it to match the door white, and you just updated your house like crazy for pretty cheap. And that is sellability and increased value. Laundry, it helps out sellability. It doesn't really increase the value that much. Appliances increases value. Plumbing, electrical increases value. Upgrades is sellability. So increasing value, like say you put Formica or granite in. The reason why I try to put granite in a lot of my rehabs is because I can do it pretty cheap because I don't care what it looks like. I don't care that it was an end, and I don't even care if the island and the rest of the kitchen matches. In fact, nowadays I like them to not match. I like a lighter and a darker, or darker and lighter. Flip it back and forth because it's appealing to the eye. Yeah, but people love solid surface. And if they've got a place they're gonna buy that's Formica and mine has granite, which one do you think they're gonna buy? Granite, because it feels like they just got a huge upgrade and it didn't cost me very much. Some buddies of mine in Boise, we developed a concrete countertop. We went to a seminar down in California and we figured out how to put concrete on top of Formica. We'd put Bondo down and fill into the holes in, then we'd rough it up, and we could put about a credit card thickness of concrete on the countertop, and it made it look like it was granite. It was awesome. Then we'd epoxy it, we'd paint it. I'd drip paint all over top of it, make it look all those little swirlies. We put this epoxy on it, make it hard as rock, and it's awesome stuff. But then we found a granite company. They could almost do it for the same money it was costing us to do that. Plus it took us like 3 days that we just do granite now. But you got to get innovative. You got to set yourself apart from everybody else. Another thing is backsplashes. Backsplashes is huge. So if you can backsplash all the way up, if there's ever a window we backsplash underneath the counters and we go all the way up to the top of the window, a cross-top window. You want it just you want that awe factor when people come in. You want people to be like, holy cow, I love this kitchen. You want the wife to say that actually. The husband, not so much, right? And then bathrooms also, backsplash. And you can even match the same backsplash. Look for cheap tile. Whenever I go past anybody that says blowout tile, things that aren't, buy it, store it somewhere because you can take and mix match. People love that stuff. I wish I had, in fact, maybe I'll text my wife and have her send pictures of this house we did. I had 3 different jobs that I did that had leftover tile, and we made a backsplash out of all 3 of those jobs. And there were a few people that came in and were like, whoa. They had to look at it for a second because it was so odd. But the lady walked in and she's like, we're buying it. She said, she didn't even see the rest of the house. She fell in love with that backsplash. So buy it. If it's cheap, you can get somebody to hang it pretty cheap. You can get that Mastis now it's in a jar. You don't have to mix it. You just throw it up on there and it'll stick right to it. Don't use that in showers, okay? Don't use it in showers. I had a buddy used it in showers and it holds the moisture. It's good for backsplashes in kitchens and bathrooms, but not in showers or surrounds in showers. That Mastis is called. It's already pre-mixed and you just throw it on there. It's really easy to use, but it's not meant to go in showers. And I learned that the hard way. Plumbing, electrical. Here's a big thing. Electrical, like right now in this economy we're in, I don't upgrade any of the panels, but most of the time I do. If it's got old Edison fuses and you have to twist them in and you have the big old breaker things that engages, update the panel. It costs about $2,000 for most electricians to do a panel upgrade, but it'll help it big time. Even if you don't upgrade the wiring in the house, just that panel alone, people look at those old panels and they just get frightened like, oh my gosh, I've never even seen something that old. I don't even know where to even buy those anymore. Can you even buy those fuses? Which you can, but you take those out because you don't want to scare the missus when they're there. They fall in love with the kitchen and then they get scared of the electrical panel. So $2,000, just put it into your rehab costs. So, but right now, I just rehabbed the property. I didn't upgrade the panel because I don't need to because houses are selling like crazy. People don't care. They just want a house. So that's part about getting so best return on investment. Now, we call this the 4-foot rule. Some people call it the 6-foot rule. And the reason why we call it that is because when somebody comes up to buy a house and they're behind a realtor, the realtor's fiddling around with the box, they're standing on the front porch and what are they doing?
Looking at the house.
Looking at the house. And where are they looking? We call it the 4-foot rule, 6-foot rule. Okay? They're looking all around that door. They're looking at the door. They're looking at the concrete. So you want to make sure your caulk around that door is spotless and clean and looks pretty. You want to make sure the door looks really good. You want to make sure that the windows that are close there, the bushes are trimmed back, the landscaping's awesome, because you don't want them to get a preconceived assumption of the house because the door is all beat up. Also, mailboxes. People make fun of me for mailboxes, but what's the first thing they see when they come up to the house? Mailbox, right? And they're cheap. You can get a mailbox for how much? $20. Have your daughter that's in art class do some pretty flower on there and put some numbers on there. And I'll tell you later in tax registration, you can pay her for it and you can write it off. It's awesome. Okay? All sorts of good stuff. And then, carpet paint, the smell. We already talked about the carpet paint. Now, garage door. People ask me all the time, why garage door? Most houses, the front of the house is what? Garage door. Like 50% of the front house is garage door. In fact, you've seen those houses. It's welcome to my garage. My house is in the back. The whole thing's garage. And if you have this old garage door that's fiberglass that you can see through, there's cracks in it, there's a big dent in it, what's their perception of the house? Exactly. And garage doors are cheap. Find a discount garage door place. They'll come in and put in a door. Most doors are anywhere from $600 to $1,000. Cheap, but it'll help sell your property. Because if you got that front door looking nice, you got a nice new mailbox, you've got a front garage door that's all nice, they walk in and smell that carpet and paint, you've hit on every cent that they can. Then they walk in, they see that wow factor of the kitchen, they won't be able to get the papers out fast enough to write it. If it's in the right neighborhood, right schools. I mean, if they're already there, they've probably already done that much due diligence that that's a house they would like to buy in the neighborhood. So get them. Get them right off the bat. I'm a believer your first 5 people in the house is your buyer. If you don't sell it, the first 5 people walk in the house, you're going to hold on to that thing for 60 to 90 days. Guarantee it. Your first 5 people. So you got to make sure it is ready to go. Even if you have to delay a week because you can't get it caulked or you're waiting for a door, don't put it on the market early. Also, you got to price it right. Don't price yourself out, okay? And then, if your first 5 people don't go in, or first 5 people go in and you don't get an offer, something's screwy with the property. It's either a bad floor plan, something's messed up, something you might not know, make sure your realtor's calling the other realtors and say, how come we didn't get an offer out of your guy? Well, they didn't like the basement. Well, they didn't like this, didn't like that. I had a house on the market and the basement scared everybody. The house was immaculate. It was an old house. I didn't do anything with the basement, but they walked down the basement, smelled musty. It was old concrete. The house was built in the 30s, had old wood, old light fixtures. It just scared them. So after the first 5 people, I'm like, all right, I'm yanking it off the market. Yanked it off the market for 30 days because I knew I was going to hold on to it. Those first 5 people don't buy, you're holding on to it for 60, 90 days. It was worth it me to yank it off for 30 days. I took paneling. Paneling's cheap. Paneled the whole basement, cleaned it up, threw on some cheap carpet. What did I do? It made it smell nice. Took the musty out of it, covered up the old concrete so I wasn't scared anymore. Put it back on the market. I dropped the price, I think $3,000 so that it resets everything on your mortgage or on your listing. First 5 people walked through, somebody made me an offer. So something screwy was with the house. And so I found out. Sometimes people are like, we hate the kitchen, we hate the kitchen. You may have to yank the kitchen. You may have to open it up. Maybe it's too closed off. So make sure when you're doing your rehab costs and you're looking at the property, I always invite my friends over because my friends, they critique it worse than anybody. And I say, what would you do? What would you do to this place? And you'll get, like your mother could walk through, whoever you've got that you trust. And they'll, mother-in-law, there you go. Say, and they're going to critique even more because they think you're crazy because you're buying real estate and you got their daughter into something crazy, right? So have them walk through and they'll say, oh man, I'd open this kitchen up. And if you get 5 people that say you'd open the kitchen up, open it up. Open it up and make that part of your rehab costs. Kick that wall out, make that opened up because if 5 people that you brought through, they're just normal people, just don't invest in real estate. If they say that should be opened up, everybody walks through says that's going to be closed off and opened up. And I guarantee if you don't, your first 5 people that go through, they're not going to get an offer and you're going to end up doing it anyways. And you probably put cabinets in, now you're going to be more expensive. Okay? Or you got to drop your price way down to dump it. And you don't ever want to dump a property. You want to make money to property. I've had to dump a property before. That's why I say this stuff because I've had to do it. I've lost money in real estate before. I've had to do it. Things that I've figured out are school of hard knocks, I guess you could say. So, but I've won a lot more times than I've lost. A lot more times. Because hopefully you learn from your mistakes, right? All right, so exit strategies. When do you make your money? When you buy it or when you sell it? When you buy it. And here's why. I know. I always hated when people would say that. So I couldn't wait till I was in front room when I could say it. Because everybody always says when you sell it. But you don't. You make your money when you buy it because you got to buy it right. You don't buy a house right, it isn't going to matter. Don't get caught up into auctions. We used to go to auctions all the time, and if you go to an auction and that's where you want to play at, people make a lot of money at auctions, but you got to have your threshold of where you go. The banks are counting on you getting caught up into the moment and overpaying for that property. I go in, I have my cashier's checks, because in Idaho you have to have cashier's check or cash. So usually if I say a house is going to start bidding at $40,000, my threshold is $75,000, then I'll take a check for $40,000, I'll take a check for $10,000, and then a couple $5s, and then some $1s. $1,000. In the bank, the lady knows what I'm doing because I'll go in there and I'll say I need a cashier's check for this, 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 and this, and she'll give them all to me, and then I show up there, and then I'm able to, if nobody shows up, then I get it for $41,000 because I have a $1,000 and I have a $40,000, and that's the opening bid. If somebody else is there, then I've got money I can play with to where I can bid up and whatever happens. But I always have my threshold. I never take any more money than what I'm willing to pay for the property. That way it saves me from overbuying it because people get caught up all the time. We were in Boise and this property went almost $20,000 more than what I was going to buy it for. 2 weeks later, one of the guys called me and says, I think I overpaid for that house. Yep, you sure did. Because that $20,000 you just overpaid for that house, that was my profit. That's the $20,000 my profit was going to be. Because he had rehab costs. He took his profit right out the bat. Because he had the rehab costs and everything else in there. So that's why I say it's so important to buy it right. Make sure you do not overpay for property. If you have to walk away from a deal, walk away from it. Also, never go into a property just saying, well, I'm okay as long as we make $5,000. Never. If you do your numbers and you're only going to make $5,000, do not buy the property. Mine is $20,000 to $25,000. That's what I got to make off every deal, or I don't even go bid on it. I don't even go through with it. I don't walk through it. I don't do anything with it. I walk away from it because if everything goes wrong, you want to be able to still make $5,000. You go into a property only hoping to make $5,000, everything goes wrong, guess what happens? You're losing money. Losing money big time, okay? So make sure you always put enough cushion in there. Do your numbers. You can't do your numbers enough. Do your comps. Get 2 different realtors to pull your comps for you. Do your own comps. Get used to doing your own comps. Get used to looking at your own stuff because realtors, nothing wrong with realtors. Realtors are awesome. I use them. But realtors have a vested interest in the outcome of your offer, right? Because if you buy it, what do they get? They get a commission. So sometimes their numbers could be skewed a little bit. If they're trying to make their mortgage payment and your house is between them and making their mortgage payment, they may be talking you into buying that house. So get a hold of a realtor that you trust. Somebody that you know can make his mortgage payment without that deal or not. Somebody that you know is going to be using you a lot. If you got one in the community, use one in the community. Somebody that you know you can trust to say, this is the real value of the house. But then I still do your own numbers. Make sure the numbers work. Then make the offer, okay? And if there's only $10,000 in there to be made, don't do it. Very first property I ever bought, 3 weeks after into it, the main water line went out. It cost me $6,000 to put a water line in. Or I had to tear down all my sheds and the outbuildings. So I had him dig one underneath and burrow it in. And he hit it. He did a good job, but still it cost me $6,000.
Did you still come out?
Well, I actually held it. That was actually a buy and hold. I wasn't planning on flipping that one. But if I wouldn't have had any cash to have made that, and that's another thing I always tell people, if you don't have about $10,000 to $15,000 in an account, just cash, you shouldn't be buying buy and hold properties either. No rental properties for you if you don't have $10,000 to $15,000. Because if something goes wrong, you want to be able to make sure you have cash to do it. If just buying the house is strapping you, and you know you can't even make the payment because you don't have any extra money or no extra money coming in each month, or you have no cash, you shouldn't be buying it. Because what ends up happening, and whenever I hear horror stories from people saying, I hate rentals, rentals are horrible, it's usually somebody that had no business being in the rental business in the first place. They have a job, which is just fine, but they're barely squeaking it. They barely qualified for the loan, so they have no extra money. They took every bit of cash they could to make the down payment. So then what happens? What's the next month happens? They have their payment. They have their payments due. So they have their own home payment, they got all their other bills, and they got to come up with the mortgage payment. So another month goes by, they're looking for somebody. Nobody comes in to rent. So what do they get? They get desperate. Somebody comes in and says, I'll rent your house, I'll give you whatever you want, but I don't have any money right now. I've got a grandmother that died, and we're just waiting for her, the thing to go through probate. I'm getting $100,000, and I'll pay out a year. So just give it to me. And so what are you thinking? I need to stop the bleeding, right? He said it's going to be here in 30 days. I'm going to put him in there. So what happens? He has no grandma, right? He has no money coming. He beats the crap out of your property, and then he moves out after 3 months. And now all at once, I hate rentals. They don't work, right? But if he had the cash and he could wait for the right renter, I've never had a rental beat up bad enough to where I couldn't fix it for less than $1,000. Clean it up, clean up the carpet, repair something, become good friends with the used appliance place in town. I'm sure there's one here in town. Throw another appliance in there if it's broken up, whatever it ends up being. Get one of those big seedy dumpsters, dump everything out of it. You're back in the market. And then you may have to wait for the right renter. I've got a renter in my one house, my very first rental property I ever bought. He's been in there for almost 9 years. Pays me every month on the money, or on the dot. In fact, what's funny is this month, it was like the 8th, and I looked at the account and he hadn't paid yet. He always pays. He always pays on the 1st. So I texted him like, hey, what's going on? How come we didn't get any payment? He's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I ordered checks. The checks haven't come yet. I'm going to go in and put cash in right now. So what I do with all my rental properties, or with my renters, is I give them a bank card. It's a deposit-only card. It's got their name on it. Wells Fargo will do that for you. They put their name on it, and they go in to any ATM anywhere in the country. They throw that bank card in, and they can deposit my money. And then with my technology, which technology is, it beeps me and says a deposit's just been made. I look at it. It has their name on it, on the deposit, because it's got the name on the card. It says $250 just hit your account. So by the second, I know whether my money's been hit. And I can make texts. Hey, how come I haven't got it? Oh, I'm sorry, this happened. And then they go in and they put it in. So that's something we had to learn. I used to spend so much time just going around collecting rent. That was it. And if you got somebody that only works cash basis, like we have a huge Hispanic population up in Idaho, and most of them get cash. I always found out if you show up at their step, if you rent to them, they're great renters, show up on the 1st and 2nd. If you don't show up on the 1st and 2nd, it's 3rd or the 4th, they've already spent the money that they've got. So show up on the 1st and 2nd, okay? They've got the cash, they're willing to give it to you, but if you wait till the 5th or the 6th, some of the cash gets taken, and then they hand you what they have left. Great, I'm not saying anything bad or good or whatever else, just something that I learned. If you're willing with somebody that cash, they get paid in cash, make sure you show up there when they get paid, they'll pay you. Don't wait till the 5th or 6th, because you may not get all the money you need. All right? Long-term, short-term, we kind of went through that, didn't we? Okay, multi-units, 5 and over. Who likes multi-units or big apartment complexes? Who would like to get into that type of stuff? Anybody? Eventually. Okay. It's pretty fun to mess in the multifamily. And there's some strategies out there that Gary and I learned with a company we were affiliated with eons ago, it seems like, where you can actually split sixplexes and duplexes and fourplexes and eightplexes. And you can increase value. And maybe we'll go through that later on too. I don't know. We'll have to see what kind of time we got. But multifamilies are all about numbers. It's not really about what the okay, let me rephrase that. So multifamilies, it's considered a business. When you buy a business, how do you know if it's a good business or not?
You do the numbers.
Okay, you do the numbers. You figure how much revenue they've had coming in, what their expenses are, figure out what their cash flow is or what's in it happening, and then you make your decision whether the property's good. That's the way you make a decision with multifamily. You really don't get comps on a multifamily. Multifamily is all about the numbers. Everything. You look at what their expenses are. You look at their Schedule C's is what they call it on their tax, and you ask for them. I want to see your expenses. I want to see what your profits have been. And then you look at them for the last 5 to 10 years, as far back as you can get it. And then you can make your own assessment and say, okay, this is what this property's been bringing in. And then you can create a value. Sometimes people don't even know what the value is. And I've gone to people with multifamilies, I'm like, from all the numbers you've given me, your property's not worth $500,000. It's actually worth about $380,000. Oh, well, we pay, I'm sorry. Your numbers don't figure out to buy this place for that much money. And so then you start negotiating. And then you find out maybe they didn't report their expenses correctly, or they didn't report their rent correctly. And over in Boise, you get some old timers that have been doing it for years. They take a lot of cash. People paying cash, they don't report it. So in their actual numbers, don't look near as good as they actually are. And so you have to talk to them. Okay, anybody paying you in cash? Well, actually, I do have this one renter pays me cash, and I got this other renter pays me cash. There was this trailer park we were trying to buy, and he had all the numbers of what all the rent that was brought in. And I'm like, you can't bring in that much rent. You don't have that many apartments. And he's like, well, he said, this one trailer over here, we put a wall in the middle of it, and we actually rent out both sides. And I'm like, what? One of them was a master bedroom with a bathroom in it. The other one had and he put a little kitchenette, and he just rented it to him, just one guy, and it was like $200 a month. And then the other place was the other half of the trailer house. And then he had another one that he split up somehow. Another one he built a basement under. I mean, it was crazy. So I'm like, you can't count rent that's not legal to have somebody rent. You can't count that. So once we went through all the numbers, I'm like, your property's actually worth this. Oh, no, it's not. I get this much money in rent. I said, either I buy for this or I don't buy it. And I said, and if I want to buy for this, and I said, I have to prove the kind of money you're getting, then mortgage company's going to have to see it, then the city's going to have to see it, and whoa, wait, he says. He says, let's make a deal, let's make a deal. It actually didn't work out, but still, you really got to make sure you do your numbers. Do your due diligence. You don't want to get one of the guys that used to teach one of the seminars, they used to call them a turd burrito. Some of these properties, they're that. They really are. They are really bad. They are really bad, okay? And how they figure out what they're doing. So increasing value, here's what's great though. Once you get the numbers, and maybe there's some facilities or places you could hook up laundry, but he doesn't have laundry. Could you increase the value of a property if you put laundry facilities in there? Especially if you put coin op in an apartment complex, right? So what's that? That's cash flow to you. And where's that go? That goes to how much income that property makes, so you just increase the value of that property. What about increased rent? What if you've got a place where the guy's been renting for 10 years and the rent's never been raised? And right now rent supports $650, but this guy's only charging $450. Could you increase the value of the property by increasing the rent? Yeah. So you can't do that with a single family house. You increase the rent, doesn't increase the value of the property. Doesn't. If you're getting $1,000 out of it and you increase it to $1,200, they still go off of comps of what the house is worth. But in a multifamily, you increase cash flow, you increase the value of the property. So you can find some really big gems. Okay, decreased maintenance costs. Maybe he's got a guy, maybe you found a 24-plex, and he's got some guy he's paying $40,000 a year that isn't doing anything at all. In fact, he lives on the premise. He's more of a assist than anything in that place. So you get in there and you find out that this guy's not doing anything. He's getting $40,000 a month. You could hire a property management company that would do it for half of that, and now you can rent that apartment. What'd you just do to your place? Increase the value big time, right? So look at it. Look at the numbers. Get really familiar with how to make judgment calls on numbers. And don't be afraid to ask for it. If they're not giving it to you, say, I can't have that. There's a drive-in movie theater up in Idaho Falls my wife and I have been trying to buy for the last 3 years. She wants way too much money for it. She's got 2 drive-in movie theaters. She wants $3.5 million. It's not even close to worth that. Both of them together, maybe 1.5, maybe. And when I asked for all of her paperwork, she had it on loose paper in pen and pencil, different color pen for the last 5-6 years. It's a mess. It's a mess. And the reason why she says, oh, it's worth that is because one of them is down by the river. And she said, oh, if you develop this into single family, then you could sell off these lots and it's right next to the river. And I'm like, for one, it's in a commercial area. Number 2, it's right next to a steel plant. And the part of the river that it's on is smelly and nasty. So your hopes of selling this to a developer to make it into a residential, not gonna happen. So I've been playing with her. And for every year we go back, we talk to her. I'm hoping eventually we get it because I want something for my kids to do all summer long because they're becoming worthless. No, I shouldn't say that. We actually did a pumpkin patch last year and they did pretty good because I wanted to keep them busy and keep them working. But it has potential of cash flowing really well, the movie theater does. And so we'll have to see. Stay tuned for that. We may end up buying it maybe this next spring because each year she comes back because nobody wants it because it's not worth what she's asking for it. And she lives in Arizona. She doesn't want to come up here. She just wants to get paid. So we're making a deal. I'm going to have her carry the contract for 7 years. I'm going to give her some money down. I'm going to have her mentor me for 2 years, which I don't think I'll need it, but at least 1 year. So we've worked this whole thing out, and I think eventually she's going to take it. So I think I can buy this place that's worth about 1.5 for probably no more than about $80,000 to $100,000 out of my pocket, and have a driving movie theater that cash flows about $250,000 for the summer at the number she's got now. But I think I can increase the value to where it probably grows $500,000 to $1 million a summer with both of them. So a huge potential. It's awesome. I've never done anything like that before. Gary's like, I'm always out finding something to do, or I don't get bored, but I love the art of a deal. I was flipping snow machines 2 years ago, and I was loving it. I found a guy in Canada that would pay a premium for snow machines, so I was buying them all over eastern Idaho. I drove all the way to Colorado to buy 4 snow machines, doubling my money, and I took them up to the border. I'd drive across the border, drop them, and then he'd come get them and take them, and he'd pay me money, and it was awesome. I bought a pontoon boat in Dallas. I bought it for $8,000, sold it to him for $18,000, and then he took it up to Canada and sold it for $20,000. How cool is that? And I took my son, and we drove all the way to Dallas. We did it in 3 days. We drove all the way to Amarillo, stayed the night, drove all the way to Dallas and back to Amarillo, and then drove all the way back from Amarillo back. 3 days we did it and I think I ended up making like $8,000 in 3 days. Pretty cool stuff, right? So I'm an investor, that's my number one thing, but I love the art of a deal. And the only reason why I knew he wanted a pontoon boat, and I said, what would you pay for one? Oh man, I'd be willing to pay this. So I got on the internet, found one in Dallas, made the deal happen, drove all the way to Dallas and picked it up. The only bad thing was he loaded it wrong, and so it was cockeyed on the boat, and Texas was going through a drought at that time, so every lake that I could get into to get it up so I could level it off, every lake was empty. Every one we went to, every was empty. So I had great big huge lumber straps holding onto that thing so it wouldn't slide anymore off the properties or off the trailer because my boat was angled as I'm going down the interstate. People would stop me all the time. You know your boat's angled? Yeah, I know it's angled. So anyways. And what's awesome is I will take my son, my 11-year-old son. We had a hoot driving all the way there and back. It's one of his favorite trips. Go ahead.
Can you tell me how you found the guy that was looking for the pontoon boat? Like, how do you find people that are looking for whatever it is at a specific price?
So how did I find the guy that wanted the boat?
Yeah.
I was at a snow machine expo, and I'm a guy that loves to talk to people. So I'm just standing there talking, and Polaris is there, and you got Arctic. It's a big, huge show they do every year up in eastern Idaho. And so I'm talking to a few people and saw this guy, and he was looking at some sleds. We started talking and told him what, he's like, well, I'm from Canada. I'm like, no way, well, you're up in Canada. And so he told me and said what he does. And he has a sport, like a used snow machine, 4-wheeler, like a, I don't know, what, RV, not RV, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a motorcycle shop. There you go, motorsports. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Like a motorsports shop. And he says, I'm always looking for sleds. He says, he said, nobody has used sleds up there at all. And he says, so the used sled market is huge. So he says, I'm always looking for them. So he called me one day, we exchanged numbers, and he said, hey, I just saw on Craigslist, there's a snow machine up in Rigby. He said, I think it's a good one. I'd like to buy it. He said, I'm going to be down in Idaho Falls here in a couple weeks. Would you go look at it for me? I was like, sure. I went and looked at it for him. And I called him, so what are you willing to pay for it? And he says, well, I'd pay, I can't remember, it was like $3,000. And I talked the guy down to $2,500. So I made $500. I sold to him for $3. So I bought it for $2,500, sold it to him for $3. And then he's like, you just made $500? I was like, yeah. He said, well, you know what? He said, if you'll find deals for me, I'll buy them from me. He said, this is what I'm looking for. So we got to, figuring out what he was looking for. And then he's like, and then I'll pay if you take him to Sweetgrass, which is right above Great Falls, Montana. It's a little town there on the border. And so I'd drop him at Sweetgrass, and he'd pay me to take him up there. Plus, I'd make money off of each sled that I'd sell. So then I went out and bought a huge snow machine trailer, and I was taking 12 and 13 at a time up there, and I roped my father-in-law in to help me out. And anyways, it was fun. I did that all winter long because winter's kind of slow. So I made like 8-9 trips up to Canada with snow machines, and it was awesome. I loved it. But I'm a trucker, so I love getting a big bag of sunflower seeds and a Diet Coke and hitting the road. So anyways, most people probably wouldn't be that good. So let me see, where are we at? Laundry facilities. Okay, so commercial properties are awesome. And you can do this with any commercial property. You can do this with laundromats. You can do this with storage units. You can do this with convenience stores. Everything's about numbers. And if you can increase profitability, you've increased the price of the property. Okay? Go ahead.
Basically, just asking again, the biggest challenge is finding the properties. What is your method?
Look for a like a 6-plex or an 8-plex that's kind of run down. Yeah. If it's run down
When they're to the rundown point, it's that the owner knows that he's kind of reached that tipping point. So how to come in during that tipping point and make it still profitable.
Yeah, well, you just have to talk to them. So here's what's happening is baby boomers are retiring. So a lot of these baby boomers that have these rental properties, they don't want them anymore. They don't want them at all. They want to go to Yuma and spend the winters and come up here for the summer. That's where my father-in-law's doing. He was down there every winter, and we go down and spend Christmas with him. But they don't want it anymore, so they're willing to make a deal. And here's what's great about these people. Because a lot of people can buy an apartment complex for $500,000 or $1 million. They can't qualify for it. So they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what they're willing to do is carry it. They do an owner carry because they don't want to take care of it anymore. They want cash flow off of it. They want to be paid. So there's huge opportunities for people like you and I to walk in there and say, okay, I'll give you $10,000 up front. You carry the contract for me for 7 years. I'll pay X amount of dollars per month. And you don't have to worry about the place anymore. I'll do all the fix-ups. I'll patch the roof. I'll repair the appliances, whatever's run down about it. You don't have to worry about it anymore. And more than not, I mean, they'll negotiate a little bit, but most of the time they just want out of it. They've had it for 25, 30 years. A lot of them own it in cash because it's just been part of their retirement, but they're tired of messing with it. They're tired of property management companies. They're tired of getting phone calls in the middle of the night. They just want to be done with it.
But they also know that some major stuff is needing to be fixed and repaired and done, and they don't
want to do it, or they don't have the money. Yep.
So how to look at replacing heating and the major stuff, and still make it profitable. Well, it depends how much cash you got. If you can use your own cash, that's the best way to do it. But here's the thing: you go take the numbers and you say, okay, the place is run down, and you find that his maintenance costs are out of control. You find out he hasn't increased the rents for 8 years. You find out that you could put some laundry facilities in there. You find out that you could. There's an old shed out back or an old garage that nobody's using anymore. And if you cleaned it up, you can start renting the garages out to the people in the apartments, and that could help increase rent, whatever it may be. So you find out before you do it that you can increase the value of this property. Then you go to a hard money guy and say, look, I need $20,000 from you. I'll pay off over the next whatever. I'll give you a certain amount of money per month. Partner on this with me. Maybe you make a partnership or just say I need the money because maybe you don't have any money. But this is what I found, and this is what I can do. This is how much I can increase the value, and I'll put you second place on this mortgage, and that way your $20,000 is secure or whatever else by second time. And then these people, you take over the payments, you can close it right at a title company. Most commercial loans are assumable. Probably 95% of commercial loans are assumable. But you have to show the numbers, show that you can make it happen. So here's what's great about it, is the mortgage company, you can use what as income? The rents. So even if you're barely making it, or maybe you've only got maybe $500 at the end of the month from whatever job you have right now, you just increased your monthly income by $2,000 because of the cash flow that you're making. So they'll count 80% because they have a little bit of vacancy rate that they average in. So 80% of the rent, they'll make that come right into your income, and most of the time you can qualify to take over the mortgage. And then if you have a guy that thinks outside the box, like a local bank, and say, this place is run down, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to increase the value like this because the rents haven't been done. So now you just show them on paper, and they understand it because it's a commercial guy. You say, he's only been charging $450 a month rent. I can get $650. So times that by 8. I just increased the value by this, and then you times that by 10. That's how they come up with it. And then you come up with your cap rate,
which is another, which I could go into that forever. I'm sorry, I don't mean to go too deep into this, but it's awesome. It really is. Once you understand multifamily, it is so much fun to play in it because there's so much you can do to increase value. And the opportunity right now is huge, guys, because baby boomers are retiring. So if you find something like this, call me. I'll drive down here. It's only 3.5 hours. 82 miles an hour, Diet Coke and sunflower seeds. I could be here in 3.5 hours. That's why I went to the Taco Bell to get my Crunch Wrap this morning. I pulled in right at 3 hours, or 3 hours and 30 minutes, 3.5 hours. So I'll come down, I'll partner with you on it. You find a deal that we can make something happen, I'll come up with the money, we'll increase the value, and we can even flip it. Here's a great thing too, is a lot of people, big money people, are wanting to put their money into commercial. And they don't even care if the cap rates, so here's cap rate. Cap rate is you take how much it cash flows, what the property's worth, and it comes up with an average of a cap rate. 10 is good. Anything higher than 10 is awesome. 10 is good. Anything lower than 10, if it says like it's an 8% cap rate or 6%, run from it. But because it doesn't cash flow very well. It's all about cash flow is what you call a cap rate. So, but people that are like, say you got somebody that's a multimillionaire that just wants to dump his money into property, he don't care about the cap rate that much. He just wants something that cash flows or someplace he can put his money. So if you increase the value of this place, increase the rents, make the cap rate, because you can play with it depending on how you make the maintenance costs, everything else. You can make cap rate around 8-9%, make it appealing for an investor, turn around and flip it, make $150,000 on one deal. Just by, go ahead.
Does the cap rate stand for like capital rate? Or what?
No, it's, I'll look it up. I know what it is. It's, Google it. Google cap rate and you'll see what it is. Yeah. Sorry. I know what it is. I don't know why. As soon as you asked me, if you wouldn't ask me, I could have told you. So.
Capitalization rate.
There you go.
The rate of return on real estate.
There you go. There you go. So it's your rate of return. Yeah. So it averages out, and you average that over 10 years. There's a formula, and I'll share the formula with you. I've got it in one of my books that you times this and divide it by this, and you come up with your cap rate. Here's what's funny is you see all the time somebody's got like a duplex, and they tell you what the cap rate is. Cap rate doesn't even affect anything lower than a fourplex, because fourplex and lower are considered residential. So unless it's a fiveplex or higher, then the cap rate really matters. But I think sometimes a realtor will put it on there because investors understand what a cap rate is, and so they look at it because it's a 10 and they're like, yeah, probably, I don't know, So, any more questions on that? It's pretty awesome stuff, guys. I could do a whole day just on multifamily. A whole day. We could get into how to split. You can take a sixplex, and if it's got 2x6 walls, because most sixplexes, they have a stairway that's in the middle, and they got 2x6 walls on one side and 2x6 walls on the other side. So you can split it down the middle and create two different addresses. So a sixplex is worth, say, $400,000, but two threeplexes, a threeplex and a threeplex are worth $300,000. So you just increase your value by splitting the property and just made $200,000.
Kind of cool, huh?
Really cool.
So I just wanted to add real quickly, because the Limitless real estate community, every month we do a one-day training similar to this. It's called Breakthrough Training. Every quarter, we do a 3-day deep training. Our first one was just last month. Our second one's coming up in January. But imagine taking an entire day, or at least half a day, and only talking about commercial real estate and ways that you can get into it without your money or your credit necessarily, and creatively come up with opportunities. And so while Jason's given this broad overview, we just want you to know that when you're in the community, we go deep into this stuff, and we'll bring in other experts too. Jason's an expert, I'm an expert, but imagine bringing in like a Mark Kohler or some friends of ours or other people that this is all they do, and they can come in and teach. And you'll learn a few of the other things that we have in the community, but I just want you to just plant that seed in your mind as you're listening to this, and he's reviewing things. We go into these in details in our quarterly trainings in great detail. So it's awesome.
Awesome, thank you. I got a formula that I use in Boise that I in fact, I'll give that to you. I'll have to email it to you. I don't have it with me, but in fact, do you get everybody's emails? Everybody's got them. Maybe I'll put it on the Facebook the Facebook page. So it's a formula on how to make sure that it's a good deal. I have a formula of putting how much square footage it is, what the price is, what the tax assessed value is. I've got 3 or 4 things I stick in there, and it'll, at the end on my iPad, it'll say whether it's a good deal. It's a green light or a red light.
And it's based on your zip code or your area?
It's based on my stuff, on what I figured out on how I assess the deal, and I just wanted to make it faster, and I got bored one night and made this little spreadsheet, and it's really cool.
So you'll share that?
Yeah, you betcha. You betcha. All right, so hopefully I didn't blow anybody away with this. Is everybody pretty understanding of it? I mean, you got the concept of it, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the whole thing of increasing value. In fact, the big thing in Vegas was condominiumizing storage units. That was a huge deal. People would buy a storage unit, and they do lease options. You could buy just the unit. So if you're buying the unit, they just increase the value because they just individualized every single unit. Yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of creative ways to increase value. Then if you have your book of business and say, I own this whole storage unit complex, and there's mortgages on every single one of them, and you hold the mortgage to them, how'd you just increase the value for another investor to come in and buy it? Has anybody has anybody read the book Building a Business That Warren Buffett Would Buy? Anybody read that? You got to read it. It's awesome. So it's about the story of R.C. Willey, which is right here in town. And Warren Buffett bought R.C. Willey not because it was a furniture store, but because at one time R.C. Willey was the biggest lender in the state of Utah for all the furniture and appliances they had. They financed everything in there. And so Warren Buffett bought it because he's like, holy cow, this guy's making a killing off financing all this stuff, regardless of whether it's furniture. He wanted it because of what they were financing. It was a fascinating book. Fascinating book. Another good book is the one on Larry, Building a Business That Warren Buffett Would Buy. Bill Childs is the guy that started R.C. Willey. And I actually got to see, I went to a seminar that he spoke at in Boise, and he actually signed, autographed my book when I bought it. But it's a really good book. Another good one is the one that Larry H. Miller just wrote. Oh no, he didn't write it, but his biography, the one that came off right after he died, and that was one of the reasons why I went on a diet plan and lost some weight, because Warren Buffett. I was about 275 pounds when I was over in Boise, and all I did was eat at night. I ate the sampler platter at Applebee's, which was about 3,500 calories, 11 o'clock at night, and then I'd go home and wonder why I couldn't sleep, right? And snore like crazy and whatever else. So anyways, I figured out I got to do something else. So I exercise every day. I do CrossFit, and I'm down, a lot. I'm about 210, 215 now, and hopefully lose some more. But I feel awesome. And one of the reasons why I did it is because of Larry H. Miller's book. And because this guy builds a huge empire worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he dies at age 65. That's horrible. Yeah. Then his wife's going to go off and marry some young guy, and they're going to go spend all that money together. My wife's not going to marry some young guy. She's going to spend that money with me. Okay? So if you're not healthy, that's a reason to get healthy. That was what did it for me. It was that and my wife recording me choking to death in the middle of the night. She recorded me on audio. I was like, that's not me. So she had to video it. And I'm like, holy cow. I'm actually stopped breathing in the middle of the night. So, choking on my neck fat. All right.
What was that book called?
Which one?
Larry Miller?
It's just his biography.
Oh, okay.
It's just like Larry H. Miller's biography, or maybe it's called A Winning Team. Maybe that's what it's called. I'm trying to remember. I don't read books. I listen to them. I don't like to read. In fact, I don't even like people that like to read. They're always reading. You know what I mean? Constantly reading. No, I'm just kidding. My wife's a reader. That's why I always have to say that. When she's in the room, she used to go, oh, what? Because she's constantly reading. But I listen to books. I listen to one all the way down here, and I'll listen to one all the way back. I love listening. The more books you can listen to, the better. The information's free. Audible, if you're not a member of that, get it. You get a free book every week, every year, or every month. And if you keep buying and ordering them, you can put them in the queue. Somebody says, hey, this is a good book, you need to read it. You get right into Audible, and you can put it in your queue, and you'll get it 2 months or 3 months down the road. Then you've got it, and you plug your phone in, and you're listening to an awesome book. Listen to books. Don't waste time just sitting staring at a windshield or talking on the phone. Do something for yourself. Listen, it's done wonders for me. That's the reason why I'm not driving a truck up and down the interstate. I had UPS University and a tape deck and a CD player. And I'm a firm believer that's the reason why I'm not there anymore. And I got addicted to listening to the knowledge. And I just suck it up anywhere I can go. So that's part of that. Market changes consistently. Educate yourself. Educate yourself, educate yourself. Keep going. I've spent tons of money on education, and I don't regret it all. One of my good buddies, one of my old business partners, Ben Etcheverria, over in Boise, called me 2 days ago, Gary. I haven't heard from him for almost a year. He called me and said, hey, I'm about 3 hours away from your house. Can I stay the night? Sure. Yeah, just like Tuesday night. So I'm like, sure. So he stopped in, and we sat and chatted, and both of us agreed the education is what got us through the economy. People that weren't educated didn't know what they were doing. They didn't have a network. They didn't make it. They lost the real estate. They lost everything they had. they had to go out and get a regular job, which okay. I'm not saying anything about some people have jobs because you have to have jobs, right? But they're not in the game anymore. But most of the people that got education, most of the people that networked very well, most people had a community they could rely on. We were able to weather the storm, and when you weather the storm, you come out so much better on the other side. So much better. So education is a huge, huge deal. I don't know how much money I've got invested in education between personal development and books on CDs and then real estate education. I'll bet I'm $100,000 or more. I would imagine. Hope my wife won't see this and know that I spent $100,000. So build your credit score. Buy your first home when reasonably possible. Prepare to buy your first income property when reasonably possible. Educate yourself. This is a big one. Credit score isn't a huge deal, but for most people, it's got to be. I haven't used a credit score for almost 8 years now. I don't use them for anything. I pay cash for my vehicles. I buy all my properties either with hard money or my own cash. Credit is, for somebody to tell me what I'm worth because of some stupid score, just ticks me off. And I hate being any part of the system or the man, or be beholden to the man. I hate it. And the reason why is because I've become real cynical because of this economy. It knocked a lot of people out. And I think it was because we're told lies a lot to ourselves as we're growing up on this is the way things have to happen. And they don't have to happen that way. There's so many other ways that you can make money, so many other ways, different ways of thinking. It's a broken system. To pack us all into a schoolhouse that looks like a factory and make us punch a time card because they're producing. If anybody ever read the book, The Jefferson, hold on a second. It's about Thomas Jefferson. It's either The Jefferson Factor or The Jefferson Education.
Thomas Jefferson Education?
Yeah, but I can't remember what it's called. Is that what it's called? Okay, maybe that's what it's called. Fascinating book. He talks about education. Public education was never meant for you and me. It wasn't. It was for just people to bring them out of poverty, they're into depression, and to get them factory jobs. Public education was never meant for the masses. The private school and private tutors was what the wealthy used. Public education, now it's became so widely used, they cram us all into a room with 50 kids and one teacher teach you all the same thing, all the same way. It's a nightmare. And then they wonder why things are failing. Go ahead.
In that book, he called, and I love to use it. Use the mic here. Thomas Jefferson Education, basically, I like the way he terms it. There's a difference between education and training. And what you're talking about is they're training us.
Yeah.
They're training us in the public systems. It's not bad that it's not necessarily all terrible that you get trained. We obviously want to be trained, but we also want to be educated, which means we know how to think, we know how to do exactly what you're talking about with this real estate thing.
I was one of those kids that didn't learn like everybody else. I was one of those kids, if ADD would have been invented back then, I would have been classified as ADD. They would have thrown a whole bunch of drugs in me, and I would have became a zombie over in the corner, sucking on my thumb probably. Once I got into high school, I had some tests. My mom, bless her heart, she was like, he's just fine. He learns just fine. He just learns differently. And so she ran all sorts of different tests and tried to figure out what was going on and how I, figured it out. And it wasn't until I served an LDS mission in upstate New York, and I was at the Grandin building. If anybody knows what the Grandin building is, if you don't, that's fine. I was reading something on one of the placards, and this lady was sitting there. She goes, "Would you read that for me again?" And I'm like, "Sure." So I read it for her again. And she goes, "Hold on a second." She goes, "Come over here." She opened up this big old bag, and she says, Can I spend like 10 minutes with you? She was a sister missionary, an elderly couple missionary. I was like, sure. So she started drilling me all sorts of questions. She goes, I want you to write down a few things. I want you to repeat a few things. And so I repeated, and I did a bunch of things. I'm like, this is really weird. And she goes, has anybody ever told you that you're dyslexic? And I was like, no. She goes, you're severely dyslexic. She goes, you probably didn't graduate from high school. Yes. I said, yeah, I did. She goes, you did? And she goes, what'd you graduate with? I said a 3.5, 3.8, depending on, my senior year overall was like a 3.8. She goes, no way that you did that on as bad as your dyslexia is. And she goes, okay. So she called mission president right then. She goes, I want to spend 2 days with Elder Andrus. She goes, because she was down here in Utah, and she was a huge deal on a couple of her kids were dyslexic, and she used to teach trainings and all sorts of stuff. So she spent 2 days with me figuring out how I learned. And she figured out just because of having to, because nobody knew what was going on, I developed my own way to figure out how to do numbers. My wife will give me a math problem, and I'll figure it out. And she goes, I have no idea how you got to that point, but you got to the point. Because I had to figure out how to do it. Same with reading. My reading was horrible, but I had to figure out how to understand words and how to put them together so that I could pass a class. So anyway, she tested me, and once I figured out that was going on, then I was able to figure more stuff out, and I've become an avid reader. I can read anything. I hate it, but I can read anything now. Where before, the reason why I didn't like reading is because I couldn't read. I mean, I could read the words, but it didn't make any sense. They were all over the page. And anyways, I don't even remember why I was going down that rabbit hole. What was that all? Just educate yourself, all right? Educate yourself. Sorry, there's my dyslexia right there, okay? I'm scattered all over the place. ADD, there you go. I'm all over the place. But any questions on any of this? These are some books that he already talked about that I suggest if you haven't read yet. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Jackrabbit Factor, Science of Getting Rich. Anybody read that before? Yeah. Awesome.
Yes, except you've got the wrong name.
For who?
The Science of Getting Rich is by Wallace.
No, it's Napoleon Hill. Nope. Wallace D. Wattles was the... no, it's not the Science of Getting Rich. It's Wallace D. Wattles is what?
Think and Grow Rich.
Oh, sorry. Okay, you're right. They both did the same book, basically. You're right.
So which one do you want us to read?
Napoleon Hill's. Read Napoleon Hill's. Okay. The one Wallace D. Wattles is like dog boring, and it's horrible. In fact, just to get through it, you want to drive yourself over on a car. Okay, so do Napoleon Hill's. Think and Grow Rich. Yeah, Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. Sorry, that's right. That was wrong. And then Laws of Success is awesome. If you're LDS, Sterling W. Seal was a general authority, and he puts an LDS spin on the Science of Getting Rich and Think and Grow Rich. So, and it's awesome. In fact, I was at the Olive Garden. This is funny. So I was at the Olive Garden in Idaho Falls, and there's this lady that was the host, and her last name was Seal, S-I-L-L. And I'm like, no way. I said, the only person I know is Sterling W. And she goes, yeah, that's my grandpa. I'm like, are you kidding me? She goes, that's your grandpa? And she's like, yeah. I said, hold on 2 seconds. I ran out to my pickup. I had my copy, and I had her sign it. She goes, no way. I was like, yeah, sign it. I said, I love that book. That book, I've got it outlined and tabbed, and it's awesome. So any of those books, if you haven't read them, read them. They're worth reading. And most of those, some of them you can get on audio. The Laws of Success, you can't.
The Red Jackrabbit Factor, you can't either. I just tried it.
On audio?
Audible.
Oh, not on Audible, but you can get it on audio. You can order it. Yeah.
Not through Audible.
Not through Audible. You're right. But you can get it on CD or tape. Actually, I don't know if you can get tape anymore. Does anybody do tape anymore? I don't know.
Probably a vintage store somewhere.
I'm really not that old, but my family was, my dad was an owner-operator truck driver, so we were the last person in the world to have TV, last person to ever upgrade anything in technology. So I grew up watching old TV shows and whatever else. So this is one of my favorite quotes. That which we persist in doing becomes easier to do, not because the thing itself is easier, but because our ability to do so has increased. So another one that I like, which I don't know who said it, but I say it all the time, so if I ever quote it, I always put my name down there because you can't find out who the author is. But if you want something you've never had, you got to do something you've never done. And I'm a firm believer of that. If you want something different, you got to do something different. What's the definition of insanity?
Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results.
Exactly. What was going to happen if I spent 30 years at UPS? I'd wear brown clothes and drive back and forth from Idaho Falls to Salt Lake. That was it. And I was like, I cannot do this for 30 years. I can't do it. There's no way I can do this for 30 years. They're a great company. If I ship anything, I do it Big Brown. There's nobody better. Okay? Just so you know. But to work there, I just couldn't do it anymore. I felt like I was just wasting away way too much butt time in a seat. And that's when I got on fire when I started listening to books and people were telling me, you can do anything. If you can think it, you can conceive it, you can make it happen. And for a guy who barely graduated from high school, who was diagnosed later with severe dyslexia, to be able to do the stuff I do in real estate now, to have the real estate portfolio that we have now, to be married to the hottest person in history, who I'm very passionate in love with. She's awesome. And 4 awesome kids. Who would have thought? Literally. And real estate, I feel like, and reading has done that for me.
A dyslexic loan officer. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I got to where I could figure it out. And you had to. It was either that or you died, right? So I had to figure out how to work with my, I don't want to call it disability because I didn't think it was. I think it's part of my brilliance. I think it's why I'm able to evaluate deals fast, able to make things happen. Yep. I think it's part of who I am and what makes me click. So that's the end of my presentation for that part. Do you want to take a 2-minute break? You want to jump in or
questions?
what?
Any questions?
Oh, yeah, any questions? Go big time questions.
Got to use the mic though if you got questions. Anybody?
When's the pizza coming?
When's the pizza coming?
Should
Pizza
be
dude.
here within 15 minutes.
Awesome.
Why? Are you going to leave or something if it's not?
You have a question?
Pretty much honestly, again, back to the practical application, which I'm glad you break it down to that. It still is enormous to really try to break down and digest and say where's
Which part?
Just where to start, period. Finding a single family home that we can fix and flip, you know what I mean?
Yes,
Just
so let's go back to this right there.
Right.
So this is what I suggest everybody does. If you have not done anything in real estate and all you do is own your home, if you don't own your own home, work on getting that done. Get your own home bought. Get out of an apartment, get out of renting. That's your first goal. And if you have to build a credit score to make that happen, do that first off, okay? So if you own your own home, great. Then prepare to buy your first income property. And if you have to do 30-year fixed loan, you have to put $20,000 down, then make that happen. But my suggestion is, which later on today we're going to get in creative financing, I suggest you buy your first property that way. Then you got no money out of pocket. You've done it creatively. You don't have to use your own credit. Let's get the first property under your belt. And if it's an income property, great. At least you got a property under your belt. Get the first one done. Then after you get the first one done, then let's go get you another one. Go ahead.
I'm assuming you talked about that you need that cushion of 10 to 15,000. I'm assuming once you get those first things in place, then you try and put that 10 to 15 in place so you can do more. But it's getting that 10 to 15 in place that you're not going to make it on just your normal paycheck.
Now see, here's awesome. I'm glad you brought that up. Because if you can find a place for your first income property, you can use the mortgages in place. You can, take over the payments, give them some money down. Here's what's awesome about lease options or subject twos. So there's a property that a guy, I had an investor who wanted to buy a property. He didn't want to use any of his own money, or he didn't want to use his credit, but he had money. I found the property. I just wanted cash flow. I wanted to create as much cash as I could so that I could go out and buy more property. So I found a property that a guy was going to lose into foreclosure. I said, look, we'll take over the payments. We'll close at a title company. I went on title. He still had the mortgage in his place. We close it. It's totally legal, at the title company. And the reason why I always close everything in a title company is so that they feel like they've actually closed the property. They go to a title company, they feel like, okay, the property's not mine anymore. If you close it at Denny's, then they're like, so is my property mine? So you want to make sure that the documents are there, it's done officially, and the property's yours. So then I turned around and I subleased this out to this other guy, okay? So I tied it up. I got the mortgage I tied up the property, so I had deed to the property, but I didn't have the mortgage on my property, but I was responsible for making that payment. And then, just to answer your question, so I make my payments to the title company. The title company pays the mortgage for me. It costs you about $2 a month to do that. Well worth the money, because the bank's gonna wanna see it come from a title company and not from me. And then if he's gonna cash flow at all, like say this guy, the payment is $600 a month, I'm going to give him $700 a month, so he gets $100 a month. Then the title company cuts his check to $100 a month. So that way, another reason why I do that is because then my on-time payments are recorded to a title company. If you just do it yourself, exactly, and then you can refinance from a title company that you've been making payments on, if you want to, which is another. So here, let's keep it basic. Sorry, I don't mean to. I go off on tangents all the time. I'm sorry. Okay, so you tie up the property.
You just have to slow down each step.
Yes. So you tie up the property, right? You take over the payments. So he's out of the picture. He closes the title company. Now I went and found this guy who's got money that he wants to invest in real estate, but he doesn't want any mortgage at all. He had an IRA. So he gave me $20,000 to take over the property. And we closed the title company also. So I subleased the property to him. His down payment was $20,000. Then he found his own renter, put a renter in it, and then he held onto the property for however long. Now that 20 grand's mine. He did it with his IRA, so his IRA became, which we'll talk about later, became his partner in that mortgage. The mortgage was still in place. He made the payment to the title company. I stepped out.
So yeah, at what point did your name come out of there?
Yep, I came out right as soon as I subleased it to him. So I'm still on there because I'm responsible to him, and now he's responsible to me, but he made the payment to the title company. The title company paid him the cash flow. The rest of the money went right to the bank. So I got the 20 grand I could do whatever I want with. He got a property that's got a ton of equity in it. He's got a renter, so he's getting cash flow. This guy's payments being made that he couldn't make anymore. So we had 3 different people that were happy as could be. And then I took that 20 grand. What's that?
Everybody got their $200.
Exactly. And then I took that 20 grand. I went out and bought another property. pretty awesome. Now, what did I have invested into that? Nothing. A little time, but I got $20,000. In fact, I went to his work it was Rick. You remember Rick? No? I can't remember his last name now. Isn't that crazy? He gave me 20 grand. I can't remember his last name. Rick. Lives behind Wood Funeral Home. Anyways.
Ricky Ricardo.
There you go. It was Rick. Anyways, he gave me the $20,000. He rented out the property. He rented it for about 4 years. And then he sold it. In fact, he lease optioned it to the guy that rented it. He got $10,000 from him to pay back his 20 grand. And I helped him facilitate that. I forgot that point of it. So then he rented it for about 3 years. He ended up selling it, and he made, I think, $30,000 equity off the place. Plus he got all the months rent for the last 3 years.
So basically what it boils down to is if I'm smart, then we can do 2 or 3 deals and get that cushion there, so then I can more safely go on to doing some of the bigger stuff.
Exactly. That comes part with the massive income to the passive income, because that's really, we all want to build passive income. Isn't that what we want? My goal is to have 20 properties paid off in the next 20 years, or next 10 years. When I turn 53, I want 20 properties bought and paid for that's cash flowing me every bit of it. I don't have to put that money in any mortgage at all. And you can make that happen. But it's all about making the massive income and taking that massive income, putting it into the passive income. And take that massive income and invest it into more massive income, right? For your seed money, for your fix and flips, for your rehab costs, whatever it may be. Go find a hard money lender, have him forward. Because most hard money lenders, they aren't going to fund everything. They are going to fund buying the property and the rehab of the property. But they'll do one or the other. I've got some hard money lenders, as long as I'm buying the property with my money, then they'll fund the rehab. Or if they fund it and they buy it, then I fund the rehab. Does that make sense? And as long as you find them, it is a win-win. And some of those hard money guys, they want to do as many as I can make happen. And if you find a good hard money lender, they'll become your best friend. They'll want to do deal after deal after deal, because you're making them more money than they could ever think of making. There's one that's a doctor, and he loves just having a deal because he can talk to his buddies on the golf course and say, hey, I just made $25,000 on a real estate deal I flipped. What? I mean, it's crazy. And then I get a phone call, hey, I've got some money I'd like to put in. Then you just found another hard money lender. Most of those guys, though. So here's something that's very important. There's a difference between hard money and private money. Okay? The difference is private money doesn't know they're hard money. Okay? It's a huge difference. Okay? Hard money lenders, I only use hard money lenders if I'm desperate, because they are expensive. They want 3 or 4 points up front. They want 6-8% interest. They want to be paid every single month. But if for the right deal and you need the money, plus those hard money lenders are a little more apt to be a little more, I don't know, they want to be on title. They want everything. A private money lender, which may be your grandma or your uncle or whatever else, you're still going to give them a return. You're still going to put them on title so they feel secure in their property. You're still going to make them either monthly payments or pay them a percentage of the property, whatever you want to make happen. But private money is a lot cheaper than hard money.
So I'm assuming for private money, and you're finding these people with the IRAs or these big whatever. How many questions went out of my head?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Gosh, it'll come back to me.
It's all right.
There was a question about how the money goes back to them and how it's done, if it just goes directly back
to their IRA.
To the IRA.
If they take any of that in cash, then they're taxed on it, and they have a penalty also, because they're not 55 or whatever the age is, 57. I think it's 57 and a half, I think is what the age is before you can start taking money out of your IRA. Or 59 and a half, there you go. Or if you have a certain amount of money in your IRA. Like we got a good buddy, he's got like $2 million in his self-directed IRA. The government called, or the tax, it said, you need to start taking some money out. He's only like 50 years old. Because they want that completely empty by the time he dies. That's how the retirement plans works. So if you get that much money in there, then they're going to call and say, okay, you got to start taking $1,000 a month, because you're getting way too much money in here, and it's all tax-free inside there. Once you pull it out, then you get taxed. So does that make sense?
How can they force them to take it out early?
Hey, just because they're the IRS, they sure can. Because it's a self-directed IRA, it's because of what it is. If it was a different type of entity, then they can't force it. But because a self-directed IRA can only, you have to talk to Mark. Let me text that out, because I don't want to say something that
It's before age 59 and a half, they 10% penalized.
Yeah, but I think there's a clause in there if you get so much in there, because they want you to drain it before you die.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, let me. I'll find out about that.
Top dollar limits in there.
Yeah, there's a limit in there, and I can't remember what it is, but they'll force you to start having to take it. So does that make sense? Just talk to people. Talk to your friends, your relatives, especially this Thanksgiving's coming up, Halloween's coming up, Christmas is coming up. Talk to people. Tell them what you've gone and seen. Say, hey, I've just joined this Limitless real estate community, and man, it really seems like there's something here I could do, and I think I could find some deals. There's some great people. This guy from Idaho Falls is unbelievable. He's awesome. No, you don't have to say it. But just, say, I really think we make some happen, and I'm looking for a partner. I know you have a big IRA, or I know you've got some money. Would you want to partner in on it? They may say no. You may ask 10 people before somebody says yes. But what I do to the people that say no, once I get a deal done, I send them the numbers of what I just did. I said, hey, I just want you to show you what I did. I just bought this house for $20,000. I put $10,000 into it. We just sold it for $60,000. And the guy that I borrowed money from not only got his money back, but he made $8,000 in 3 months. That's a pretty good return. And then send it to him again. And after a while, you see him at the next Christmas party the next year. He's like, hey, you know what? You've been doing pretty good with this. I'd like to sit down and talk with you. I might want to fund some of this. Because they're not getting that much out in the stock market. Not at all. And you might find somebody here in the community that's got an IRA that wants to self-direct. And I tell you, money follows the deal. It's hard to talk to somebody into giving you money unless you have a deal. Once you have a deal and they can see the potential, people are motivated by fear of loss, hope of gain. And if they see that and say, wow, if I fund that, I could put $30,000 back into my IRA. That's huge. And it looks like it's pretty secure. She looks like she knows what she's doing. I'm going to help you fund that. And after we eat pizza, and maybe my next time coming up, and after he does his deal and I do my fix and flip, my last one, I'm going to talk about how to get a self-directed IRA and how you partner with your self-directed IRA to make that happen. If you want to hear about that type of stuff? Okay. And some tax advantages stuff.
Awesome, brother.
Pizza here?
No, but give him a big hand.
Awesome.
One more thing. Thank you very much, Jason.
You bet.
Tag it up. I'm going to trade you spots for a sec. So what I want to do while we're waiting for pizza to officially arrive, as soon as it's here, though, you can all just get up and leave me. And bring this closer. I zoomed in the camera so it can get a lot of this, and I'm going to show you a couple things. One thing that's really neat, when you're in the Limitless real estate community, you have tools. Now, Regina was asking some really, really good questions, and I hear different comments being made and questions. Would it be nice to know how to know if a deal is a deal? How do you know if a deal is a deal? Does that make sense? Something you'd like to know? How do you know if a deal is a deal? How do you approach the homeowner? Would that be nice? And if you could know how to approach a homeowner, then what do you say to them? How do you build rapport? How do you build trust? How do they trust you? How can you help provide a solution to them that makes sense to them? And in the community, we have training tools that you have access to 24/7. There's actually a total of $6,000 worth of training materials that we have for all of the members of the Limitless real estate community. And one of those I'm going to delve into real quick, and I'm going to just kind of walk you through it, maybe show it to you just a little bit so you can kind of get an idea of what it is. And just know that this is why our community is so valuable, because seriously, we've got abilities to give you step-by-step tools to help you do your deals. And just go find them real quick here. One of them is this program called Flipster, and I'm not even talking about that one yet. But this is one of the other tools. This is how it automates your business. This tool you all will get, all of our community members get access to. This really is $400 a month if you want to go subscribe to it on your own. It'll be, it costs you $5,000 a year to subscribe to this. It's provided free in the Limitless real estate community. But this is weekly investing tips, training materials, and the training in here is awesome. But the big thing about Flipster, the Flipster system, is it actually will help you go out. It'll analyze deals for you. And it's really designed for someone who is starting investing and has done a deal and is starting to do deals. And this program helps you systematize and businessify your investing business. Businessify, that's right. It's like when I watch sports and they make up words while the athletes are out there on the field, like, they've got some really good sports skills. And they say things out there like business-atize. Yeah, but with a sports twing. And maybe I'm thinking that because I was up till 1:15 in the morning because that's how late it was when I got out of the BYU stadium after double overtime last night. And that was cool. Anyone watch the game? Yeah. Like trickery. That was a good trickery play. Where does the trickery word come from? And strategery. There you go. Here's a side note. My wife didn't think travesty was a word. In fact, she thought tragedy was the word. And I said, oh man, that's such a travesty. She goes, you mean travesty? Now, this is the only time I've ever been right against my wife on anything, for a fair record. And I said, no, tragedy is something bad. Travesty is different than tragedy. Travesty is it's a travesty. And she's like, no, it's not. And I finally got to look it up. This was before Google was even out when I had to prove this to her. And sure enough, it was a word. And then we just were watching someone give a talk, and they used tragedy and travesty in the same sentence. And I didn't say a word. My wife looked at me, though, and she knew I could have said something to her. But I know when to keep my voice calm. But this Flipster program, it really will, you can type in a zip code, and it will go in there, and with that zip code that you type in anywhere in America, it will pull all of the deals in that zip code that are active on the market today through Trulia, that are active, that are at that area's zip code's average retail price or below. Now, why would it be important to be able to just type in a zip code, and the only deals it shows you are deals that are listed less than the average price per square foot? So in Utah Valley right now, the average price per square foot on a home is $107 a square foot. So if you type in the zip code 84057, it will only pull up properties on the market that are less than $107 a square foot. And it tells you what the price is per square foot. And for an investor, that's kind of nice because it can weed out all the stuff that's out there. It just kind of weeds it out for you. And it does other techniques and ways that you can look at things and analyze deals. But it's a deal analyzer. It can make offers for you. It's an offer maker deal as well. And let's see if we're... You are just now part of the Limitless real estate community. You have to be part of the community, which you just became. And myself and Sasha need to get you your access. And so anyone watching this, by the way, that's on the live stream, that's part as well, and for you, you can email Sasha at strongbrook.com. And she'll be here in a few minutes because she's bringing the pizza. But she'll make sure you get your logins for Flipster and for the Epic Academy. Pizza and a login. There you go. Can't beat that. So it helps you find deals. It helps you analyze deals. It will actually make offers for you, literally clicking buttons and making offers. Full contracts to the agent, to wherever you want to send it to. Yep. And it will help you find cash buyers. It'll help you, by the way, this is all stuff that you can all go out and do on your own. You can subscribe to services that are data collectors, and say, I want to know all the people, give me 100 people a month that buy properties in Utah for cash, or they buy properties in Idaho for cash. And this system gives you 100 a month. So every month you get a new 100 people that have bought properties for cash in your state. And it's state specific. So if you type in one state, once you log in, it's that state. And it costs us money to provide that for you, so we only give you 100 a month, but every month we'll give you a new 100. But you have to tell the system to do that, and we have trainings on how to do all of this. And part of our 3-day training that we do, we dedicate one of those days to these systems to help you. But I just want you to know that you have these tools, okay? And it has private money lenders, the one that says, I want funding up there on the bottom right. It actually can connect you with private money people to where when you have a deal and you have the deal under contract and the contract is in Flipster system because you're making the offers through the system. Remember, this is not when you're a newbie and you're doing your first deal. This is when you're doing deals and you're kind of trying to businessify your business. And when you want funding, you can present the deal that's under contract, and actually have text messages and phone calls go to people that are private money lenders. People that are private money lenders that you won't even know, that are probably not even in the state. That the system buys this access every month and it spits it out to you only when you have a deal under contract. The reason you have to have a deal under contract and signed is because you don't want someone looking at a deal that you don't have control over. You might want to assign it off, or you actually want to buy it. You've got to have the deal under contract. And the system knows that, and tutorials walk you through it. And this isn't the time to do it. I'm just trying to just let you know that we have access to this for you. And anyone can order this. It's a good friend of mine. It's his program, but he's part of our Limitless real estate community. He's one of our educators and trainers. His name is Jerry Norton, and he's a huge real estate investor. And he now lives here in Utah, but he's from Michigan, where he's cut his teeth in real estate. So this is just one tool. I just wanted to show it to you as much as I just did. But here's the other tool. This tool is the Epic Pro Academy, and this you also get a login for. And so, Donald, you'll get 2 logins, one for the Flipster program and one for this is pure training. This is training that whether you're an experienced investor or a newbie, this is for you. I still use this today and refer to this. And I've only had access to this myself this year. But as you can see, it's got training on how to find deals, and every one of these is a clickable link, if you can see what I mean. So what I'm going to do right now, it helps you find deals, secure deals, promote your deals, teaches you how to do it, how to analyze deals, and how to close your deals. And so I really like the fact, because you could drill into this and you can say, well, what's the most effective method to the rest of your deals? How do you create a marketing plan? Well, what is FSBO attraction marketing? For sale by owner attraction marketing. And these are all video modules that you can watch 24/7. We're going to watch one in a second that's 8 minutes long. It's one of my, it's just a really good one. How to promote yourself on Craigslist, how to promote on Zillow as a rental manager, how to promote on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on different social media, how to use bandit signs for buyers. Do you know what are bandit signs? Do we know what bandit signs are? Those little signs you see on the corner that says, we buy houses, right? We buy houses. Don't get it confused with the ones on the corner that say real estate investor seeks apprentice. And don't call those, because 99 times out of 100, it's not an investor doing deals. It's someone that's bought investor education, and there's a marketing plan with that says if you go find people that join this education program and you refer them, you can get half the commission of that $20,000 program. So they're put those signs out there, real estate investor seeks apprentice. And the reason I know this is because I bought their program years ago, and that was one sign I detested. I never put that sign up because it just ticked me off. Because if I'm an investor and I'm seeking someone to do deals with, I really want to find someone I can do deals with, not someone I can say, hey, well, I'm not really doing deals, but if you come to this meeting and you can learn about how to be an investor, and then we can teach you how to go put out signs like this, because when people join this program, you can get a big commission for it. And I'm just not a fan of that. I'm a fan of the we buy houses signs, because you call those people, and these are people that are doing deals. Maybe they're wholesalers. But I would call those. I would take pictures of those when you see them and note where they are, and then call it and network with that person. So you have a sign that says, we buy houses. Tell me about yourself. What do you do? I'm an investor myself. I'm looking for opportunities. And you network with people. It's a great way to network. So most of the bandit signs are legitimate bandit signs. He does trainings on it. One I want you to see, just so you can kind of get a piece of understanding what the content is, number one. But number two, this is really valuable, so I've already loaded this one and I want to share it with you, because this was a really good one. How do you know what deal is a good deal? Would that be good to know? Like, I need to know, what is a deal? How do I know if a deal is a deal? Well, here we are. We have an 8-minute video to watch. And on this 8-minute video, you also have a download right there you can click. And the download at the bottom, it's a qualifying leads and deals. It's a PDF that you can download that teaches you how to qualify people. So not only are you going to be able to watch a video, but you can actually see the PDF and do more training on it. So what I want to do now is watch this 8-minute video while the pizza's getting ready and prepared. And I want you to sit here and watch this. Is the pizza here, Sash? Is it set up? So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to play this and we're going to let it roll. If you want to go get some pizza, come in here. Whatever you want to do. This is 8 minutes long. I'm just going to play it. I'm going to have it turned up kind of loud so our live streamers can hear it, okay? And then we can just kind of watch and get yourself some food too. And feel free to come in here and eat and sit back down.
And after the video, is there a little intermission or something where I can pass around that sign-in sheet? Anybody that didn't sign in, you can see signatures and permission to do it.
So Sasha will be at some point. She's going to come in here and make sure every one of you sign in. You have to get a signature that we have permission to do this, because if you're on camera, if you don't want to be on camera, you can't be in this room. So you need to sign it saying that we have permission in case you're on the camera. Does that make sense? So you need to fill out that form. So thank you, Sasha, for bringing that up. Are you serious? How about we're going to play this, and then when we're done playing this, it's 8 minutes. We're just going to be done for a bit. We'll just keep eating pizza for probably 20 more minutes. But I just want to get it playing so we can move on, just for the interest of time. And besides, I know that you thought I could probably harass you, and you wouldn't be too upset with me because you like me.
Meaning you have leads. So now what? Well, what tends to discourage and derail every new investor more times than not is that they chase too many leads that look like deals, but they're not really deals. I mean, it's easy to do too. I mean, especially when you're getting the hang of your dialing for dollars and your marketing is now making your phone ring. I mean, it's exciting when all of the pieces are coming together, when your lead generation is finally working. It's easy to chase every suspect that you encounter, and you're going to encounter them, lots of them. So until you get some experience under your belt, it can be really tough to sort the suspects from the prospects. And, actually, even with experience, it can be kind of tricky. Now, although there is no foolproof way to avoid wasting time with the suspects, there is a way to avoid wasting a lot of time. It's called qualifying your leads. Now, in the prospecting scripts that I gave you in session B of this lesson, the qualifying is built right into the script. I mean, those two scripts, they're designed to determine whether you have a motivated seller or not in like 2 minutes or less. I mean, you don't have to think about sorting too much when you stick to those scripts. So if you stick to them, the sorting, it's done for you automatically. So, actually before we go over how to tell deals from real deals real quick, let's go over how to qualify your leads when they call you. How to separate the suspects from the prospects. And it only takes 3 simple questions. So the phone rings, and when you answer, the seller on the other end is going to say something along the lines of, I saw your ad in the paper, or I got your yellow letter, or I saw your ugly yellow sign on the side of the road. And in a very relaxed manner, I mean, it's no big deal. You're just going to say, great, tell me about your situation. That's the first thing that you say. Tell me about your situation. And after you say that, just be quiet and listen. Remember your people skills. Listen more than you speak. And when you do speak, ask questions. Now, when they're done telling you their situation, your next question is, what do you want to have happen? And again, listen. What do you want to have happen? You see, if you listened and heard them out with the first question, they're going to tell you exactly what they want to have happen. And why are they going to tell you? Well, they're going to tell you because they're starting to like you. It's funny sometimes how it plays out. I mean, you just listened to their situation, and you showed interest in their situation, and because you were interested, to them, you are now interesting. And people like interesting people. Get it? See how that works? Now, their answer to this question, what do you want to have happen? This is the information that you need to start figuring out how you're going to create a win-win scenario out of this transaction, if they indeed turn out to be a motivated seller. Now, the better you get at getting motivated sellers what they want, the more often you're going to get what you want. So, after they've told you what they want to have happen, your next question will be, if we were able to come to an agreement, how soon would you want to sell? This question right here, this is going to separate the suspects from the prospects. I mean, just like in our phone prospecting scripts, we're listening for motivation and urgency. We want to hear, I want to sell ASAP. We want to hear, I want to sell today. Or even better, we want to hear, I want to sell yesterday. I mean, if you hear any of those or anything of you don't hear any urgency in their words or their voice, you want to be really cautious with regard to how much time you spend with this person. I mean, you can probe a little bit further if you want, but remember, you're looking for sellers that need to sell. That's where your time is going to be best spent, because that's where the deals are. Those are your prospects. And when you find those, and only when you find those, do I recommend setting an appointment to meet the seller in person and visit the property. And here's why. It's my experience that you get a higher percentage of suspects in the people that are calling you than you do in the people that you're calling. When you're calling the sellers on your dialing for dollars, you don't get as many weirdos there. So these 3 questions I just gave you will do most of your sorting for you. Sorting the suspects from the prospects. And that is your first goal when prospecting, is to sort the suspects from the prospects. Leave the suspects alone, all right? Don't waste your time there. Your second goal when prospecting is to establish whether there is a real deal to be had or not. So how do you know which deals are real deals? Well, here's how you know the deals from the real deals, and it's a simple 3-step test. First, is this what you're looking for? I mean, does this property fit the criteria that you set for yourself in session A of this lesson? I mean, does it produce cash or cash flow? Is it in your defined area? Is it the type of property that you're looking for? Is it in the price range of which you're looking? Does it fit your criteria? That's first. Second, is there motivation on the seller's part? I mean, does the seller truly need to sell? Because it's going to be the seller's reason for selling, with a perceived time crunch within which to do it, more than any other factor that will help you get a real deal. And this will be your mantra, as it can save you hours and hours of deliberating whether you have a deal or not. And your mantra is, the foundation of a real deal is the seller's motivation to sell. The foundation of a real deal is the seller's motivation to sell. The foundation of a real deal is the seller's motivation to sell. I mean, your job is to always find out why a seller is selling. And why is that so important? Because the foundation of a real deal is the seller's motivation to sell. And typically, you're going to have to ask the seller many times before you get the real answer. I mean, the answer you get the first time you ask why they're selling is typically just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, the 90% of the real reason, it lies hidden below the surface. But just keep asking, and you will eventually get your answer. And we're going to go over that more in lesson 4. Third, and this is the final test of distinguishing a deal from a real deal. What are the price and terms? You see, to consistently get real deal after real deal and reach the goals that you set for yourself in lesson 1, you must always be controlling one or the other, the price or the terms. Because you're going to buy property in only one of 2 ways. You either pay your price with their terms, or you pay their price with your terms. And what that means is, to make a profit on a deal, you need to either purchase the property for your price, meaning at a steep discount, in their terms, which they typically ask for cash. Or you'll pay their price, and it doesn't even matter really what their price is, and I'll explain in great detail what I mean by that in lessons 4 and 5. But you'll pay their price with your flexible terms. As long as you can control one, you've got a great deal. And I'll repeat that because it's with this mindset that you're going to reach your goals and create your fortunes. As long as you can control one, the price or the terms, you've got a great deal. And very often this is going to happen for you if the deal passes those first 2 tests. Is it what you're looking for? Is there seller motivation? And if you get a yes from those 2 questions, you will typically be able to get your price or your terms, of which defines a real deal. So let's move to property analysis. And this is a part of the business of which many investors are guilty. They're guilty of bad property analysis. And this is a really big deal, meaning, what if you do get to control the price in the real deal that you just found? Well, you better pick the right price. And conversely, if you get control over the terms in your real deal, you better pick the right terms. And that's what good property analysis does for you. It reveals the right price and it reveals the right terms. So we're going to cover all of that in our next lesson, okay? See you there.
Okay, so I really apologize to the live streamers because they really don't get the audio like we do, because that video is not hooked to the technology. So it was just what we could get on the mic. And so I'm listening to it right now. And I'm going, they can hear it. It's just echoey. So anyways, that's good still. But I do kind of apologize for those watching the live stream for that. So what we want to do now is just want to go eat. Yeah, take a break. Let's get some food. We'll reconvene back here in a few minutes, and we're going to go over a worksheet together. But let's take good, 15, 20 minutes, enjoy some connecting, network around with each other, and get some drinks and pizza, and we'll convene. For you on the live stream, we're glad you're here, but we're going to eat pizza without you. So hopefully you'll be enjoying yourself. Go get yourself some pizza or cereal. Get dressed. You're probably still in your pajamas. Whatever you need to do. Gary Heaton, especially you, because I know you're watching and you're probably in your underwear. Other than that, we'll be convening back in about 20 minutes. We're going to just leave the live stream running, though. Oh, Ginger up in Idaho? Sweet. How you doing, brother? Good. How are you? Great. Oh, yeah. So he has no money then? Well, here's the problem. We don't have. Yeah, we got to find an investor willing to buy a house. It's.
Which is going to be a long-term investment. I know this.
Yeah.
I know the years. But not buy.
So.
Does that make sense?
If it's a market you know and a niche you know, which it sounds like it is, you need to find someone that can go in there and put the money down and buy, right? An investor.
So the thing that would work best for me at this point is just to get real quick finders and turnaround. Does that make sense? Like what you said? Because that's kind of how you should start collecting a little bit there and then start investing in other areas. And I need to be turning it really good at that nest before I put in the long term.
Yeah, that sounds exactly right. Yeah, exactly.
So, and the only thing I could do is, number one is, find someone who would be interested in investing in it, which I know would be a great rental area. At this point, that's all. Because there's people out there that rented left and right, but nobody, the income isn't so high that they can, that there's a lot of buyers. Right. Now, most people out there that own those are they've already rented them, so there's nothing for them, or two, they're trying to sell them, so there's still nothing to rent. That's exactly where we're at.
So where does that put you? And then we're trying to help this guy.
Well, I'd like to help him, but I'm also I'm running it by you to see what you think the best is to kind of leave that island so we can help you get money down.
I can't help him myself. The only way that you'll be able to help him is you got to know someone that has the money to put down that you can make that connection. And sell that person.
I would love to do it,
on
because
that
I know I could get several properties right now. Right on 100K as well. They could rotate into rental. But that's a long term where I'm not yet.
Yeah, so one possible, if you wanted to take the time to go down that road, which for sure can come in the future, maybe it can come now, is you and your network presenting yourself to people, hey, I got opportunities that I know of in Ridgefield or in. Yeah, I mean go into your network, people you know too, in your network, not necessarily the LREC. I don't see a person in the LREC saying, oh yeah, let's go invest in.
Kind of focusing more in the urban areas.
Yeah. And so someone that knows you, likes you, trusts you, and you can go to that person, maybe it's a family member or a community member or someone that you know that knows you. And you can say, hey, I know this market niche out in this little town is hot and I got a buyer, I've got tenants that can do it. I'm looking for, I can do the whole thing for a credit partner. They can put up their credit and their money and I can be a 5% partner even, or a 10% partner, 30% partner, whatever it is, and you can be 70%. If you can work with me on this, we got some opportunities. And then maybe you can help the guy. But if you find one of those people, you can do whatever you want, anywhere you want with that person. Like you can get that person to go to Orlando. Yeah. And Strawberry Fields.
Sure, let's find that person.
Yeah. So when it's a tiny market that I'm not connected to, I know. Like I would never go to Orlando except for Strawberry has all these experts there that can tell me and prove it to them. But so I do that in Hartford before I would go to.
Right, because you haven't proven.
Yeah, before I go to this little town.
Sure thing. So then, well, we really want to start. Where we're really into this.
problem doing that, but just know that you can go to anyone.
For sure. We're talking to Joe already. He seems like he flips the house in there. So what I'm feeling right now, I'm bouncing off of you. This feels like this is kind of a minimal level here. We want to find probably about a week more. And building the capital right now. Try and build some more. Then I can start rotating. We're gonna mostly just interested in flipping people.
Well, perfect. You're gonna love when I'm done and Jason comes up again. He'll be talking about it in detail.
Good deal.
Yeah.
I mean, because I already have a company on hand that I'm actually part of that can actually come in and do the rehab job.
That is so good to know too, and to have you local.
Right. Rehab. Dramatic. I know exactly how that guy did it. I can build that kitchen inside out.
That's the way to do it too. That's perfect.
Not yet.
Okay. Make sure you do.
Okay.
Yeah, I would probably be, sorry, my friend, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to help you out there right now.
I'll tell him if he can get some money, how much would you recommend he needs to get down?
And so I said,
20%. The investor's gotta put 20% down just to buy the deal. So he's got to at least find 20% down at a minimum.
Okay, I'll tell him.
20% of the purchase price down, and then we can get you financed.
You need to go find a lender or somewhere, whatever to do that.
Yep, at a minimum, and we may be able to help you. 30%, I guarantee you we can help you.
Okay.
So if it's 200,000, that's 60 grand, right? For 20%, no, it's 40 grand. $200,000 home, I need at least 40 grand.
Yep.
Because that's what the investor will need to put down to give you the loan.
I'll share that one.
Yeah.
He's got the connection.
And now if he's got the connections to figure that piece out, so he can go, yeah, that's
You do
his,
this,
you do
whatever
that,
way you have
and
to
come
do
back to
that.
me, and I can help you. Maybe he can leverage his land or something with someone else and work a deal with them that has nothing to do with you or me or anyone else.
Yeah.
But that, however he can work that gets him cash, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah, if you can work that out, then we could do something.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Come back with him.
20%.
Minimum 20%, the better.
Yeah, minimum 20, 30 easily. They're more easily.
Right. You get 50, we're on it.
Yeah, exactly right. We can make it happen. Yes. Grab food.
Was it like last week? Gary had
I may have one in my bag. I think I do. Yeah, I'm pretty late. My Facebook though.
Jason had it last week.
Okay. Where do you live now? You live in Orem?
I'm trying to buy my first home right now.
How long you been on commission?
6 months. I know we did that on Facebook. I know that we did post a single still photo. Really?
Yeah.
Right on.
And I live down in Woodland Hills.
Yeah, but I mean, last week I was
South of
an event here, and
went to Montville High School. My kids went to Hillcrest High School. So a lot of my real estate I've done is in Idaho Falls, probably.
so anyway, so the point is, I'm only working 10 hours a week.
Yeah, and I live here now in Orem. I'm working on, I have 2 homes right now in Idaho Falls. it's
gotta be
1.2
faster than
million
that.
purchase
That's what
price.
you have to do.
No, he's doing it because he figures it
Your
would
loan
cash
is
flow,
left.
it cash flows at 50%.
Otherwise, you're back.
And even if it went down another 15%, it's breaks even at 35%.
You got nothing to worry
But he's banking on the fact
You don't
that
have something.
they can put in some upgrades and that the economy's not gonna go down 15% or more before it starts coming back up. So they're kind of betting on the economy, but they're cash flowing with the current economy, which is horrible and devastating. And it can go down 15% more down, and they're still cash flowing at a break even. So he's like, we're willing to go in there and buy it now and keep that
So
15%
anyway,
spread,
that's kind of where
and
we're at
hope
right
that
now.
even if this goes up a little, and we convert some of these, we upgrade some of these, and we get some more tenants in it, when we get the cap rate up. What about it? Yeah, the private money consists of a coworker, a brother, and a mother. And they'll put in $100,000. Actually, they put in 300. They put in 300, and they said we may need to go find another 100. That's why he came and talked to me. And I told him I don't even want to play in Evanston myself. I just don't want to. This is good for you if you do. I just don't want to play in Evanston. But they may make $1 million off that deal. But right now they're just going to make a little cash flow.
Set up for success.
But they may, and they probably will. You know, they hold it for a couple, 3 years, and all they got to do is get the occupancy rate up to about 7%. And the numbers change on the deal. It makes it worth it. It makes it a $2.5 million apartment complex instead of a 1.2 million.
That's why.
Even just subletting all of that, you made it sound so simple, but I know if we can just,
James is around here.
Yeah, which,
it sounds less.
that's exactly what we do. Today, we don't go into it that deep, because today's a bigger test drive overview, but for you guys that are in the community, yeah, we go deep into that. That's what we do on our 1 days and our 3 days. That's what you'll learn on these training modules, especially the flip system. And we'll be bringing in the experts to do that step it down and break it down and contracts.
Well, then when you see this, distress selling things in your mind.
So I have 3 worksheets that we're doing, 3 today here, that we're doing examples on, that are real deals that I've done or that a friend did. And we're just breaking up, but I don't have the answer on it. The answer is to be determined by all of us as we break into 2 groups. And just kind of, and then we come to the table with our answers with each group, and you're gonna find that we get different answers, and all of the ways that we will work, all of them. That's coming up. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, so he pays a service. When someone buys a home for cash in Utah, it's data collectors know that, and then they sell that information off. Hey, I'd like to know all the people in Orem and Utah County that bought a home with cash in the last 66 months or 1 year. I want their information. You can get their name, their email, maybe even the phone number, address, and that's what you get 100 of every month. And now there could be someone in Washington State that bought a house for cash, or California that bought a house for cash, and we just don't know who they are. We don't know why they bought it. We just know that's someone that paid cash for a house. Maybe that's someone I need to get to know as an investor, that I might be able to give opportunities for, like, hey, I understand you bought a house for cash 6 months ago, and I got a house on that same street, and it's for sale. I don't know if you're interested, with an email. Those are just good leads to have to grow your business. So that's kind of, yeah, that's good. Swing it for you, Val? Good. How about Jerry? 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 Oh, very. I'm gonna give you these pizza cards.
Sasha was a flipster.
Yeah, she.
And I'm not as familiar with stuff here, but I want to be more here.
Gary Heaton texted me. I was thrown under the bus. I've been dressed for about half an
But so you're half right.
hour. That's fine.
you been driving around looking for signs or anything?
I tried driving around. Then we found 2 or 3 empty houses and it's been a lot of time and never actually find the real owner.
I actually just saw something today. I'm on a list of foreclosed properties.
Are you using that?
Yeah, are you part of that?
Those entities that come from individual or whatever.
Yeah, you're on that list? Yeah, there's something that just came
And I still
this
I
weekend.
and then that's why when that one came, I thought, I'm sure I got it, but I didn't. Cause I look at it and I'm like, 2014, I'm like, no, just let it go, just let it go. And for my real if you go inactive, you can inactive the $50. And finally, I paid that when I was at like 8 years, 20 years ago. Just like 8 years ago.
Spanish Fork. Spanish Fork. I'll tell you the address. 681 South. 1600 East. Spanish Fork, Kentucky, 4660.
Well, even then, I would still have to do my continuing ed. I would still have to do $50 or 60 something. Can't remember exactly now, but it wasn't. This was full employment, so.
Let me look and see.
But real estate has changed a lot. Yeah. Since I last did it, especially since 2008. The lending or the documentation requirements are. Much more different. A lot of the loans are different. So in some ways, I thought I'm just thinking it.
I don't know what that stands for.
And what's your year?
No, right, 46.
About 2
Zero
years.
nine five.
I was a nurse for
0
14 years.
zero
So about 2 years.
The parcel ID.
I'm also divorced.
46 dash 095 dash 002.
Making good money as a nurse, but I'm
It's,
paying taxes and child support. I gotta live off of money.
2 bathroom,
And I was like,
5
how can I
bedrooms.
retire? So I started doing some research and I was like, you know what, people who know how to retire are the investment.
Built in 1976.
So I was like, and I was like, that's what I, that's what I need to learn. I need to learn that. So I got my securities license and got my health and life insurance license.
First
So
mortgage
I'm a financial advisor.
date
Now I know
is
how to actually
12 years
retire.
old.
So, and where the most important thing is I learned what to do with my money and what I need. So I'm not trading hours for dollars. And that's the
First
most
mortgage
important
is
thing. Like, I love that I have my health education,
Present.
basic knowledge. I mean, I wasn't like a nurse practitioner or anything, just was a general
Finance
nurse.
person.
And that's good education, but I was like, now I know what to do. Maybe that's how I project that I had. So my dad retired.
Just for rate mortgage.
I've seen it time to also use service, so. We've been down the home insurance route and then.
Total pays 2019.
And that's
So
what
another
they
one
have.
from 15-year mortgage.
They don't pay the benefits of having to be used to. Right.
Conventional mortgage is 150.
I don't believe any one way is the
If it's
specific
FHA, it
answer.
might be
And I
a
think
little
like it's good to have, your insurance for protection. It's good to have your job for your, the income you can count
Yeah,
on.
retirement.
So you got your insurance, your job, and then you've got
And
your
assessed
investments for
value
separate
is
income, and then you've got
58,950.
real estate in your portfolio for that income. I think it's important to diversify not only your investments,
take that.
but also the ways that you're going to
Junior
have distribution of income. Don't just have your retirement in one place. What if all your retirement is in your 401k? What if the market's down and you don't want to sell your securities for less than you bought them for because the market's down? Well, leave your money in your 401k and just rely on your real estate income.
A lot bigger, yeah.
Income from rental properties and insurance and things like that. So it's like I won't be surprised, but you do at the financial advising. That's true, and that's why my philosophy, my foremost philosophy, I think putting money in 401k is not bad if you're getting company match. Take the free money, put in, 3% to get the company match of 3%, or whatever the company matches, 5%, put in 5% to get the match, or 6% to get the company 3% match, whatever it is. Take the free money, and then I wouldn't put any more money in 401k than you need to, because they can always change their laws.
Let me get your.
I believe in a tax-free retirement, and there's a couple vehicles that can be tax-free. One of which, it's not gonna happen for us, but if you're a part of the royal family, you get tax-free.
Well, I was thinking,
So let's see, there's royal family, you could also start up your own church to get tax-free. Yep. That's a possibility. And then there's like some municipal bonds. Municipal bonds are tax-free, that you don't get really high return.
well, the thing is, half those municipalities are rural.
Yeah.
And may or may not be able to make good.
But they're,
Take Richville, for example.
they're broke, but they're not gonna default because the way that they technically pay their debts is they just increase taxes. People of Richville pay you back for having that municipal bond.
But the thing is, like Richville's a rural municipality. They don't know us how far. Take a picture. They've actually passed the tax rates. What that means.
Actually, on Google, so it'll come up when I put my name on there.
If I link it to that. And that's in addition to paying the companies that would tax and do so they tell me. My personal residence, just in 1 year, the tax increase is 297.
768.
In one tax year. And we actually voted it for ourselves after everything. Yeah, we voted it for ourselves because people no longer have the concept of, oh, we are actually paying that back. They have no, and the thing is, you have so few property owners that are use that.
Right.
And so, they, oh, it's for the kids, it's great, we should do that. So we do it. And
I don't know, but I had one of those.
Now, there's two sides to every coin though, because I live in the city of Springville. In the city of Springville, wanted to put in the rec center. Like Provo. And I'm all about, and I was all like, okay, two sides of the coin. Why build a rec center? The people, it really benefits the people of the community, that, they have a place to go, it brings in, business, possibly. But I was like, the downside, the city of Springville, our, homeowners, we pay more property taxes. Our property taxes go up because we have to pay for it specifically. I would rather, personally, just take a 10-minute drive up to Provo and go to Provo's rec center if I want to go to a rec center and not increase my property taxes by however much.
And I think rec centers, they are not self-sustaining. They, in addition to raising property taxes, they still have to self-sustain. There's no, especially if they have a pool, there are no pools.
Well, they still have to charge an entrance fee and,
It's still like Richfield, same thing, Richfield City Pool, the city subsidizes it $180,000 a year. They subsidize that pool, so it's fine, and I figured that all your municipal swimming pools and I tell you more of the government's putting in not private business. These private businesses, they don't want money. So that's okay, unless you get.
No, you mean oral or oracle?
That's one of the things that they.
An oracle is like a prophet.
so that's the thing, is like, but you don't have to do like, you can do a municipal bond for Ogden or St. George, as long as it's within the state, it's tax-free. So it's federal tax-free, if you get like a California municipal bond, then you still have to pay California state tax. So it's tax-free as long as it's within the state.
Oh, well, if I'm rich and explain that to me.
That could always change in the future, they could always like do away with Roth IRAs.
Okay.
The government can always change its state.
Thank you.
That's great, I mean, we all have to all have to, into it, just because pay attention to what's happening.
Well, that comes from being a 45-year percussionist.
Well, yeah.
Attention to detail.
Currently, the military just pays a pension.
No more pension, just like 401ks.
And it should, is that pension tax-free or no? Is that pension still taxable?
I think it's tax-free.
Oh, who's that?
Your dad's retired on.
His name is David Parker.
Yeah, cause that's a huge disservice to our servicemen.
It is. It is. Her dad's been treated great.
That's really too bad. That's too bad. Cause that was like actually one of the benefits of joining the military.
We'll get ready to go here in just 1 minute for our live streamers. 1 minute, we'll get rolling again.
But now they're gonna tax the military? Well, what's the point of going to the military?
Okay, good. Well, before Gary starts talking, I want to ask you. Thank you.
Come here and ask me what. Ross Perot is saying I'm all ears.
So, I guess I just want to let you know what was going on with our friend down in Texas. So, it looks like he's working with a realtor who's from Idaho, Island Park originally. I don't know if you know him, but apparently he's doing very well. Everyone loves him down there. And he's an engineer by training. Yeah. Yeah, his name's Eli Blackburn. And he's kind of part of this team. And he's got access to deals before they go public. And he's on the verge of, like, today or tomorrow becoming an associate broker down there. And he's with the most exclusive, really, real estate agents. Short term. He found property that
I don't know if all this stuff will wash off.
kind of a long, skinny one that had an old building on it, and there's room to build another building on it, you know, and the things like taking up the old building and moving it up to the by a lake in the countryside, building 2 new buildings. And problem is, I don't think that.
Make sure he uses a dry erase, not a magic marker.
For that, and that would be like getting done in June. So I've got to have half of my money back in my account, so I don't appear to have reasonable credit by about the beginning of April. So I'm gonna do something fast. So, I told him I'd do this. Tap her on the phone. He's trying to finish up a project, and he needs about 26 million. So it's a couple of weeks, just like a bridge loan. So I was considering something like that, but I told him I don't want to tie up the money in case this real estate agent finds something that's like the perfect situation. Because it seems like down there, from the analysis I've been doing, Austin is an extremely hot, hotter than Wrigley, probably. You know, or Rupert.
Right.
You know, I mean, like they're selling properties in 2 to 3 days. As long as it's the right kind of inventory. You know, there's people moving in like crazy down there from California because business is going gangbusters, because businesses are relocating, because Texas is a very business-friendly state, right? I've got Mike that's got all these guys working for him. He's got the machine already put together. And I still haven't personally met him, but I mean, he seems like a pretty decent guy. He seems like somebody I could be a friend with. And so, I don't like the fact that I'm not there. You know, I'd love to be able to see what's going on. So I've been virtually driving down streets on Google Maps Street View and Google Earth, and I've been analyzing things from 3D, you know, and I mean, it's kind of cool. I've got that technology available, but I'm just waiting for the, I mean, it seems like all the ducks in a row. I'm just waiting for the next big thing to happen, which is the right property. So, regarding this thing that you're talking about, yeah, I'd love to be able to help, but again, I don't want to tie the money up with the thing I need is someplace else, you know. So, I mean, does this other guy have other options?
That's why you want to take care of everything. Make sure you've got.
So people I know that have options. I've had like 3 people say that they like it, be interested in doing it.
Oh, okay, good. So maybe that's why I never heard back from
Yeah.
you.
Well, I haven't even done the deal yet either, so I was just been doing other things. I'm like, okay, that is on my list to do with a couple other deals, but you only haven't heard back from me because I haven't gotten that deal yet. Again, haven't come back on the plate, which I needed to before this weekend happened, and now everything's here. But you just let me know. I just throw it out there.
Well, in the meantime, I've also been trying to get my own team together, just like Mike's already got in place, but people I've contacted, like that one guy, not a word.
Yeah, I finally heard back from him like 3 days ago.
You did?
He was in Oregon, he sent me the 2.5 minute voicemail. And he's back in town. He referenced the fact that
Is he willing to talk?
he said he would maybe meet me at Del Taco and talk about it. He voicemailed me, Dan LeBaron, right there, October 11th.
Okay, that's 3 days ago.
And it was like,
I was gonna be there, but yeah, she was like, oh, I'm switch.
want to do things and kind of just go at my own pace.
Where he wants to be retired?
Yeah, he's happy right now. I just go at my own pace. But
Hey, I got it at what do we want? Like the last night when we were there for the concert.
that's all he said. He's got really appreciate it.
Yeah, it was pretty
I
good.
thought maybe finding out
I
who
know, right? I
the
don't know
top
if they
3
have
general contractors are from the parade of
Yeah,
homes.
I'm not sure. They had a
Find
lot.
out who's in high demand
I got 7
and
pieces
who's got the
for
best relationships with all
Or
the
30
material
pieces.
suppliers. Because whenever that guy says something, I want
Not
people
too
to
bad.
know.
I mean, it's
He's not the kind of guy you want
but
working with.
yeah, it's pretty good.
And so if he doesn't want to go to
Yeah, we got there a little early before the
Exactly,
concert.
but I mean, he's gotta be interested in flipping. I don't know, he sounds like he might be.
He's just the one guy, he just does his own stuff.
He's not a captain of the team.
So he's not meant for speed, he's meant for very well, good pricing.
It was fun, but yeah, she would say it really
But if you give him a job to do every couple of months, he's probably gonna do that. I've never used him yet.
3:30ish probably.
It was up to you.
Well, I'm willing to talk. That's kind of.
We gotta get rolling. Okay, that sounds good. Should we get rolling again? I see no more pizza in hand, arms folded, eyes closed. My gosh, we need to do something. No. Was it helpful to see that video? Was that helpful? So just realize that there's like 100 video tutorials on there. Some of those videos that you see when Matt gets going is that he role plays with people, and he mentioned and referred to scripts in the video. And there are scripts in the videos and different videos that you can download and use. So using this Epic Pro system, everyone in our Limitless real estate community has access to it. And it's just something that we provide because it's good. We want our people in our community to have instant access. Like imagine you're on KSL.com or Craigslist and you come across an opportunity, you're looking at it, and right then, and it's like 11:30 at night, you're not gonna be able to call someone, but you wanna prepare for it. You can rush back into your video training and you can find the link that says how to talk to a seller, because you're gonna call them in the morning. And you might wanna refresh yourself on the video. Especially being new at this, it's a great way to refresh yourself as you do so. I remember Jason Anderson and we were talking about this a few minutes ago in the hall while we were having a bite of pizza. I'm going to move this out of the way here. We were talking and saying, we remember when we went our first time to our first real estate seminar that we both paid like $20,000 to access these classes that we could go to, similar to what we do in our trainings. And on our way back, this was in Phoenix, Arizona, and on our way back, we were driving and we were thinking of all the things we're going to do. We just got to know each other. We've just become friends. He's been doing his own investing. I'd been doing my own investing. I only knew the one thing to do, my little lease option strategy, which by the way, is funny. When we met for lunch that day, our first time, he was telling me about how he's doing developments, and I'm like, gosh, this is amazing. In my mind, I'm thinking, all I've ever done is lease options. And then Jason says in the middle of lunch, he's like, I don't know what it is you do, Gary, but I know some people do lease options, and lease options, they just don't work in Idaho Falls. And I don't know, they just don't, you can't do them. And I'm like, that's the only thing I do. That's the only thing I know how to do. And he's like, you're kidding. Just about like that, too. Like, it's just interesting how we hit it off. But on our way back from these classes, we're like, we got a website, we bought a domain, we ordered business cards, we figured out our LLC, how we're going to do deals, all of this busy work we got to do. But that's really what we did. And we got Idaho Falls, and we're like, oh, now what are we going to do? Now we're kind of scared again. Like, we went down, we learned it, now what? I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of like apprehensive. I'm not scared, but like we got to make sure we do it right. Or how do we know if a deal's a deal? And what if this and what if that? And a few months goes by, we go back down to the class, and we're even taking some of the same stuff again. And we're regurgitating it again, right? Repetition, right? Helps. And that time on our way back, we're like, okay, we know how to analyze and look at a deal. And we're talking about actual deals instead of what our sign might look like on the car if we get stickers on the vehicle and things like that. And getting our toll-free number set up and our signs. And yeah, we were going to do a billboard. Okay, we were going to do a billboard, and I'm like, Jason, I got a better idea. A billboard's like $600 a month. I'm going to go get a really nice card that's like $600 a month, and I'll wrap it, and my wife won't divorce me. Well, that was close because she almost did. But because I didn't ask her, I just did it. So I went and bought this brand new 2007 black Buick Lucerne that Tiger Woods drove in the Buick Open as like a test car, like they drive around the golfers in. And I'm like, it was in Pocatello, Idaho for $47,000. I'm like, I had to get it. I had 20-inch rims and tinted windows and like 15 miles. And it came with those Tiger Woods golf clubs. And yeah, I paid $47,000 for a piece of crap car that I drove to a Walmart parking lot and left the keys in it when the repo man came to take it a couple years later. Because my wife said, if that guy comes down our road in our neighborhood with a tow truck, I'm leaving and we're done. And she was dead serious. I almost swore. She was darn serious. And I remember we were at Kevin Mako's house when they came driving down the road, and there was no car in our driveway because he didn't get the message that it was at the Walmart parking lot. And thankfully, there was no car. He didn't park and back up and tow out my car. But that was part of my financial crash and learning experience. But that was it. It was my billboard. I'll just put a wrap on my car, and people will call, and we're going to get rich tomorrow by 3 o'clock. And we learned. Remember I said I thought I was all that in a bag of chips? Yeah, that was back in those days. So the point I'm trying to tell you this is we're giving you systems, and I don't want you to think and get overwhelmed like, I can't do this. They can do it, but I can't. You know what? I didn't think I could either. It wasn't until my friend that was in Brigham City taught me how to do a lease option that I dared do it on my own and surprised myself that it worked. And now, today, I don't do deals that aren't connected to an investor somehow or partnerships somehow, because that's just how it works for us now. But it didn't at the beginning. At the beginning, it was me maybe finding a deal and getting just a tiny piece of it and let someone else have the whole deal. And sometimes not getting anything of the deal. Just like, take the deal. If it's a deal, I don't know if it's a deal, and I watch them do the deal. I'm like, crap, that was a deal. Right? Yes?
Okay, so she has the sign-ins right now. If you've already signed it, that's fine, but it's just...
Okay, so the sign-in sheet's working its way around. So as it comes up here, Debbie, you just pass it this way. Make sure you sign it. And if you wouldn't mind, leave a phone number on there as it comes through again. I don't think there's a phone number place. So or an email address. I think there's an email. Okay, so the reason if you want to leave your email and your phone number, only do that if you want someone to talk to you about interest in the Limitless real estate community. If you're already in the community as a member, don't worry about putting it down. But if you'd like to have a kind of a sit-down session with someone, make sure you put your phone number on there and just put a star by your name. If you star your name, that means you want us to contact you. If you don't star your name, this is just free education, right? It's just, we're just here to network and have fun and learn. And we're not going to come harass you. Oh, yeah, but all of you put your name on it because it's giving us permission to put you on tape by chance. Okay, so, but if you want to have a follow-up meet with someone, put your phone number on there as well as your email address so we can make sure we connect with you. So that was mostly meant, for the few of you that are considering it but are just not all the way in yet, okay? And no harm, no foul. We love you no matter what you do. We just love you more if you play with us. Just kidding. Just kidding. Sort of. So Jason and I, we went from that phase of we're just learning to where we just started doing to where we're like, you know what? We're doing it wrong and we don't get deals. But the day came when we were doing it right and we started getting the deals done. We got signs that said, want to be a real estate investor? ? No problem, ! And it said, call for free CD, and it was an 800 number. And if they would call the 800 number, it was recording. It says, leave your information. We'll call you back. We'll send you a CD. That's how, this was way before we were too technologically advanced. It was before Facebook was part of my life. Facebook, by the way, makes me hundreds of thousands of dollars. It really does. It's freaking amazing. But back then, I was bandit sign man. And I want to be a real estate investor, no problem. I want to help people be an investor, and I want to network with those people. And so my point is, we were trial and error. And I remember I move a lot, so I remember like the 15th time I moved, I'm still taking 500 of those damn signs with me. Those darn signs, sorry. And I'm like, I'm getting rid of these signs. I think we ordered 30,000 of them. It's like, no, I'm just kidding, it wasn't that bad. But we ordered hundreds of signs. And we put up hundreds of signs, but I still had hundreds left over. And we finally just dumped them and got rid of them. But I moved them. Every time I'd move, I'm like, these are valuable. I'm taking them with me. I paid $400 for those. If I would have just... They're great to keep the weeds down when you put your pavers down. Oh, those chloroform signs are good for something. There you go. So what I want to do right now is, I know there's that sheet passing out. We're going to start over here and work it all the way around the room. And everyone take one of these, and I want to run through this just to give you some context. Just take one for each of you, pass it around so everyone gets one. This is actually a download right off of the Matt Terrio's program that we just watched the video of. If you would have clicked the link and downloaded a sheet, this is a sheet you can download. And this one was on how to influence sellers. And I want to talk about this for a minute because we just watched a video on how do we know a deal is a deal? How do we even know that? So as a takeaway, how do you know if a deal is a deal according to the video? Anyone want to shout something out that they remembered or learned from it? He said you have to ask questions. Ask some motivated question. Find out if they're motivated. Yeah, so really you don't know what a deal is or if it's a deal until you ask, tell me your situation, number one. That was his first question. So tell me your situation with your house. That'd be helpful to know, right? And do you think people will tell you their situation? Yeah. And do they always tell you everything? They may, but a lot of times they don't. Thanks, Irfan. A lot of times they don't. And you can ask one more question. Is there anything more I need to know? Anything else you need to let me know? Because if they didn't tell you, if they stop, they're like, oh, man, he is asking more, and there probably is more. It's just a really good added question to ask. Is there anything else I should know? Just to help get clarity, understanding. So what I want to do is go through this just a little bit. My version of this is for Matt, but this is on how to build rapport, build trust. I call this the KLT factor, my little spin on it. It's the KLT factor. You want to have someone K, they need to know you, which is K. Once they know you, then they may be able to L, which is like you. And once a person likes you, then maybe they'll T, trust you. And if someone gets to know you, like you, and they trust you, then you can do business with them. Is it possible to go through the KLT process in one 30-minute session in someone's house on their sofa? Yes, it is. It is possible. They can know you, like you, and trust you within 30 minutes. Now, the first time I did that and met with someone, do you think I was successful in making them know me, like me, and trust me? No, I wasn't. I walked out of there thinking, oh my gosh, I think I really blew it. I mean, I really think I blew it. Okay, this is a funny story, and I'm just going to share it with you because it reminds me of me. I was in a job interview as a pharmaceutical sales rep, which is what I did for 8 years before I quit to do real estate full time. I was in a job interview in Draper at one of the hotels, and this man that was interviewing me was super sharp. He had an Armani suit on. And I only know that because he told me. That it looked good. No, but he had the cufflinks, his tie was perfect, and his hair was perfect, and he probably did, the manicures, pedicures, all that stuff. He was just put together. Or as my daughter would say, he was on fleek, right? So, well, a year ago, yeah, okay. But this guy, I was very uncomfortable in my JCPenney suit, my $10 tie. I just was feeling that uncomfortableness. And part of the interview, you're always taught, I'm in sales, right? It was a pharmaceutical sales job. So I'm in an interview for sales. Thank you. I'm in an interview for a sales job, and I know you're always supposed to close your interview. You need to close it. You need to ask them to hire you. I'm the guy for the job. I want to close them to hire me so I can let them know I know how to sell. But I was so flustered, I'm flubby, but I was flustered that when I ended my interview, which was going awesome, I closed him and I told him how I'm the guy for the job. And he said to me, nice clothes. But what I heard was nice clothes, like the clothes I am wearing. And I wasn't thinking, oh, he recognized that I closed him for the sale in an interview. He's recognizing my clothes, and it took me aback because he's in an Armani suit. And so I said, well, thanks, but they're not Italian. I honestly said that in a freaking job interview. And he looked at me like, you're an idiot. And I looked at myself, and I'm like, you're an idiot. And I am not joking. I got up, because he was laughing at me like he pointed at the door. I'm like, it was that bad. It was that uncomfortable. And I just got up and I left. And I'm walking down this long aisle in the hallway in the hotel. And I'm saying to myself, thanks, they're not Italian. Thanks, they're not. And I'm laughing at myself because I can't believe I did that. I was so unfocused or just really weird. And I remember it started reminding me of Jim Carrey. Has anyone seen Liar, Liar? When he's like, I've had better. Why would I say I've had better? Like the day he made that truthful statement. And I'm walking down the hotel floor and I go into the restroom. I'm actually in the restroom, and I remember saying out loud, again, I said out loud, thanks, they're not Italian. And he walked into the restroom right then. Like, it was so horrible. And it was like, I'm telling you, things don't flow when you're standing. That just didn't work. So I had to leave. It was the most embarrassing thing. Crap, this is on tape. No, shoot. Maybe this isn't recording right now. Let's hope so. But the point is, I've done that in houses. I've done that in homes. I've said some silly things like, here's something you don't say when you're in someone's home, which this has happened to me, okay? Oh, this is someone whose parents have passed away. He's the executor of the estate. There's other siblings involved. They're selling the home. And this is where their memories are, their entire life, their childhood memories. Mom and Dad lived in this home for 40 years, and now we're selling it. This is a good time to wear your investor hat, but not your investor mouth. You wear an investor hat, and you're looking at the opportunities in this home. But you're not saying the opportunities that you're seeing, like, oh my gosh, why would they have that color of carpet in this room? These guys are idiots. Well, you don't say things like that. You may see it and recognize it, but you don't say it. And you don't say things like, if they would have just removed that wall, I could make this a greater open area. It could still be a 2-bedroom and make this a big living room, and you can get a lot more money for that. You don't say that. Because you say things like, man, this is must have, tell me the story tell me the story about living here as a kid. What was it like to grow up here? What are some of your favorite family memories here? This is how you're getting them to like you, right? You're walking around taking mental notes of all the things you need to do as an investor, but you're saying the things that are going to make sense to get them to connect with you. Does that make sense? Because I really was up in Idaho Falls. Sasha was with me. We were with some other people in our community, and they're probably watching right now. So I want to be nice to them. And I told them this out on the sidewalk when we got out. But they were saying in the room what this man was following along with us. And they're like, well, we got to for sure take that bathroom out. We can't have that in this bathroom. And I'm like, this man could have really good memories as a kid taking baths in this bathroom, right? We don't say things like that out loud. We make note of things, and we say, this must have been a neat place to live. Does that make sense? Oh, they need to really, I don't know why they didn't scrape the ceiling and get that stuff off the ceiling. That's probably got asbestos in it. You don't say those things. And so what I want to just point out to you is just know that you can't do anything wrong. You just might not get a deal. It's still not doing wrong. You learn from it. The only way it's wrong is if you don't learn from it. So what I like about this worksheet, and I do want you to take this home, and I want you to refer to it because it's really good. This is for somebody that just invited you to their house. Thanks for inviting me over. Can you show me around? And then you just ask questions. You make a friend out of them. That's really the first thing you do is build rapport. And you can build rapport while you're just walking through the home and they're explaining the home to you and they're pointing out the problems as they do it. And you're not, what does that stand for?
Build relationships of trust.
Build relationships of trust. Sounds familiar. A little white handbook. Some of us may be familiar with that. Build trust. And after you've walked through the home, where's a good place for us to sit down? And, I just sat down in a home 3 days ago. And it was one of the nicer homes. I didn't mind sitting anywhere. But some homes I've sat in, I'm like, I don't want to sit down because I don't want to touch that, right? It's like, ugh. And you just got to you've got to help them be comfortable with you. And so you ask for a place to sit down, okay? I like how it says this. Where's a good place to sit down and talk? And this is where you're upfront. This is where you're building trust. You walk around, you just have small talk. You do the chit chat. They know you. They're kind of like you because you're not sitting there picking their house apart. That's how they don't like you. You don't pick their house apart and they like you, right? Let them pick their house apart. They do a very good job of it all by themselves. They're really good at picking their own house apart. And I heard Jason Andrus say this in our training call we just did on Tuesday. He's like, ma'am, I just want you to know I don't have any judgment for anything. I pass no judgment. Your situation. It's she's been a hoarder and hasn't gotten rid of anything in her home for 30 years. And he's just sitting there going, this is okay. It's okay. Just tell me your story. And how relieved could she feel by just being able to tell the story? He's going to share this later, so I don't want to steal his thunder on it. But just something to think about. So here's some good questions. And this is really getting yourself up front. Until I saw this, I never did this, and now I'm starting to. So I'm even learning from the training that we give each other in the real estate community. So Mr. Seller, Mrs. Seller, I'm not sure if what we're going to discuss will make sense for you or not. And given that investing is how I earn my living, I'm here to make a profit. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not good for you. I'm here to make a profit, and I wouldn't be surprised if what we're sitting down here to talk about isn't good for you, and that's okay. I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't. So in the event, once we discuss the details, that you decide it's clearly not a good thing for you, all you need to do is let me know. What did you just give them? You gave them an out. You gave them permission to say no to you. That really should help them not fear you're trying to take advantage of me, right? So you just tell them, I'm here. I do investing as a profession. I make a profit doing so. What we'll talk about, it may not even be a fit for you, and I just want you to know if it's not a fit for you, just let me know, and it's okay. How much does that go to building trust? That's enormous for trust building. I've never worded it like that until I saw this training with Matt. Then he says, okay, terrific. On the other hand, if what we discuss is a fit for you, are you okay if you let me know that? How powerful is that? So you give them the out, and then you bring them right back in. However, if this is a fit, just let me know. We can maybe have a deal.
It also feels good because some people have a problem saying yes.
Sometimes people have a problem saying yes. Good point. Yeah, exactly. So the next thing he suggests is say, awesome, I'll extend to you the same courtesy. If things aren't making sense for me, where I feel I can meet your needs and still make a conservative profit, I'll let you know that I can't help you. But in the event that I think I can help you meet your needs and make a conservative profit, then I'm going to lay out at least one option for you, probably two, but at least one. So really, Mr. Seller, the only thing I'm asking is that we just be straight with each other. Is that a fair question? Now, how cool is that? Because you're shooting straight with each other. You shoot straight with me, I want to shoot straight with you. Is that good? You just built credibility and trust right there. And you can do it in one appointment. You really can do it. I didn't do it in my first appointment necessarily, but I can do it now. So the objective is you want to make it known that you're there to do business, that you're going to make a profit, and that you want to establish a yes or a no. It doesn't matter. You just want a yes or a no. Either is okay, because if it's a no, what do? You move on. Yes. If it's a yes, what do? Spend more time on the opportunity, right? Exactly. So a couple good ways to uncover their true motivation and eliminate alternatives. There's some good questions that you can ask. So, Mr. Homeowner, what are you hoping that I could do for you today? What have you already done to sell your property? What have you already tried to do? Why do you think it didn't work? Do you think most people have tried to sell their property before you've come to the picture? Most people have tried to do something. They've tried to do it, or they're just so overwhelmed that they don't know where to start, and they're just that worried about it. Most have tried to sell it. What else do you think you might try if that hasn't worked? And just listen. Just listen. And here's a good question to ask. Have you ever considered keeping the property and just renting it out? Am I here to help people? Yeah. And I told this to a lady 3 days ago. What if you just consider renting it out? Because there's a lady that wants to walk away and give me $50,000 of equity in her home. She wants $40,000 to walk away, but there's still $50,000 on the table. She just wants $40,000 to go. And she said, I can have the mortgage. She goes, I don't care what you do, fix it up, rent it. I just want to be out by November 1st. I don't want to make my November 1st payment. I want $40,000 cash. So I asked her, have you ever considered renting it out? Yeah, actually, my sister has thought about it. If she lives in another state, I don't want her to be burdened with something if it goes wrong. I don't like talking about finances. So yeah, I thought about it, but I don't want to. But I asked because there's potential that she could do better, right? You ever thought about just listing it on the market? Yeah, but I want to leave. I don't want to clean it up. I really want to just leave everything here. I'm filling up a trailer and I want to leave. Like, okay. That is awesome. There's sofas, there's couches, there's tables, there's dining sets, there's beds. I don't necessarily want any of them, but I'm sure I could post it on the Tribe page, Limitless, right? Hey, there's an address, there's free stuff. Anyone wants to go help yourself. We're going to have an open house, and I'm going to sell it. An open house, and there's people that need it and that could use it, that might want to sell it. I can get that house cleaned out for free in 3 hours, right? But she could maybe sell it all if she wanted to, but she doesn't want to take the time. So just uncovering questions. Well, here's a good one. What are you asking for the property again? It's a good question to ask because they'll tell you. And the next question is, what do you realistically think you'll get? Do you see the difference in asking why it's important to ask those two questions? What are you selling it for again? Yeah, I'm selling it for $200,000. Okay, well, they're selling it for $200,000, but have they sold it? No, you wouldn't be there. So a good question would be, instead of you thinking in your mind, okay, they want $200,000, how am I going to make this work with $200,000? Instead of going there, why don't you get to the root and find out what they're realistically expecting to get and see what they say?
And then another good follow-up question is, how did you come up with that price?
Yeah, that's a good follow-up question. How did you come up with that price?
Because they'll say, oh, well, my buddy's a realtor. He said we should be able to get that out of it. Or the neighbor across the street got that much money out of it. The neighbor across the street might have a 5-bedroom, 2-bath, and hers is only 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and she doesn't know that.
Yep.
It makes you establish, you have to come up with that number.
See that little strollers there, the one with the blue sticker on it, right in front of you? There's a slider that slides up that's blue, slide it up, and your mic will be on. So when you talk, we'll hear you. The live stream, well, that's cool. Just don't eat. Don't eat a granola bar. No, it's funny. Yeah, don't go to the bathroom. Well, you can. We'll enjoy it. But Chris Crone's done that too. You guys remember that in the Limitless? Oh, yeah, that was a good one. It's kind of funny. So anyways, what are you realistically expecting to get? And then it's like, I don't know if I can do this or not, but what if I were to make your payments for a period of time? And at some point down the road, I completely cash you out of the property. Is that something that might make sense? Or probably not. Now, this is what I usually say. One option is I can take over your payments. What is the difference? What does it make you feel if I say, what if I can take over your payments, or what if I make your payments for you? Which sounds better? To me, it sounds a lot better, but I always say, I could take over your payments. You're here to take my house from me? That's a subliminal message I'm sending. And I never realized it till I saw this. No, what if I took over your payments? What if I made your payments for you? What if I help you with your payments? Oh, you're here to help. You're my friend. Not what if I take over your payments? Because that sets that tone of you're here to take my house, just like all investors. Something I never actually thought of in all the investing I've done until this year when that dawned on me. So just some good questions I thought would be helpful that you guys can look at and just kind of, this is how we do creative real estate. This is the kind of the basics of it. Got to find opportunities. Any home on KSL is a potential opportunity that's for sale by owner. Any home on KSL that's for rent is potentially an opportunity. Any home in your neighborhood that looks vacant or run down is potentially an opportunity because it looks like there's a problem with it, right? So potentially it's an opportunity. So it never hurts to pick up the phone and call for sell by owner on KSL and just ask them, tell me the situation with your house. Yeah, I'm interested in buying it if it makes sense, but tell me your situation. Why are you selling? Have you ever considered renting? Just ask them, what is your need to move? And, if they're like, we're building a new house and we got to get out of here as quick as we can before we're going to list it with an agent, but we just need to sell because we're moving into a new home. I see. So you got to get out of this house to qualify for that house? Yeah. I'm like, I see. Okay. Well, I can't help them necessarily, can I? But what if it's someone who doesn't say that, right? And not everyone's going to be an answer for you. This isn't, hey, you call 2 people and you get a deal. But have we done role plays and we've actually made 3 calls once and one of them was a deal? Kind of crazy. And actually one of them, Jerry Bone, put an offer on. Yeah, it was actually pretty amazing. And I just noticed the for sale by owner sign hit on my way here that day to do a training. So I drove right past it, took a picture of it. In class we called it, and it turned out to be a deal. And he wasn't able to close on it yet because of other situations, but we tried getting that deal done right then and there. It was a deal. Now it is sold now too, by the way. Did you know that? Yeah, it was a good deal though. Would have been a great deal. Nope, next time. He's doing something else now, so it's even better. $100,000 better. So that's good. Anyway, sidebar, sorry. So what I wanted to do is just kind of help, impress upon you that this isn't you're going to be super successful overnight. Real estate investing creatively, I don't want to paint a picture that, you're going to make $100,000 this year. You need to spend $25,000 and join the Limitless real estate community right now because I guarantee you in 3 months you're going to have 3 times that back. No. If you want to learn how to be an investor, you need to immerse yourself where investors are learning. And the community is how you do that. It's the biggest bonus of being with this Limitless real estate community is our community and our Facebook page, right, Irfan? Who just put a post up on Facebook about a deal that he found. Happened to be such a good deal that there were 3 offers on that deal. Yeah, ended up getting 3 or so offers on it. And the people that we were working with were only willing to go so far with a purchase price offer. But in a hot market like this, when there's multiple offers being made, if you really want the deal, you need to kind of get a little creative in doing it or pony up a little more money to make it sure it happens. And if it doesn't make sense financially, you don't do it. If it does, you do. In this case, it only made sense for her to a certain point, and I sure wish she would have done up. It's like $4,000 more. Probably would have got the deal. But my point is, he finds an opportunity. He's a licensed real estate agent in Layton. Irfan is. He posts on the Limitless Real Estate Community Facebook page of an opportunity he found in Orem as an agent sniffing out a foreclosed home owned by the bank, HUD home, and multiple people in the community are like, I want to go look at it. And one in particular went down there, immediately went down, made an offer on it. But by the time the 2 days went by of them getting down there, the deal was gone. It was no longer a deal. It was done. So when you find them, we got to move quick, right? It's another thing you learn in real estate. Got to move quick. So would it be beneficial if we have Jason come back up here and lay down some knowledge? Yeah. Would that be helpful? what I want to do is, Jason, you need to take your time and do your flip program, but I want you to especially take your time and go into the details on that deal in Boise that gave you that $47,000 check. And when you do that, I want you guys to learn how he was able to put a deal together by just hearing someone that knew Jason knew that he solved problems, and realtor after realtor after realtor turned down a listing because the house was just that bad, until another realtor said, I can't help you, but I know a guy that might be able to. You need to call Jason. So does it pay to network? Yeah, Jason and I were taught by another good friend of ours named Ron. You just tell realtors you're there to, if they have a home that they're too embarrassed to sell, tell them you'll buy it. Just go tell realtors, I'll buy your problems. Just bring them to me and I'll buy them, because we can bring you solutions that realtors, they're not in the business to do that. They're in the business to sell houses. We're in the business to create solutions. So with that, we're going to turn time back over to Jason Andrus. Give him a warm welcome. The floor is yours. Thanks, brother. Yep.
All right, so this will be a little bit review, so I'm going to skip through the stuff that we don't need to go over because we went through it in the first one. But fix and flip is where a lot of people make their massive income. It's a good way to make people understand it. A lot of people know it. A lot of hard money lenders understand it. A lot of hard money lenders know about it. So it's easy to line up money. It's easy to find deals that are fix and flips. It's just making sure that the numbers work. It's not easy to make the deal, but it's easy to find deals. Whether or not they work or not is up to you and how you analyze the property and how you make the property come up and make a deal happen. So I'm going to go over fix and flips because that's where I make most of my massive income. I've got rental properties. I got other ways that I do it too, but this is my deals. This is what I'm out always looking for. This is what I'm negotiating. This is what I do most of my free time, I guess, if I have any, or my work time. I tell my little boy that's 3.5, I'm like, I go to work, and he's like, you going to buy a house? So, all right. So fix and flip, 9 key tools for finding deals. We're gonna go through each one of these. My offer is accepted, now what? Put your money where the ROI is. Roll up your sleeves, get her done. Prepare to sell, tips and traps of rehabbing, and how to get started, and you're off. All right? So why fix and flip? Advantages, disadvantages. We've kind of already gone through that. What the advantages are, what disadvantages are, right? So first one, the good deal, the bad, and the ugly. So finding deals and why I love ugly, okay? Why is ugly a good thing? Why is smelly a good thing?
90% of the people can't see past that.
Exactly. Exactly. They can't figure out, that there's a deal in there. They smell it, they look at it, it's ugly. It's not a deal. Yep, they don't know how to fix it. There's a property that I just got on the market, and somebody came in and kind of partially rehabbed it. The great thing was, though, is they put a new furnace in it, they put a new water heater in it, and they cleaned the place out. So I didn't have to clean it. Everything was gone out of there. I mean, it was a little bit dirty, but nobody lived there. The yard was a little bit of a shambles. And they started on the market for around $100,000. It'd been on the market for almost 300 days. And I set my filter up that as soon as it hits 300 days, then I get emails from the MLS that this has just went 300 days. Or I have realtors that send me if something goes 300 days, and then we go and look at it. So the last offer that they had turned down was $85,000. And I'm like, well, I'm not paying 85. In fact, I said I won't pay any more than 70. That's going to be my offer. So I talked to the listing agent, and he says, make the offer. I think they'll take it. I think they're at a point that they'll take 70,000. So I made the offer at 70,000. We negotiated back and forth. I still ended up getting it for 70. That was my top, was 70,000 bucks. But this property was in pretty bad shape. Wasn't nice looking, kind of ugly, but I had a couple things going for it. Had a big, huge tree in the front yard, which is awesome. Huge maple tree. It was right across the street from a church house, which is great, and it's the biggest house in the neighborhood. It's a 5-bedroom, 2-bath, and every other house in the place is 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 1-bath, and 2-bath. So I'm able to pick that up for what I would have paid for any of the other houses in the neighborhood, but I've got a 5-bedroom, 2-bath house, and it's got a full basement that wasn't finished, but still, tons of storage. About 3,300 square feet. Yeah. But it was pretty bad. I mean, they hadn't done any updates in it, cupboards, the toilet, the tubs, everything was, old. And a lot of it hadn't been used. It took us almost a day and a half to unplug the drain. My guys, a day and a half to unplug the drain. And I told him, I was like, you guys have got to get this unplugged. I'm not digging this sewer line up. You've got to get it unplugged. We can't do it. We can't do it. You've got to do it. I'm not digging this thing up. So they got it. They got it. They got it unplugged and it works great. So find the ugly. Good location. If it's in a good location and it's ugly, it might be a deal. Debris in the yard. Here's something when you're driving home each night from work and you're taking a different way home, look for houses that are in a good location, that have junk in the yard. They look run down. Look for papers in the windows. Those are going to be deals. And then, has anybody been to the courthouse to find out who owns the house? You ever done that? Looked it up, called the bank, and they have no idea. What's that? I don't think it's ours. I'm like, it says right here on title. In fact, I took a picture of their name on title because the lady wouldn't believe me. And her house has been selling for roof, carpet, windows, if they're hammered, closed off kitchens, maybe if they can be opened up, overgrown yard. That's a big telltale sign that somebody's either not living in it or don't want to live in it or are living there but not really living there, if that makes sense. Knock on the door, talk to the neighbors. The neighbors can tell you more stuff about a house that you don't even want to know about. They'll tell you if it was a meth house, if there's people in there. They'll tell you if they got a divorce. They'll tell you where they live. They'll tell you where they work. There's a house I couldn't find any information. Talked to 2 neighbors down. Oh yeah, he works at Fred Meyer in the meat department. I'm like, you're kidding. What's his name? His name's Marco. Great. Went right to Fred Meyer, went to the meat department, asked for Marco, he came out. Can I help you? I'm like, you gotta be kidding. I said, do you own the house on such and such street? Yeah, so what are you doing with it? I don't want anything to do with it. The bank did this, and he just started talking. I'm like, look, you're at work. Let's meet up later. What time do you get off? He got off in a couple hours. I came back, we sat, we talked, we made a deal happen. And I was just going through a neighborhood, finding a house, talked to a neighbor, found out the guy's name, went to his work. Go ahead.
You're talking about homes and properties that don't have for sale signs up.
Exactly. Yeah. That's where I find my deals. Very rarely do I find a deal that's listed with the realtor, number one. Very rarely do I ever find it. Fine. And then for sale by owners, I do find some, but most of them aren't listed. Nobody's in the house. It's vacant or somebody's in the house, but the property's just in shambles. There's problems there. As a real estate investor, you're a problem solver. You're helping people. And so you just got to find out what their problem is and see if you can solve it. If it's they can't make the payments anymore, if it's they've moved, if they've had 2 houses and they can't get rid of one, if their spouse died, they lost some income, whatever it may be. Just find out what their problem is. Marco had about 2 pages list of everything that was wrong on why he stopped making payments on the house. And I just sat and listened to him. We just sat and listened, and I bought him a coffee and I drank a Diet Coke, and 2 hours later we had a deal. I didn't hardly say a thing. I just sat, and one of the things that Gary will say to go along with that is what makes me more money than anything is tell me more about that. When they get done and there's a low, tell me more about that. And they'll open up. And when they open up and you listen, I see him at Fred Meyer and he comes right out, shakes my hand. My wife the first time, she's like, how in the world do you know him? And I'm like, oh, well, I made a deal with him. And I was like, I thought he was gonna get your autograph or something. The way he was treating you, he come out, hey, but she didn't know that I knew him and what we had done. So anyways, just talk to people. Talk to people. Tell me more about that. What's your situation? What's going on? What's happening with the house? How come you can't make the payments? Just be bold with them, but be honest with them. And then try to show empathy. Don't come off cocky. Don't come off like you're better than them. Never, ever do that. They'll shut down and they'll close up faster than anything. Don't show up in fancy clothes. What I always tell people in seminars is dress, I don't want to say a notch above with them. Don't show up in a suit, but don't show up in your shirt, in shorts and flip-flop. Does that make sense? So dress professionally, because they want to know that, hey, this guy's professional, this guy knows what he's doing. You show up with your hat on backwards and your big jacked up pickup and jump out in flip-flops, they're probably going to shut the door on you like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Who is this guy?
Who is this guy? That's true. All right, wholesale deals. Know your purchase price. Let's talk about that a little bit. Final deals. Find out what happened to the property. Is it worth? It's worth. Fix and flip, what the RV after repaired value is. That's a big one. Make sure you really, really hone that in. Your after repair value. You don't want to miss that part. Make sure you pull your comps. And when you're pulling comps yourself, get used to pulling yourself. Don't rely on a realtor to pull comps for you. Make sure you know how to pull comps. And do it by things are sold. There's 2-3 websites you can subscribe to. Realtor.com is a great one. Pull your different comps and then pull what you know that things have done because you know your market on what things have sold. Figure out what a like house will sell for in that neighborhood. Try and find a twin. So I always tell people, find a twin of that house. If it's a 1-car garage, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, find another one in that city somewhere that is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, or 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with a 1-car garage. Because now you've got true value. Even if it's in a different neighborhood, try and find it. See what it closed for. See what it sold for. Okay? Because too many times realtors will pull comps on houses and then they do percentage differences and it's not the same. It's just not the same. Try and find a twin. Okay? So here's a little exercise you can do to try and figure out how a property is going to work. So this property that I was talking about, Juniper, 135 is what I figured I could sell it for. And no, that's not right. My wife screwed up on that. She put that together for me last night while I took a nap. I just went to sleep. So oh no, that is right. That is right. My purchase price 70. I thought she screwed that up. So let's go backwards. So my purchase price is 70. Was the actual purchase price. Okay, $25,000 what it took for repair value. I figured I could sell for 135. So you times that by 0.75 and 101. And so you subtract your 101 from 135 and that's my profit. Does that make sense? Does that compute through? She did a little bit different than what I would have done it, but it still makes sense. So my after repair value is 135. My purchase price, when you add the 70,000 to the 25,000, makes the 101 250. Does that make sense? Okay. And so after everything's said and done, then I should be able to make 34,750, right? So I've got it on the market right now for 140. I just price dropped it to 137 and I got an offer. So, and it's funny because I told you guys your first 5 people are the ones that buy your house. This is actually the 7th person that went through the house after I dropped the price. So it's not it's not like gospel that is, first 5 people, but pretty close. Go ahead.
Well, it was the first 5 people. Then you drop the price. You go through another 5, and then
there you go. Yep. So it was my number 7. So it was my number 2. So it's actually you're right. So it was true because I did drop the price, and then my next 5 people that went through. So this is the house that was kind of already rehabbed by this other place, and so I got a new furnace, new water heater. So I went through and redid the kitchen. I was into the kitchen about $6,000. Bought all my cabinets from Lowe's. Had my guys install them. Bought all my appliances. If you've got money to spend appliances on and you're doing 10 to 15 deals a year or even 6 to 8 deals a year, the day after Thanksgiving, I buy 5 or 6 sets of appliances and I throw them in my shop because you can get them for so cheap. You can usually get one of the appliances for free or find a big closeout sale. Or if you find an appliance store going out of business or whatever. I get on Craigslist and I buy appliances on Craigslist all the time. I'll find Wolf appliances and Sub-Zero refrigerators in Boise, and I'll show up with $5,000 and buy them all for $5,000. And if you ever priced out a Wolf range and a Sub-Zero, yeah, you're $15,000, $20,000 in appliances. But these people are losing their house. They just want cash. They could care less. They put on Craigslist they want $15,000 for it. I show up with $5,000 cash, and are they going to take mine or wait? And they got to be out in 2 days. They take mine. Then I put a storage unit, and then you have a house that's like a 35 square foot house or 3,500 square foot house, selling it for around $350, and you throw a Sub-Zero fridge and freezer and a Wolf. Man, they think they've died and gone to heaven, and it didn't cost me that much. So it helps out the sellability, if that makes sense. I try not to do any houses. Stay in affordable housing. Don't get up, and it may look good to buy a house for $500,000 and put $100,000 into it and sell it for $750, but you can buy 3 or 4 small houses, and your funnel of buyers narrow down so much when you get up over $250 to $350. Stay in affordable housing. Gary may know. What's affordable housing down here? Maybe you guys know. Where's our realtor? What's your affordable housing down here in Orem, Provo?
Well, I think it's between 200 and 250.
Is that?
Yeah.
That's a lot higher than ours. Our affordable housing is about 125 to 175.
That's the median.
Is it? Okay. So you want to play in the game where you have the most potential buyers, and that's affordable housing area. That's your first time home buyers. That's your people that are upgrading from. That's where you're going to get your pull of buyers. Now, if you do find, like I did a house that in Idaho Falls for about 6 months, there was no houses at all between $250 and $450. 0. There was like 2 on the market. And so I bought a house strategically because I knew there was no houses for sale. I knew that I could get the money out of this place because of where it was at and what I picked it up for. And so I was able to hit a home run with that one because of what was going on at the market. But that's, again, you got to get to know your market. Find out what's selling. Find out what's out there in the market. I had a realtor that called me, who was a buddy of mine, said, you got to find something in the 250 to 350 because I could sell it tomorrow because there's nothing in this area. Nothing at all. There's 2 houses and they're crap. So I bought one, 2 months later had it on the market and sold it. That guy sold it for my realtor buddy. So the only time I'll do that is in that price range because your buyers slim down when you get to the house, that price of a house. So did that make sense on analyzing your deal, your 0.75? All right. Drive for dollars. We talked a little bit about that. Drive through neighborhoods, try and find your houses. Bird dogging. Get to know some people that know the neighborhoods. Get to know some mailmen. I've gotten 2 or 3 deals from guys that deliver mail. I'll stop in my neighborhood that I want to buy in because I like the neighborhood. Houses are selling fast in that neighborhood. In Boise, they have every neighborhood done that's like a neighborhood 350, the 600s, the 450s, the 400s. They have different neighborhoods that have numbers attached to them. So I'll, like right now in Boise, I'll buy anything in the 400s, anything in the 600s, anything in the 650s because they're selling like crazy. It's a neighborhood that's selling really fast. So I go find a postman that delivers in that area, say, hey, if you can find any property where people aren't getting their mail, where the place is vacant, the place is getting run down, give me a call. And I give them a bird dog fee if I end up closing on the deal, from $500 to $1,000. And you want to have a best friend as a postman, give them $1,000 referral fee for telling you there's a house that's vacant and you made a deal out of it. Yeah. Now they're trying to find me. In fact, the one postman, he drives other neighborhoods now and he's talking to other guys and he's made a deal with them that if he bird dogs a deal for them, he'll give them $200 out of the $1,000 that I'm going to give him. Which is fine with me. It all works. Yeah. And agents really can find deals. They can. It's pretty slim because most realtors, don't take offense to this, most realtors are lazy. Most realtors don't want to work for you. You got to have find one that's hungry, find one that really wants to make a deal happen. It's amazing how many realtors you go to and you're saying, hey, I want to be an investor, and their eyes glaze over. Probably because they get hit up a bunch of times. They don't think you're ever going to be able to buy anything. Find somebody that's hungry. Find somebody that knows real estate. Also, don't take advice or don't use a realtor that doesn't invest in real estate. That's like taking advice from a fat doctor, okay? They don't believe what they're in. If they don't buy real estate, why are they selling real estate? So find an investor real estate agent, and you found somebody really, because then they understand the market. Find somebody that does fix and flips. Find somebody that does rental properties. They're out there. There's a ton of them. So find them that are hungry, find them that want to help you out. See if they'll mentor you a little bit too and help you out, okay? Estimate costs on the fly. This is a big one. I'm going to go through this one because it'll help you out a lot. Whoop, I got a little bit ambitious. So these are just general rules of thumb, okay? And you can snap a picture of this if you want, or you can write it down. This is kind of how when I walk through properties, I can make a really quick estimation on what my costs are going to be to rehab. Flooring, on average, $1.80 a square foot. That's for carpet, tile, everything. So you just look at the flooring, whether you're going to do linoleum, carpet, and you may have to move that up if you're going to do a little bit higher in tile. Tile's actually gone up a little bit, so I'd probably bump that up to about $2 a square foot on average. So just so you kind of know. So if you got X amount of square feet, say you got a 3,500 square foot house, which you already know, then you're $2 a square foot. So average that in how much flooring you've got, then you got your number, okay? Kitchen or bathrooms, about $2,000. It's $2,000 to $3,000 for a bathroom, depending on how bad it is. If it's a complete gut job, you're gonna be $3,000. If it's not a complete gut job, meaning you have to take it all the way down to the studs, then you can usually do it for about $2,000. Try and salvage whatever's in the bathroom. If you can make the cabinets work, fix the cabinets and make them work. If you could just replace the countertop, fix the countertop, maybe get a new sink. If you can clean the sink, find a good cleaning lady. Find a cleaning lady that knows her stuff and that's amazing what they can do to tubs and what they can do to sinks and what they can do to toilets. Most toilets can be cleaned up, and you can repair the tank or repair the flushing mechanism and the baffles, and you can make them work. Because that's less labor to tear it off, and you don't have the expense of pulling the toilet out or buying another toilet. Even though toilets are $100, you can get a good toilet for $100 anymore.
Jason, do you think these prices are pretty close for Utah?
Yeah. You may have to move them a little bit, but find out. I mean, that's the reason why I put it up there is find out what your area will bear. You may be a little bit more for exterior landscaping. I don't do a whole bunch in landscaping. I just knock the weeds down, make sure the grass is green. If there's any flower beds, turn the flower beds to dirt. And if you want to, you can throw bark on it. I don't even lay down weed mat. I just throw down bark and round up it. just because I want to make it look decent. They're probably going to tear it out anyways. They're going to do what they want to do with it because people are, like their yards a certain way. You just want it to look nice when they show up there. Okay?
You mentioned kitchens for $1,000. Is that
$5,000? Yeah.
the best place you found?
Lowe's or Home Depot. Here's the thing about Home Depot. And in fact, one of these times we do a workshop. The next one we do, let's take them to Home Depot. We'll do a thing at Home Depot, and I'll set it up before we go. The Home Depot has a thing. It's called the Pro Desk, and you've probably seen it there. They've got donuts, they got coffee, and guys hang out there, and they got all sorts of things. They'll become your best friends. This guy Bill over on Federal Way in Boise, that guy goes to work for me like crazy. And in Boise, it's really competitive. And if I can get up $2,500 worth of materials I'm going to order, they'll typically knock off anywhere from 20 to 30% off the total amount. So I put everything in there. I'll go through and make my whole list of, sheetrock, mud, tile, grout, mud, carpet, even tools that I might need to do the job that I don't have. I stick it all on there. Then they put it all together. If it's up over $2,500, they take it to their Pro Desk, and then they start giving me deductions because I'm up over a certain amount. And a lot of times I can get 20%. They won't do it. You can't throw appliances in there because appliances has its own deal. But anything as far as for building a house or remodeling a house, any plumbing items, toilets, flooring, paint, sheetrock, any of that type of stuff, you can put all into there, and they'll give you just a flat percentage off. Idaho Falls has no competition. The most I can get at them is 10%. But it's still 10%. And sometimes I've gone in there and I only have $2,200 worth of stuff. And I'm like, come on, help me out. He's like, I can't do anything. So I'll go grab a tile saw for $300, throw it into it. And then when I get my discount, I just take the tile saw back. You just have to play their game. And they tell you that. They're like, I just got to have 20. I can't put it in front of the Pro Desk unless I have $2,500. That's their threshold. So if you don't quite have enough materials, go guys grab something and then just return it. So does that make sense to everybody? So what I'd like to do, if next time we come down here in a couple weeks, whenever we do another one, I'd like to go introduce you to the Pro Desk. Have them, in fact, we used to do in Boise, we used to do some workshops over there, and we used to give them a sheet and see who could remodel a bathroom for the cheapest price. And you guys run out into the store and come back, and who can do it fastest, and we give away some prizes. It was awesome because a lot of times people think, oh, I don't know if I can actually do that. And there's SKU numbers, and there's ways to make it happen. I know the guys at Pro Desk good enough to where I can give them SKU numbers that I have already, and they'll pull it all, and I just show up and have my guys load it. I already pay for it. They run it through the Pro Desk, and I don't even have to go to Home Depot. I mean, I'm there anyways. I'm there probably twice a day, at least twice a day.
So are you doing all this remodeling yourself?
No, I hire it all. Okay. I'm good at demoing, but that's about it.
So does this include your cost to pay people to put in
Yes.
the kitchen? Really?
Yes. Yep. That's not calling a guy that does cabinets, custom cabinets, and having him go put cabinets in. That's going to Home Depot, buying the cabinets, getting the 20, 25% off your whole lump sum of money, and then you pay some guys to put it in. Go ahead.
Just a real quick plug. I know a cabinet place that actually usually beats Home Depot's price and is way better cabinets. I used to work for them.
Yeah, there you go. You can find some.
I know a place that can give you pretty good deals. For instance, we were, I'm not working for them anymore, but we were competing with guys in Salt Lake for some Chinese cabinets, and they were just garbage. And we lost by $100 per kitchen. But the cabinets were way better. They're almost custom.
Yeah.
And they're better than Home Depot's too.
We found a good guy down in California that was getting them from China. And my buddy and I, we ordered like 4 or 5 different sets of them, and then we paid our guys. They came and they had to be put together, and then they had to be installed. And we thought we were getting a good deal, but they were a mess.
No, they fall off.
Oh, they were such a mess. Plus, they were missing. They were missing pieces, and then we had to fabricate some. So make sure. I find Lowe's and Home Depot, depending. I play both of them. I'm not dedicated to one or the other, but Lowe's usually for cabinets are the best place to buy for cabinets. And if you can get them on sale or whatever else. And here's another thing too. You look at that $5,000. Most of my houses are affordable housing. I'm not putting a $10,000 kitchen. I'm putting, 2 corners, 2 corner uppers, a couple banks of drawers, a couple of pans, and we're putting Formica on it, and we're out of there. Does that make sense? That's not counting appliances either. You're $5,000. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't touch cabinets in a whole entire gut kitchen for $5,000.
Yeah.
That'd be only your cabinets.
Yeah.
You're able to gut the whole thing.
Yeah. So just kind of something. So the thing I want you guys to be able to realize is when you're walking through, you're like, okay, I'm gonna have to put new cabinets in. That's $5,000. I'm gonna have to put all new flooring in. What's the square footage? Boom, there's another number. Here's what I gotta do for windows. Boom, there's another number. So when you're walking through within a matter of 5 minutes, you've got a pretty good idea what it's going to take to rehab it. So then you make your offer off of that. Now, once you get your offer accepted, you've got that 5 to 10 day inspection period. Now you hone your numbers in. You go get some contractors, say, okay, what will you put these? Now you get all your numbers in. If it still makes sense, you push through with the deal. If it doesn't, you back out. Does that make sense? You got to work fast. You got to get to where you know when you walk up there. And when I walk up to a house with the realtor, if I'm not even at the house, I'm looking at the roof long before I get there. I'm looking at the roof. I'm looking at seeing if anything's sagging. I'm looking at the siding. I'm looking at the doors. I mean, you only have a certain amount of time in a day, and you got to make the best of what you got. And the more faster you can go through it, the more faster. Who taught me how to talk? Go ahead.
Still use inspectors.
Funny you say that. I'm actually an inspector. So I inspect all my own houses. But yes, before I became an inspector, I hired inspectors. Yes, definitely. And I made some deals with some inspectors. I said, look, I just want you to look at electrical plumbing and get up in my attic and make sure my attic's okay. And he charged me $100. I can go through and figure out the other stuff. You know what I mean? Because this is what I do. But when I first started, I paid $350, $400, had them go through it because it was worth it to me. Because they'd show up things and say, hey, did you realize this is going on, this doesn't work, this is going to cost you a lot of money. One of them says this panel, which saved me money, said this panel's been outdated and there's actually a recall on it. Here's the number. I got the number before I even bought it. Found out the company, paid for a brand new panel and the wiring because it was burning down houses. So that inspector saved me about $2,500 for that panel. It was well worth the $350 that I paid him, just on that alone. So inspectors are great, but I just in the course of the last 10 years, I decided to become an inspector. So I inspect homes. That's part of one of my gigs I do. So, in fact, this summer was way too busy, crazy busy. I didn't have enough time to find as many deals I wanted to, but it was still fun. Clean up, $200 to $600. That covers a dumpster. Pay a couple guys $8 an hour, or you do it yourself. I've got nephews that I pay to clean all my houses up. So if you got some people that have nephews, some kids that are in high school looking for a job, the best ones are from 12 to 15 because they don't have jobs, but they're good workers. You pay them $6, $8 an hour, whatever it is, you're good to go. Okay? Also, a good thing about that is they're on their parents' insurance, and if they get hurt, you know. So, all right. Doors, $100 door, which that's installation, everything else, but I put all my own doors in. So if you have to pay somebody to put your doors in, then you'll be about $100. But to get a door, like I said, it's anywhere from $60 to $75 to have them replicate your door so that you don't have to redo the jambs. Most of the time your jambs are fine or whatever else. You just need a new door to match and to make it updated. Because you put doors with 3 panels or the vertical lines, it updates a house big time. Well worth the money for doors. But here's what's funny is up in Idaho Falls, flat doors are coming back. People are actually building their house with flat doors. Plain flat doors. Seriously. I went through the home show. That's another thing. Money well spent for a home show. Go to every home show you can get to. It's a tax write-off because that's your business. It costs you $20, $30, whatever the ticket may be. Spend a day walking through houses. You'll get more ideas on what's happening. In fact, the best one to go to is St. George. Because St. George is about 2 years ahead of Idaho Falls. So I can get the jump on everything that's going to happen in Idaho Falls. And I start remodeling and doing ideas that are cheap. Also, Pinterest gives you some great ideas on to do things. I hate to say that because I'm a guy, but Pinterest, it gives me some great ideas on what to do. And a lot of it isn't stuff that I find that they're actually doing. It's what I see in the background. Like they'll have a craft they'll take a picture of, and I see their backsplash. I'm like, that's a kick butt backsplash. So I'm trying to find and that's not even part of what they're showing. They're showing whatever they were building, but I saw their backsplash. And so I'm online trying to find where they got the tile from, trying to see if I can match it from different websites or whatever else. So another really great app. Get this app. Download it right now. In fact, if you want to, it's called. Oh my heck! I updated my phone. Oh no, it's called Hootz. Houzz.
Houzz?
Yep.
Houzz. How much are they paying you to tell us to do this?
Nothing. Don't pay for. There's a thing you can pay for it. Don't pay for it, but you can get Houzz. It's awesome. It's got so many ideas for kitchens, bathrooms, bedrooms, landscaping, all sorts of stuff. And there's a lot of builders that are using it now too.
Houzz.
Yep. I think it's Houzz. Okay. Okay, I think that's.
Do you design ideas?
Yeah, design ideas. I'm a junkie. In fact, if you want, get a hold. I've got like 5 or 6 remodeling magazines that come to my house every week or every month. Dig through them. Get used to looking at them, because you guys got to know what's hot, what's not, what to fix, because it's all about sellability and what's cheap. And you can get some really great ideas from a lot of different things and resources. Okay, windows, about $200 a window. That comes from small windows all the way up to big windows, okay? Go to Home Depot, make sure they're vinyl, get the cheap ones. Unless you're, remodeling at 250, 300, you might have to get a little bit nicer vinyl windows. But find a company in town that repairs glass really cheap and repairs vinyl windows cheap. There's a place up in Idaho Falls called Valley Glass. They are awesome, and they'll come replace windows, replace screens. If the lock's broken, they'll fix it, and they're really cheap. Go ahead, you had a question?
I was wondering, do you have a contractor license that you work under as well sometimes, or do you just hire that out?
I hire that out, but I have a contractor's license myself, and then I also have a buddy's contract.
You can get a hold of it, especially in this area. If you have a contractor's license and you can set up some accounts, you'll get windows even for really, really cheap.
There you go. Yep, good advice. Yep, definitely. And a contractor's license isn't that tough to get. You can get it. Mostly the state just wants your money to license you. I mean, that's really what it is. It's like with permits. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's.
What if you just have the connections basically to be able to help people do this type of thing?
That's great too. You don't need a contractor's license to do this. You just have to hire contractors. But when you hire a contractor, 2 things you ask for: their workman's comp policy. Make sure they're paying the workman's comp. Okay. Make sure they're insured themselves. Don't even let them on a job site if they're not workman's comp. You hire a contractor that doesn't have workman's comp and they're on a job site, the workman's comp will fine you. Okay?
They're supposed to have that license.
What's that?
They're supposed to have that to even have that.
Yes, but sometimes they let it lapse. Sometimes they don't pay it.
Because they like to do both.
Yeah.
What do you need again? Workman's comp or what?
Workman's comp, and then just insurance themselves, like their own either insurance bond in case they ruin something, or just make sure they're licensed and bonded and that they are paying their workman's comp. I use my nephews to clean my projects so I don't have to pay their workman's comp. I'll tell you that right up front. Because my brother's insured, they're insured, they aren't going to sue me if they fall and hurt themselves. But if you have anybody else on your job site, make sure they got workman's comp, okay?
Because it's family, you're not going to be too reckless.
Exactly.
Because you care about it.
Go ahead.
One thing I was going to try and clarify what I was trying to ask about is that I know people, for instance, that know how to find stuff for cheap to be able to fix their own houses or do whatever else to make it look really nice still too. And that's why I was like, well, what if I know those type of people and stuff, but I'm connected that way and stuff, so how does that work into something like this?
A lot of help you rehab. I mean, if you go to somebody that's got people that moonlight or do stuff on the side that are really good, that just brings down your rehab costs. And if you could partner with somebody that's rehabbing a house and you've got connections, I mean, you might be able to, is that what you're asking about, partner on a deal or?
Well, because like I have a friend who's a next door neighbor, she knows where to go get like specific caulk or whatever and stuff that's supposed to be really cheap to be able to fix up the holes in your walls. They're just those little ones that people would sit there and like, well, I have to take down this whole wall and fix this whole thing up. Well, no, you don't. You can just take this in and put this in and stuff. I mean, I've known people to use toothpaste.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. But little things like that, I would know how to do to make it look nicer and stuff when you're trying to do the house flips or when you're trying to do the apartments or something like that.
Mhm.
Stuff like that when you're trying to get that back flip to the other direction. So I was like, well, if I have those kind of connections, how would I be a part of something like this without being put into the real estate yet? Because I'm still learning a whole lot about it.
Yeah, just network that number, network with these guys, go look at it, share your knowledge. You know, I mean, that's, there's all sorts of, I mean, anybody that's got any kind of an in, that's what a community's for. You find somebody like my stain guy, up there in Idaho Falls, he is and my sheetrock guy. This sheetrock guy is unbelievable. He shows up in an old Ford pickup, it leaks oil, I have to tell him to not park on the driveway. He's an old cowboy, his boots look like he was born with them on. I don't think they've been off his feet. I think he sleeps with them because they're just molded right to his feet. And he's not a very good talker. He's not really good to look at, but he's missing a few teeth. He chews. In fact, my stain guy drinks a beer and a cushy the whole time he's there. You just have to kind of overlook that. But they're awesome. This sheetrock guy can match texture like I've never seen anybody match texture. You pull a ceiling out that was done in the 70s, like that's got these lights, like these lights here, if I was rehabbing, I'd put can lights in. I'd smooth it out. A lot of 70s, they had the recessed fluorescent lights. I pull those out and put can lights in, put 4 or 5 in the kitchen, and he can match the old texture. You can't even tell. Once you paint it, it's like, I've had people come through and say, I can't believe they had can lights back in the 70s. Because most of the time, if somebody pulls out can lights, you know exactly where they put the can lights because they can't match the texture. I mean, he'll throw sand in it. He was out one day for almost an hour. He'd come into the house, look at the texture. He'd come out and he'd mix a little bit, and he had a wall that he put out on the fence of sheetrock, and he'd put a little bit on, and then he'd go look, and he'd come back, look. He'd mix a little bit more. He'd put another little spot. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy. He's awesome, and he's cheap. He's great that way too. And then my stain guy, same thing. That guy can do almost anything. And so cabinets wise, if you can pay him $2,000 and he can refinish all your kitchen cabinets, all your bathroom cabinets, and do different stains, and he makes them look like they're different wood. I've had people come and say, wow, you put hickory in the kitchen? No, that's the oak. He can darken them, he can lighten them. What I have done is I started making him whitewash the inside, so when people open them, it doesn't scare them because that orange oak jumps out at them. So then it kind of takes the sheen down, you know what I mean? So, and then you pull the poles off, get rid of the gold poles, put some, black ones or brushed nickel. You can change a kitchen like crazy. Throw some new appliances in, and you're good to go. Good.
I was gonna say for the orange background that you keep on you see that seems to be like something that you poke out a lot and stuff. But all I would do is just go get like a sponge or maybe some newspaper or something like that and do splotch work in the back. And stuff, and it would turn out just fine.
Yeah, there's some ways to cover it up. The big thing is the reason why I make fun of orange oak because there's a lot of it and it dates a house. You walk in, it's got orange oak and they've got the gold handles that have the little wood piece in the middle of the gold handles. Or the white piece. Yeah. It dates a house. So you got to get rid of that stuff. And it's cheap. You can buy poles for the whole house and match them all. People love that. Match them all. And then if you're having somebody refinish your cabinets, you can do a kitchen different color, do another one another color. Islands and the main cabinets, do them different colors. Black islands are a big thing right now. And then you do some kind of a wood color for the rest of the kitchen. Or flip-flop that. And different.
Actually, what's really in right now is paint, which is even easier.
Yes. Yeah, just paint them. That's another thing. I mean, if you got a good painter, you can paint cabinets and make them look almost brand new. And just paint them white, because white's a huge thing right now. People are pulling out wood and putting white in. My next door neighbor pulled out all of their oak cabinets. They were only about 2 years old, had a really cool stain on them. They didn't turn that orange color. And she pulled them all out and put white in. All white cabinets. But you could paint them. The thing about paint, if you get a good painter, is make him paint it with oil-based paint. Because you put latex in there, the cabinets aren't going to last and they don't look as good. You want them to shine and you want it to be that thick oil-based paint because it wears like iron. That's what they used to use back in the 50s. That's why the cabinets still have that white, thick paint on there, because it's an oil-based paint. Go ahead, you were going to say something?
I just said it's easier to clean too.
Yes. Yeah, they clean up nice and they look nice. Put new poles on there and you're good to go. The big thing about making a decision on whether or not to pull the cabinets out is if all your drawers are hammered, if the insides are a mess, if underneath your sink and that cabinet is completely rotted out, your cabinets, your countertops, if they're just beat to death, you're gonna have to put new wood down in order to even put new Formica on, then it's probably good to look at replacing the cabinets. But if you're in pretty good shape and they're solid and you can paint and put new poles on them, keep them there. Keep them there. It's so much cheaper to keep them there, and that just brings down your rehab costs. Any more questions on the, go ahead.
So it kind of seems like when you're going to do rehab, it is not, it's not your custom home. You're not making this your home.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up.
So yeah, that's what I was saying is it sounds like when you go into rehab and everything and you say, just do what you need to make it livable. Don't treat it like it's going to, treat it like it's going to be your house on the quality you put into what you're fixing, but don't treat it like it's your custom home or your home when you're doing these things. Otherwise you're going to go, I had my father-in-law went to do a house way back in the day. He bought this home. He decided he was going to redo it. He turned it into his custom home, and he completely lost money on it. If he'd just gone and did what you're talking about, I could see that he could have made money on it.
One of the biggest mistakes that novice investors make is they over-rehab a house. Okay, and you don't remodel a house to flip like you remodel a house to rent either. Totally different. Renting a house, depending on where it's at, clean the carpet. Sometimes you don't have to paint. Just make it clean and livable. Like again, depending on where you're at and what kind of house it is, and if it's a duplex or whatever else, you have to keep it to the expectations or the standard of the people that are going to be living there. Yeah, like he was telling me in one of his rental properties, he stuck brand new appliances through the whole thing, And I said, "You probably never do that again." And he said, "Nope, I won't ever do that again." Because he could have went out and just bought some used ones from Craigslist and been just fine, and it still would have got the same amount of rent. Yeah, you don't need to put brand new appliances. Go ahead. But if you're going to flip a house, new appliances are a huge deal. Go ahead.
Just a question on general costs for plumbing and electrical. What would that be for a complete gut? I know it's square footage, but do you have an estimate off the top of your head?
Electrical is such a, very rarely do you ever have to rip electrical completely out. In fact, I suggest never ripping it out. You may just have to replace a panel, you may have to replace some plugs, but that wiring's been there for 50, 60 years or 30 years. It's gonna be there for another 50, 60 years. What's happening though is there's some insurance companies that want to insure a house that has knob and tube wiring in it. So you may have to get up in the attic and replace some knob and tube wiring. The only good thing about knob and tube wiring is it's all exposed, so it's pretty easy to bypass and have rewired. But to rewire a whole house and the panel, you're looking anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000. Electrical is a huge deal. So that's a big thing to look at when you're going to remodel a house. If the money's there, do it. If it's not, walk away from it. Have somebody else do it. Have somebody else try to do it. Because there's some rehabbers out there that are electricians, and so they could do it themselves, and they blow through it, no big deal. But whenever you buy a house, get up in the attic and look and see what's going on. Even if you're not an inspector, look up in there, because you could see if somebody has hacked some wires and they've got splices up there with duct tape on them and they're not covered, and they've taken wires and wrapped it around knob and tube and haven't even covered it, which you cannot do at all. That's a major fire hazard. You can see different problems, and if you see that in your offer, you can say, "This wiring's a mess. I'm going to offer you this because I'm going to have to rewire." So that can help influence your offer, if that makes sense. Plumbing, the only big expense about plumbing is if you have to replace a main line somewhere. Plumbing's pretty cheap. It really is. Most of your plumbing you're going to replace is your sink traps, your faucets, stuff like that, maybe your sinks. Very rarely you're going to have to tear into a wall.
Mostly finished plumbing then?
Yeah, and finished plumbing's cheap. You can hire a plumber or you can do it yourself. It's pretty simple. Most of it you can do it with your hand. One of the things my father-in-law taught me is hand tight is watertight on any of those fixtures. You get in there and start wrenching on things, and you're gonna have leaks because you're wrenching on things. Water seals itself up, but it's made to do that. It's got the rubber washers, it's got the rubber grommets. So any of like your sink traps and all that, it's pretty easy to do, and it's easy to cut. It's easy. And now they've even got the ones that have like the old straws we used to drink at the, you know what I mean? Yeah, you can get it to fit almost anything. It's pretty no-brainer to do that type of plumbing. Yeah. Very rarely you're ever gonna have to dig into a wall and replace main water lines. It's not gonna happen because it doesn't get damaged because it's covered, unless it's plugged, and then you may have to pay a plumber to unplug it. I sold a house, and like a week after I sold it, their basement flooded. And so they called me up, and I was like, okay, I don't know what happened. I called my plumber, he unplugged it. I paid to recarpet his place, and I paid to dry it all out and help him out. I didn't have to, but I just wanted to make it right with him. 2 weeks later, it flooded again. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I said, I can't do anything. He says, well, you sold this house. I'm like, it's not me. I did everything. I said, I don't know what's going on. I said, you need to call your insurance company, your home insurance. They'll cover it. You need to find out what's going on. So they finally found and what had happened is the main line going out to the main street, it had broken, and there was a lip about that big, and everything was banking up against the lid, I guess the other way. And then it would start to plug, because it would mostly, if it was just fluid, would go over top of it. But when you remodel a house, you're not doing laundry, showering, making dinner. All you're doing is running the toilet once in a while and maybe running an outside hydrant. So for you to know whether or not the main line's gonna be working or plugged, you have no idea. So finally the guy, I helped him out. I was like, look, I said, welcome to home ownership. I said, I don't know what to tell you. I said, you're gonna have to, and so he called his insurance company, and his insurance company covered it, and he was just fine. But I understand, I would have made the call too. If he could have got me to pay for it, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? So I did help him out in the first round, but on the second round, I was like, man, I'm sorry, you're gonna have, it's something else. I don't know what to tell you. And legally, he got his home inspection. The home inspector said everything worked fine, which it did for him, but even he can only do a limited of an inspection, because he's not gonna shower, do loads of laundry, do dishes. And that's why it took about a week for it to back up. They jumped in and started doing laundry and started cleaning the place, and all once a week later, it started to back up. So, just one of those things. It's gonna happen. And my thing is, help them out as much as you can. As you start flipping 8 to 10 homes a year, you're gonna get some people that call up and say this. I had one call me 6 months later and said a light that I installed went out. I'm sorry. I said, welcome to home ownership. I said, congratulations, you own a home. You know what I mean? I don't know what you want me to do about it. You know what I mean? It's a light fixture. It just went out. It's not me, you know.
At least give them tips on it. Well, I would, go down to the store, pick out a light.
Lefty loosey.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I know a guy that can come do it for you if you want, or something. I don't know. But so does that make sense? So electrical, if it's a major electrical job or if it's a major plumbing job, it's big money. So
Lonnie and I were looking at a house in Nephi. They had it listed at 80. We dropped it down to 60 by talking to them, and we went and saw the house. It was in a really, really, really bad condition. The guy was a hoarder. The backyard was filled with like 3 or 4 sheds full of metal and all kinds of stuff.
It had a coal burning furnace in the basement,
awesome.
and it had a coal chute,
cool.
and like the whole room was full of coal, and it was really crazy old.
that's awesome.
So that's why I was concerned. We were both concerned about the plumbing and
Yeah.
electrical because it was built late 1800s, and I think they moved it from Eureka to Nephi, and they redid it early 50s, and so we figured that was going to be a necessary.
So here's your thing. If it's a house you really want, the numbers look really good, and if you tie it up and they offered 60, make sure you get your 10-day inspection period or 7-day, whatever they'll give you. Get a hold of a plumber that's got a camera. It'll cost you $200 or $300, but it's a lot better to find a problem and back out of that deal because he can run a camera down in there, and they're really expensive. You got to find somebody that does it, and just have them run down your 3 major drains. Whatever. Get to the main drain, so have them go one down the tub, down the sinks, down the kitchen sink, and then have them go through the main clean out all the way to the street and see if there's any roots. See if something's going on. If it's something you're worried about, it's your best $300 you'll ever spend. It'll take him a couple hours, but he'll be able to find and say, 50 feet out, there's a tree roots that are going right through that thing, and it's all going to have to be replaced. But then that might be a negotiating thing. Once you've got 6, say, hey, look, my plumber guy said that this whole main line's going to have to be replaced. It's going to cost me $5,000. I'll still buy it, but I want to buy it for $55. So.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. In fact, it's funny you say that. When Ammon, the city of Ammon, this is where I do quite a bit of my business, which is right next to Idaho Falls. Did you serve in Ammon? Oh, awesome. So this house is over by Kmart. You know where Kmart's at? And just down that street back behind Pizza Pie Cafe. The main line was broken, and I found out that it was plugged and broken before I bought the house. And so I put in the deal that they had to pay for the main line, and then we negotiated and we split it. So it cost me $700. But that was better than, and I had the same thing when I bought the house. I'm like, this plumbing worries me just a little bit, especially where it was at. Plus, there's a great big huge tree right on top where that thing was going to be. So I called my buddy. He charged me, I think, $150 because I only had him snake that one line. I didn't have him do anything else. He staked down there and he says, oh yeah, it's a mess. So I called him up and said, look, I'll still buy it, but I want $2,000 off. We got a bid for $1,700. He says, I'll split it with you. I said, sounds great. Because it was still a good deal. It only cost me, $700. So. All right, anything else? Here's a big one. Paint, $1 to $3 a square foot. And the reason why I put 1 to 3 is because if you just do one tone, you're about $1 a square foot. You do 2 or 3, then it starts jumping up. I always suggest doing at least 2, walls and ceiling a different color, okay? And if you get a really high sheen, sometimes you can get it look like that it's 2 different colors. But I've had a couple of guys that teach deals and they're like, oh, just do one color and water it down and throw some sand in it. I'm like, you're an idiot. So just pay for the 2 tones because it makes it look different. Make it, and always do neutral. Find you a really nice beige or a nice brown or a nice gray. Gray's big right now, and that blue steel, that light blue steel, that's a big color right now that everybody's loving. And even this kind of color green's a big one. And then do your ceilings white. Don't get caught up into the opposite and painting your moldings in your door the same color as the walls. That was a fad that went for a while. The problem with fads is they go in and out, and you want to appeal to the masses, and so do what most people do. Because most people are going to repaint anyways. You just want to make it look nice and make it look great. So your doors, your molding white, your ceiling white, your walls some kind of a brown, gray, green, blue, but something flat. Don't get crazy. Don't get crazy in your colors. Don't do any textures. Don't do any faux painting. Let them do that when they move in. Because you don't want to, if somebody doesn't like that, but they love the house, they're not going to be able to get the image of that mustard colored faux wall in the kitchen. So.
Well, you could just tell them as they're walking through, and I've seen people do this. Oh, I don't like the color of the wall. I said, no problem. This will cost about that much to get that paint done.
Yeah, and you can do that. But I just go neutral. I put the same carpet, the same color of paint, the same fixtures, the same doorknobs, the same doors, the same molding in every house I do. You walk in any house, anybody that knows me, oh, that's a house Andrews did. Just makes it simple. I don't have to make a decision every time I do a house. All my guys know what color, they know what all my fixtures, they know my doorknobs, they know my doors, they know it all. And then also, if you overbuy or you find a good deal then you buy it because you know you're going to use it. So you don't have to make a decision every time you do a house, if that makes sense. And that's for your total remodels. If you get one that just needs carpet and paint, then you could vary that a little bit, you know what I mean? Or if you have something that needs a few new fixtures and all the other fixtures, you want to match them, then you may have to break away from that. But if you're going to replace all your fixtures, just do the same one all the way through. Don't get too technical in it. And like he said, you're not going to be moving into it. You know, don't over rehab. Don't over rehab. Think of it as cheap as possible. Make it work. Okay. Closing costs 5 to 6%. Put that right on the top of any of your expenses, because you got realtor fees, you've got concessions they may ask for, and then what I always do whenever you get your price, I always add some. Like say you can do your rehab for $20,000, throw another $5,000 on there just for miscellaneous. Some people say double it. You don't have to double it because now you're into 40, you'd never buy a house. But if you're $20,000, tack another $5,000 on there, and if the numbers still work with an extra $5,000, do it. If it doesn't, then look at what maybe you could do a little cheaper to knock your price down a little bit on what you're going to cost to rehab. Does that make sense? You just don't want to get into something where if you have a water line that needs to be replaced and it's going to be $2,500, that's what that $5,000 miscellaneous is. And if you don't end up using it, then that's just more profit for you. So it's a win-win both ways for you. All right. Any questions on that? Perfect. Yeah, that's my. If the offer doesn't make you feel, or if it makes you feel uncomfortable, then you're probably too high. Remember, only non-motivated sellers will be offended by your offers. Okay, so make the offer. Don't think it's going to offend. Start off at $100. Will you take $100? No, I'm kidding. Don't be that low. Do you remember that guy that did that seminar? Will you take $100? That's what he kept saying. You remember that? He had that guy with the great big belly, and he said he's home working on the twins. He'd slap his belly. He did seminars back about 15 years ago. Go ahead.
So, trying to make sense of that person. If the offer doesn't make you, the offer doesn't make, it should say.
If it doesn't make you feel uncomfortable, you're probably offering too much. You need to go into that being uncomfortable with your offer. Like you need to go in there thinking, I may offend this guy with this offer. Okay. If you don't feel like you're going to offend the guy, you're offering way too high. Okay?
Way too high.
Yeah.
So if you don't feel a little stingy, then it ain't gonna work.
Exactly. You just got, because you got to, the first person to talk loses in any kind of thing. I remember negotiating on the phone. I sat silent on the phone for almost 6 minutes. And I wasn't going to speak. I made what I said, what I was going to do, made the offer, didn't say anything. And it's so, you want to say something because you want to be like, okay, I'll do this. Or you want to, what's the matter? You know what I mean? The first person that talks loses. And he was a salesman too. Finally, he's like, all right, I'll do it. And I'm like, great. He says, you weren't going to speak, were you? Nope. I was actually looking at emails till I knew you were going to talk because I didn't want to get distracted and say something first. The first person to talk, that's who loses. Go ahead.
So, how far down would you go?
Well, don't, like I said, you don't offer $100. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I mean, okay, so there's this house that I've been kind of looking at in Mount Pleasant.
Mhm.
They're selling it for $98,000. It needs a lot of work on. Sorry. It needs a lot of work on the inside. It's very. Yeah. So 98,000. How low would I go on that?
Not 20%, 25%. Sometimes they're going to say, oh, why that low? Make sure you've done your numbers. Make sure you've got, hey, well, this is what's going to cost. This is my cost. I figure it's going to cost to rehab. My closing cost is going to be 5 to 6%. And then I need to make some money at the end of the day. And so that's why I'm going to offer you 78. I'm going to offer you $20,000 lower than what you're. And if he says, oh, that's too much, then say, so what would your price be? Then let him talk. And then you say, yeah, I can't make that happen, but I might be able to make 80 work. Would 80 work for you? Let him sit. Let him think about it. Let him come back. And if he just isn't going to come off, he's not going to go down his price, he's set on 98, it's not a deal. Walk away. Hand him a card. Say, call me. If this hasn't sold, if you change your mind, give me a call because I'm interested in your house.
And the longer it's been on, the more likely.
Exactly.
To go down.
If he gets another couple people in there that's offering him too low, and then he might call you back and say, okay, I'm willing to work. Let's talk and maybe you can make a deal happen. Go ahead.
This might be more for me, in case it benefits anybody else though. It's kind of helped me to sit here and think, I don't have to do something. Just go for the deals. If it's not a deal, move away. You don't have
Exactly.
to. You don't have to make something happen. Have the patience to sit there until it's a deal. And if it's not a deal, don't feel bad. Don't feel like you're not succeeding. Don't feel like you got to go do something. Don't feel like you got to make something happen. It's just not a deal. And to just stay patient and wait for it to happen.
Good advice. Perfect advice. That's the big thing. Don't be afraid to walk away. Don't be afraid to offend somebody. It's just business, and that's where you got to look at it. It's business. You're in it to make a profit. He invited you in, or maybe you invited in. He wants to talk to you. If he's not willing to take your price, he may say, that's ridiculous. I'm going to give that. Say, that's fine. That's fine. Then it's not a deal. And I'm okay with it. Just say that. It's okay with it. I'm in this for business. I've got to make money. And so that's my deal. And if it doesn't, hey, no problem. Get up, shake his hand. I appreciate your time. Walk away. Sometimes it'll make him feel uncomfortable that you didn't get mad. Don't take it personal. Even if he calls you a name, you're a cheap son of a blah, blah, blah. Yeah, say, hey, I'm sorry you feel that way. This is just business. This is not me. This is just business. And it sounds like you're not willing to make a deal that I'm willing to pay. Just smooth it over. Be nice, because you don't want to get up and say, what are you calling me that for? And storm, don't do that. Just go ahead.
Just kind of a little example. It's not really with the real estate, but I went into an engineer to get some things done on a home I was building, and he just went off. He did exactly that. He's just like, that's so stupid. I wouldn't build that way. I wouldn't this. I wouldn't that. And basically, I understood it wasn't one of what I call his lick and sticks.
Yeah.
It's not something he just had it already set out to just stamp it and be done. It was something unique.
It wasn't something under the heat lamp he could just throw in a bag
exactly.
for you. Yeah.
And he was just really, really rude, really rude. And I felt myself starting to get offended, and then I backed off and went, wait a minute. So I just reframed it. I just said, so are you willing to do this for me? And what would be your price? And he went on for like 5 minutes. And I didn't think he was going to, but I didn't want to be rude and back out the wrong way. I said, so is this something you're interested in doing? And what would be your price? And he goes, well, it's just real dumb this way and this way. He says, so what would your price be, and are you willing to do it? And I did that 3 times, and finally at the end he says, I'm not willing to do this. I says, no problem, thanks for your time. Shook his hand and walked out very quickly.
Perfect. That is great. And that's maybe what you have to do. I mean, you got to really look at this. You're going to become a friend with them. And the last thing you want to do is you're going to run into them somewhere in town, and you don't want to have words. You don't want to say something you're going to regret. Plus, you don't want to have to go back there and apologize. Okay? So just don't do it. Just don't say it in the first place.
If you don't do it right.
Exactly. If they're offended, if they're like, you're a cheapskate, I can't believe you, what, just say, hey, I'm really sorry that you felt like that if I did not intend to offend you with this offer. This is just what I got to get this price for in order for it to make work for me. You might be able to find somebody else, but for me, this is the price I need. If you don't want to do that price, no big deal. That's great. Don't say, I'll go find another deal. You don't have to. Just it's okay. Just take if your pride's hurt a little bit, just let it be. Okay? You're out there trying to find a deal to make money. You're not out there to make him happy. You want to make you and your wife happy. Okay? Happy wife, happy life. You get into a deal that you can't sell, and you have to explain to her that you got to take $10,000 out of savings because you screwed up because you felt bad about making this guy offended. You don't want to deal with that. I'd rather deal with him right there, right? Okay. I know that from personal experience. All right. So did that kind of make sense? All right. Making offers when the seller has an agent. Okay, so property analysis. That's a big one. You got to analyze the numbers. You can't overanalyze a property. The only time you overanalyze a property is if you overanalyze it so much that you go through your inspection period and don't say I want it or I do want it, or if you never make an offer because all you do is get into analysis paralysis and you're just paralyzed. Okay? Do your numbers. If it's not going to work, and don't fake your numbers. Don't want a deal so bad that you know it's going to take you 25 to rehab it, and you're like, oh, I think I could do it for 15. Don't do it. Okay? Be realistic. You may have to make 25 offers before you get a deal. But once you find that deal that makes sense, and you come home and you tell your wife, man, you ought to see this deal I got. That's the conversation you want to have. You want to say, well, I got a deal today. You know what I mean? There's a big difference. I remember I went out and got like 5 houses under contract on seller financing, well, eating my own money, eating my own credit. And I remember coming home and I said, Shell, that's my wife's name. I said, Shell, I bought a house today. You did what? Bought a house today. You're kidding me. So I told her a little about it. About 2 days later, I bought another house today. After like 4 houses, she's like, what are you doing? How many houses are you going to buy? I'm like, I don't know. But I did all this marketing and I went and talked to these people and I'm getting contracts. Isn't this awesome? And so then I had to network a little bit. I'm like, okay, what's my next step? So I had to get a hold of title agents and make it all worth, real. But you just got to be ignorance on fire. Just go out and make it happen, okay? Make it happen. Start talking. Inspections, that's a big one. Become friends with inspectors. Get a good inspector. Make sure he's somebody that knows what he's doing. He's not just somebody that went and got a jacket with his name put on it, took a couple online classes and got some business cards going. Because there's a ton of those. There's a lot of marketing going on Facebook. I get hit up with it all the time. Oh, how'd you become an inspector? I've been thinking about doing that. So I say, well, get a lawyer on retainer and you got about 100 hours of classes. And usually that stops them from thinking they can go out and do it. So just make sure the person that you've got is somebody that's been in the business for a while. Get some references from realtors and make sure he's worth what he's going to do. Make sure he's going to, because it's $325 that you want to make sure he's going to do a good, thorough inspection. And tell him, show up there. No, I wouldn't show up for the whole inspection. Show up there the last half hour, 45 minutes of the inspection. But tell him beforehand, say, these are the systems that I want checked out. I want you to thoroughly do these sections. I don't care if there's a hole in the sheetrock. I don't care if the tile's broken. I don't care that the yard's a mess. I don't care about, but I want to make sure the attic is in good shape, the plumbing's in good shape, the electrical's in good shape. So spend your time on these systems. This is what I'm mostly concerned about. And then he'll be like, okay, I don't have to waste time with all this other stuff. I'll just jump in and do a real good thorough inspection on what you want. And negotiate the price. Tell that to him. Say, hey, look, all I want is these 4 systems checked. I want it good and thorough. Would you do it for a bit of a discount? And if he says, yeah, sure, I'd do it for $200. Also say, I don't need a written report. I just want to meet with you at the end and you tell me what it is and then send me some pictures of the stuff that's wrong. He may do it for $100. Okay? Go ahead.
I just want to say your best inspectors are going to be the ones who've been in the field building.
Yes.
Those are your best ones. Even if they're a younger guy, if he's been in the field and he's been building and he understands it, that's going to be your very best inspector because he's going to understand those deals. He's going to understand what you're looking at because he's been there. When you get an inspector who just went through school and got it, they're some of the biggest pain in the butt. They won't stop looking at those things you don't want them to look at.
There's a lot of people that are retiring and they're looking for a part-time gig, and so they pay $2,000 to some company in Denver, Colorado, and they get a few classes and they take some tests and they go get a jacket made up and they start going marketing. And not saying that they could probably see that there's some tile broken and that there's a hole in the sheetrock, but to get in and check out your HVAC system and your plumbing and your electrical and find out if your foundation's failing, they're not going to be able to make that happen. And you pay them the same as you do the other ones. So, all right, solidify funds. This is a big one. You never ever want to make a deal on an offer, or make an offer on a deal on an offer. Make an offer on a deal if you don't have somebody that's ready to go. Okay, I always say that the money follows the deal, but you need to make sure you've already talked to a few people. If I find a deal, can I come to you with it? Would you be willing to fund it? Yeah, if it's the right deal, I'd be willing to fund it. Get a couple of those people. So then when you find a deal and you're in your inspection period, that's the time to hand them numbers while you're going through it, solidifying your numbers and see if they're okay doing it. Because you don't want to go through your inspection period, be out of it, then go to your hard money. You said you'd do this, and it looks like, you know what, I'm out. Or he says, I just funded something else, I can't do it. Now you just lost $1,000 and you lost credibility with a realtor. I get deals all the time from realtors because they know if I make an offer, I'm going to close. They know that. So I get it over some other investors because they know, hey, if we get hold of Andrus and he says he's going to do it, he'll close it. He's got the money, he's going to be able to make it happen. And so that gets me deals a lot of times when other people don't get them because they back out and they back out and they back out. Go ahead.
So are you saying that verbal agreements in this regard are as effective, or should we get something in writing or email or signed
like from
contract?
From a hard money lender or a private money lender?
Well, I am the hard money lender. So let's suppose I'm talking to someone that wants money. Do I need to just say, yeah, I'm interested? Is my word supposed to be firm, or do I need to sign something with him? Or
I've never, and maybe it's just my own fault, but any of the money lenders I've ever used, if they agree that they're going to fund it, they come and they fund it. I've never had one back out at the last minute. I've had them back out and say, hey, I can't do it in my inspection period, when I'm solidifying my numbers and I go find somebody else. But if I give them the deal and they say, this looks great, I've got the money lined up, we can make this happen. When's closing? Closing's 30 days from now, closing's 2 weeks from now. Great. How much time do I have? When do you need it? This is what I need. And then he'll say, okay, I need this contract, because you want to sign the contracts. He's going to want to be on title. So you get a hold of the title company. If all that's moving forward, then I have no reason to believe that you're not going to perform. I've never had a money lender not perform if we've gotten to that point. Does that make sense? But it may be smart to get something in contract that says, yes, I will fund this deal. I have the money and I will close it on X date, whatever else. I mean, they could probably still bail out and for you to sue them for it. I mean, it's $1,000. They'll pay your earnest money. I don't know what the ramifications would be, but that might be something to look forward, to if you guys have got somebody. But if they're pushing forward, they've got their company name they've already given to me. I've already lined it up. They've already approved me saying, we're going to do it. I get the title company. This is who my lender's going to be. They're already asking for his information to pull title. It's never not gone through. Does that make sense? Did I answer your question?
Yes, although I guess what I should have said at the beginning was that we actually don't have a particular piece of real estate property in question right now. It's just that we're forming a working relationship, and I'm saying I've got X amount of money. Why don't you have your agent find something? Why don't you inspect it as the general contractor, and then get back with me and let's solidify things.
So his time to solidify it is in that 10-day or 5-day inspection period, and you need to have that conversation with the person who's going to be partnering with you, because it's all just talk until a deal's accepted. Once a deal's accepted, then you know what your purchase price is, and then say, get your numbers together. So say you need to call me as soon as the deal's accepted. He calls you that day. Deal got accepted. Great. Get me the numbers as soon as possible. So hopefully he's been working on the numbers. He's going to have all these bids. He's going to say, this is the rehab cost. This is what's going on. He's going to have the inspection report, and he's going to come to you with all that stuff. Here's what's going to cost rehab. This is the house. And he'll probably send to the MLS even ahead of time. You know what I mean? Depending on when he gets the offer done. And then you guys sit down and you say, this looks good. Let's make this happen. Boom. It's done deal. Then you get your information over to the title company, and that's when I would solidify the deal. And if you feel comfortable saying, you need to perform, because if you go through and pull your money out of wherever it's at, and then he doesn't perform, that's on you too. In fact, there's a guy in Idle Falls that if I line up money and for some reason it doesn't close, I got to give him $300 because that's what it costs to get it out of his money market account, and that's okay. And I've only had to give him $300 once. We ended up closing a week later, and so he had to pull it out again, and it took him another week to get it back out. But that's okay. The deal didn't fall apart because of me. It was because of title, and they found something screwy, and so they had to delay closing. Does that kind of make sense?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
All right, and then pre-order your materials. The reason why I put that up there is because if you can get all your materials, put it all in the garage, then when your guys get there, whoever you've hired, they've got everything there. They don't have to be calling saying, hey, I'm at Home Depot, I needed this. Hey, I'm here, I needed that. And you waste a lot of time running back and forth to Home Depot or Lowe's. They're wasting time. Some people are like, well, I just give them a credit card, or I just pay over the phone. And I paid over the phone a few times if they need materials. They'll call me from Lowe's. The lady at the deal said, hey, they told me to call you. You're going to get payment. I give them payment over the phone. They pay for it. They walk out with the materials. And a lot of times they'll say, hey, have them throw a couple sodas on there, while they're there, because they have them sitting there. And they love that. Your guys, whoever you're hiring to help you out, if you can buy them sodas, swing by with some pizza one afternoon, just, make them happy. But
Some beers with the cookies in it.
no, don't be buying them beer. You don't want that liability. And here's what's funny is I said, I'm going to assume that what's in that cushy is a soda pop. I said, so I'm going to assume. Said, you and I know it's not. You get in trouble, something happens. I thought it was soda. Just so we're clear. So, anyways, so pre-order materials, get things done so that you got it all there, so you aren't chasing your tail, is what I call it. All right, here's some sizzle factors and what pays the bills and items you should always do. Okay, sizzle factor might be what? Something that's going to help your sellability, right?
The barn doors in the house, that will improve the sellability.
Okay.
Nowadays.
Perfect. The big sliding ones? Yes, depending on the house. Affordable housing, I wouldn't put that in, but if you're in a $250,000, $300,000 range house, definitely something unique like that might really go over really well for somebody that's going to pay that much money for a house.
What is that? A sliding door?
They got those big hanging, big wood barn doors that will separate like a dining area off. I don't know if you've seen those or not. In home shows, they're pretty big. And, yeah. We did a house that was around about 250, and we wanted to make it a little bit unique. And I had wood flooring that I pulled out of another house, and I had my guys. It was a tray ceiling in the dining room. I had them put it on the ceiling, and then we hung a light from it. That went awesome, and it was so cheap to do because I already have the materials, and they just nailed it up there. Just something unique that I wouldn't do in a $150,000 house. I wouldn't spend a ton of money. But in a 250, 300, then somebody likes that uniqueness. So lock sets. nicer doorknobs, especially like your front door. You don't want to chimp on that. The rest of the stuff you can get mid-grade on everything else in the door. As long as they open and shut, nobody really cares. But in your front door, you want a really nice doorknob. If it's if it's got the marks on the door and you're gonna keep the door for the 2 deals, don't just get a doorknob and have a big ugly hole and a big ugly deal that's embedded in there. It looks so bad. Get you something that'll match. At least the best you can. That was there before. Crown molding, not that I do that in all the houses, but if you've got some extra material you pulled out of the house, or if you just want to help that sellability out and you've got one room you put it in, it may be worth doing. Full paint, that's another one. You may want to do it, you may not. Shower heads, put a nice shower head in. If it's an upper grade house, something that's going to sell for around $250, $300, I may put a couple of extra shower heads in. Or if remodeling the shower, it's a big shower, put 2 heads in that don't have normally 2 heads. If the wall's already open, it don't cost anything for that guy to run another pipe over, run another off and on, put another shower head in, and now it's a double shower, and people freak out about that for a house they're paying for $150,000. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's the same with putting granite in there. Their buddy, they got a friend or a brother that's got a big house with granite. Now they've got a small house and it's got granite. The first thing they do, come in and look at our kitchen, look at our granite, because it's like a huge deal, right? But if you can get it for the same money, that's why I say I go to a couple different granite shops you have in town. Say I want the stuff that doesn't sell and the stuff that's mismatched, and let me look at it. Tell me when you got stuff. Come in and you might be able to put one in a small little bathroom area for cheaper than you can do for mine, because they don't want it, and they just cut a hole. You can either mount it yourself or have one of your guys mount it. You find somebody that's kind of a handyman, and it's a huge upgrade. It doesn't cost very much, but it helps out that sellability. So what pays the bills? Interior paint, exterior paint, talk about that. Carpet, counters, doors, windows, AC. If you don't have AC and you have the ability to add AC cheap, do it. If you got a furnace that's already plumbed for it, it's already got the plumbing that's headed out in the rafters outside, all you need is the condensing unit. Buy the condensing unit. It'll help big time to increase the value, especially down here, because it gets pretty hot. Cabinets and tubs, light fixtures. Find a guy that refinishes tubs. If you got some old tubs and the wall's in good shape and you can just put tile in or put a different surround in, if you don't have to yank that tub out and replace it, that's huge expense. Not only in man hours, but then also plumbing. If you can leave that tub in place and jump up on the tub. When I walk through a property, realtors give me some weird looks. Like if they're letting me in, because I jump up on toilets, I rock the toilets back and forth. I get up on the tubs, I'm rocking tubs back and forth because I'm trying to find if the floor is going to fluctuate. Oh yeah, seriously. They're like, what the heck are you doing? If it's a big jetted tub, I jump up on the jetted tub. I'm on both sides. I'll straddle the jetted tub. I'm rocking it back and forth because if that thing moves, you've got rod underneath there, and that adds to your expense. I'm not saying you won't buy it, but now you just add it to your rehab costs. You're gonna have to yank that tub out. And if you yank the tub out, you may as well put a different tub in. Does that all make sense? So it just adds to the cost. So do as much as you can as you're walking through your first time. Another good way to see if a toilet is right underneath is straddle the toilet and then rock it back and forth with your legs. Okay? Some you may want pants on if you do with shorts because it'll freak you out a little bit. Not only is the toilet dirty, but it's cold. So, and it just gives you the heebie-jeebies. So, rock it back and forth, and that'll let you know if it's loose or if the floor's rotted. You can't just go up and touch it. You gotta put some weight into it and see if it's that helps you again.
So it's not just a matter of fact that the toilet just needs to be screwed down tighter. It's probably rotting underneath.
You can feel it. I mean, if you straddle a toilet, when I do my inspections, I do this every house. If you're standing on both sides and you sway one way or another, you can feel your feet move if the floor is rotted out. If the toilet just moves, then I just put in the inspection report, the toilet needs to be tightened down. And what I also put in there is, if somebody's been getting up and off of that stool, how many ever times for however long it's been loose, it may have wore out that wax ring, and I always put in there, suggest redoing the wax ring. It's pretty cheap to do, but tighten it down. Instead, just tighten it down, pull it off, put a new wax ring on it, tighten it down, good and solid. That way, you make sure you never get a leak in there.
Gotcha.
Light fixtures, that's another one that's most lights, especially you have mismatched lights, where you got the old ugly chandeliers, get rid of them. People see that and it just does not give you a good feeling. Yeah, it's creepy. There you go, that's a good word. And you get the contract packs of those bulbs, of the lights. Don't stick the single bulber flush mounts in the bedrooms. It looks so cheap and it's so dingy. You want people when they walk in the house to flip on a light, you want to illuminate the place. And I see contractors all the time that buy a big, huge box of those single bulber flush mounts. You know what I'm talking about? They're round and they've got the, I don't want to say it, it's got the little nipple on there that screws on the thing. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. So the single bulbers, once you put that in there, it just doesn't light up enough. It's really dingy. And so what do they think? They're like, wow, it's dark in here. You want 75-watt bulbs in there, you want 2 bulbs there, you want that place to, when they turn it on, okay?
Go for the white.
Yeah, exactly, go for the white. The kitchen also, make sure every place has a bulb in it, you're putting a bulb in there because you want it to light up. And you don't want kitchens, if you need to add light to the kitchen, add the lights. It's the best money you'll spend because you want it to illuminate, you want people to feel good, and when it's dark and dingy, they feel dark and dingy. You want them to feel happy, bright, and luminous.
Unless it's a dimmer switch.
All right, plumbing fixtures, same thing. I always match them, but just make them so they're nice. If they're old and beat up, put new ones on. Don't chip money on there. So items you should always do: landscaping, cleaning, obviously. Front door, we talked about that. Q factor. Staging. Anybody have an idea of staging, yes or no? Staging's good? I used to be a huge negative on staging. I was like, why would somebody spend that money on staging? Okay, in Idle Falls, I don't stage. In Boise, I do stage. It's worth every penny in Boise. But it's a different demographic. Does that make sense? In Idle Falls, I've spent the money on staging. It doesn't bring me any more money. You stage in Boise, it'll bring you the money. It's well worth it. Some of those people are like $450 right up front to do the design work, bring the furniture in. And I only do the master bedroom. Don't let them talk you into doing the whole place. You don't need it. You need the master bedroom, you need a dining room table in the kitchen, one of the bathrooms, and the front room. That's it. Don't do any of the bedrooms, don't do any of the bathrooms. If there's a second kitchen, don't do it. Don't have them do anything else. Sometimes they'll throw more in just because they're there, but you want the front room, kitchen, dining room table, and the master bedroom. That's your big ones. If there's a downstairs family room, maybe put a couch in, but most of the time they can envision that. The problem is people, they come in, they have a hard time envisioning how big their couch is. And they'll make 2 assumptions. The kitchen's small, or the kitchen's huge. Or they'll say in the front room, man, this seems small. But if you put a couch in there, and then they're like, oh, this is pretty good size. You want them to make a fair assessment with furniture. Even though the furniture they're gonna put in there is probably smaller than what they're gonna put in there, at least it gives them a good idea of how it would be set up. Does that make sense? So if staging's popular, stage, because that's what people are expecting. If it's not, like up in Idle Falls, Idaho, very rare does anybody stage. Unless it's like a $500,000 house, then they'll stage a place.
It's not a local miner at that point.
What's that?
Not a local miner at that point.
Yeah, there's some money up there, they'll do it, but sometimes it's from out of town. In fact, I had that one that I sold for $300, that one I was telling you about that had the bad water line. I tried to call a staging company to come and stage it, I couldn't even get one to show up. So, I didn't, and it sold just fine, but I was gonna stage it because it was a higher end home. Garage door, we talked about that. 8-foot rule, okay, I called it the 6-foot rule or the 4-foot rule, so it's basically just.
What's that mean, the 8-foot rule? Like if you stand in one place, anything you see within 8 feet?
The front door, the front porch. See, when the realtor's opening up the door, whoever's gonna be buying that house, they're standing behind the realtor and they're looking 4 feet on both sides of that door. So you have to just make sure that it's immaculate, that it's clean, there's no cobwebs, that it's painted, it's caulked, there's no cracks, the door's in good shape, everything's in perfect order because that's where he's gonna be looking. You don't want him to see, big old spider's nest or a bee's nest or whatever. Just clean it up and make it look nice, okay? All right, and then you'll rope sleep, get her done. Cash is in the trash. Okay, so the reason why I put that in there is it's amazing what you can sell on Craigslist. I had some solar panels on top of the house that didn't work. I didn't want them. I didn't want to go up there and take them off. I didn't want my guys to waste time taking them off. So I put them on Craigslist, said, free solar panels on top of the house, gave the address if you come and get them. I had people come in within 2 minutes, gave the address, and one of them went up on a ladder, pulled them off, took them away. Didn't have to worry about it. Don't step over dollars to pick up dimes. The amount of time it takes you to take those off, put them somewhere, put them on Craigslist, try and sell them, just get rid of them. It's amazing what people come and get for free. I've even opened up a house, had a bunch of trash in it, and I said, stuff for free, come and get it. It's amazing what people took out. That I didn't have to pay anybody to take out. I said 1 day only, 3 hours, because my nephews were gonna show up the next day and clean the place. I'll bet they took half the crap out of there. And it's stuff I wouldn't have given anything for. But people, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And you say free on Craigslist, it's amazing the amount of people that show up. So, yeah, there's a lot of cash in there. And then you can sell some things. People have left things in that I've sold. There was a wheelchair crane that was left in the house. It's called a Bruno, I think is what it's called. It was sold for $1,000. I got online to see what they sold for, and they sold 2,500 brand new. So I put it on Craigslist. A day later, somebody came bought $1,000, and it was just up there. I didn't even know what it was. I was just gonna take it to the steel recycling place. My wife's like, that may be worth some money.
Did they take it out for you too?
Yeah. Well, it was just sitting in the garage. I just opened the door, and it was one that goes into a vehicle. So you mount it in the back of the pickup, and then it would pick up the wheelchair and put it in the back of the pickup. Tear down a frame, the wonders of the kitchen. We kind of went through a bunch of that, just different things to do with the kitchen, backsplashes, fixtures, that type of stuff. Grass, landscaping. Don't spend a ton, but you need to do it. Dead lawn, weeds, you gotta clean it up, get rid of it. Throw down some bark. Bark is cheap. Buy a couple of bushes, plant them. What's that? You could. Plumbing, electrical, staging. So we kind of talked about all that stuff too. Define a plan and the plan of the job. This is a big one. When frustration happens, when expectations aren't met. Also, I always tell people, plan your divorce while you're still in love. Any partnership that you've got a hold of, if you partner with somebody in here, plan how it's going to break up, plan how things are going to roll out. Also, end your partnership at the end of each deal. Then restart another partnership. Does that make sense? Unless you really find somebody you're really going to work a lot with, and you want to start an LLC with, that's fine. But still, plan how that divorce is going to happen while you're still in good speaking terms. Because last thing you want to do is have a deal go bad, expectations weren't done, people didn't.
Your battery's dead. Excuse us, we can take that.
Oh, all right.
Let's get that pack off there.
Just pull it off.
We'll watch. Who's looking? This is where, he has to shave his neck once. That's another story. I got it. You're good. TMI.
Oh.
Yeah, TMI. Now you got to tell a story.
Okay, yeah, I won't tell. Oh, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Anyways, what was I talking about? What were we talking? Expectations. Frustrations that when expectations aren't met. Define each other's plan of what you're going to do. If you're partnering with somebody and all he is a silent partner, like if you decide to partner with him, he's got money. You need to define what his you need to define what his responsibility is, and you need to define it very well. Say, look, if we're going to partner up, I don't want you to tell me what colors to pick. I don't want you. I mean, you could go by the job site. Keep your mouth shut. It's got to be defined that much, because what ends up happening is he might show up and say, what are you doing? I don't like this, because he may have a different idea of what maybe a color should be, and then you have to stop, and then he may decide he's not doing a very good job. So you need to find all that out. You need to find out, okay, you've got 30 days to make this thing happen. If it's not going where it should be in 30 days, we need to remit, and he may say, I'm going to take over, because his money's on the line. But you got to define all that out before it goes bad. Does that make sense? The only time I've seen it go bad is when somebody thought this guy's going to do a whole bunch, and then he didn't, and then the other guy felt like he needed to jump in, then feelings got hurt, and then there's money on the line, and it was just bad. And then they're in court, then they spend more money, and so.
Stick that in your pocket or something.
Okay.
I'm not assembling it on the backside of it.
No.
Yeah.
Where'd that go?
It's all good.
So that's why I always say, plan your divorce while you're still in love. Does that make sense? You want any more clarification on that? Define each other's roles. Make sure if someone's going to do the rehab, and that goes with your contractors too. Here's what I do with my contractors. If they say they're going to put the cabinets in, I say, how long do you think that's going to take? Well, it should only take about 3 days. Okay, you got 3 days. 3 days? Should I give you 4? I mean, be pretty blunt with them. And they say, well, okay, yeah, maybe 4. Okay, 4 days. 4 days. Are we good 4 days? You've got 4 days open. You can get this done. Yep, I can do it 4 days. Great. Let's get this done in 4 days. And what I do with new ones is I'll make them sign a contract to get it done in 4 days. If they don't, I start pulling $200 a day that they're not done off of what the original bid is. And I put it right in the contract. Okay, and you might think, oh, that might be a little bit of a jerk. You just, like I said, just plan. Frustrations happen when expectations aren't met. You get some guy that gets another job, and he's like, I'm going to do this other job because I'm only making this much on this one. And he knows if he doesn't get that done in 4 days, $200 per day that he misses up, he's not going to get done. He may decide, I'm going to make enough money. I'm worth going to a day off, day of, and I'll pay his $200. Make him make that decision. But at least that keeps him accountable and keeps him coming. Does that make sense? Okay. Where'd that wire go? There we go. All right. Buy materials, start marketing right away. That's a big one. Don't market the property until it's done. One of the reasons I used to do that, as soon as I got the property, I put for sale in it as I'm rehabbing it. And what ends up happening is you get people coming through and they're seeing things, not saying you're trying to hide anything, but if you got the walls all tore out, you tore the tub out of there because the floor was all rotted, and they see that, they may have been interested before, they may be like, ooh, I don't know if I want this now because it looks bad. Even though you're gonna repair it right, even though you're not gonna scam them at all, everything's gonna be good, you just don't want them to see that. And I used to, even when I got to a certain point, I'm like, if you make an offer now, you can pick your carpet and you can pick your paint. You don't want to pick their carpet and their paint. Because if they pick some kind of crazy paint and then they don't have closing on it, guess who's repainting that? You are, yeah. So just finish it, get it completely done, then throw it on the market. Go ahead.
Just to back you up on that, dealing with that. The way I like to put it is, unless you like to watch your loved one get operated on, it's the concept. No, dealing with customers in cabinets and other things that I've done before, and when you're trying to do a remodel and they're looking over your shoulder, is the worst position to be in.
Yeah.
It's terrible, guys, because that customer is going to see the finished product and love it, but when they see you working on it, it's like watching you operate on, seriously, their loved one. You just don't want it, and I think that's what you end up doing when you put it up for sale too quick.
Yep. And that's why I say, the reason why I know that is because we did it. I mean, I thought that I knew this and knew that, and it sounds like a great idea, doesn't it? Man, start marketing right away. If they could pick their own carpet, pick their own paint. Now they're already vested in this property. Well, then what if happens they go out and find another property they want more? They're backing out of it, and you just painted this ugly maroon color on your wall in the master bedroom, right? And now you got to repaint it because you want to be neutral, right? And same with carpet or tile. Yeah, I never let somebody pick the tile that's going to be fine because their perception of what's good and your good is usually a lot different. And then meet with contractors. Meet with contractors. What I usually do is meet with, if you have a tile guy that you're going to meet with, that you might hire, have all three of them. I always say three. Have all three show up at the same time. Don't have them show up at different times because then they're like, oh, you can tell which one's busy and which one wants to work. I've had three show up and they all know each other. Most of them do, the tile guys. And then when a guy shows up and sees the other two guys, he just drove away. Great. Now I don't have to worry about dealing with you. I just got these two now. That way it plays. Then these two are like, well, I want the deal, and you start getting a little better deal. I don't have them bid in the open with me, but they realize there's another guy that's there, and I'm like, okay, this is what I want done. Now, could you guys get me your bids? Can you get it to me by the end of today? Then they usually, because they know somebody else is there. If they know you're the only one that they're going to hire, and it's the only one you're going to interview, your bid will usually be a little bit higher. So meet with your contractors. Get it solidified in, make them sign a contract, same with the tile, same with the carpet, if the carpet guy, and make sure you find out from some of your guys, your painters, your carpet layers, find out how far out they are. Because if you haven't closed on the deal, if you got 30 days to close on it, and they're 60 days out, you need to hire them when you got the deal accepted. So you're not waiting 30 days to close, then you hire them, now they're 60 days out from there. So make sure you get relationships with these people, your painters too, especially when it's busy, your flooring guys, your framing guys. Some of them are 6-8 weeks out. So if you've got a deal and you get an accepted offer, you've got to met with your hard money guy, it's a done deal, start hiring. Say, how far out are you? Come meet me at the property. Before you even close, if you're 30 days out, you can meet with them at the property, get them on the schedule, get them set. I was going to talk about the refinishing tubs because I got off on a tangent. What was I doing that I didn't finish that up? I'm sorry. So the tub refinishing, I don't even know why I even thought of that. So the tub refinishing, you can save a lot of money by hiring these refinishing guys. Most of the time they're $200 to $350, some $450. But if you have 2 to 3 tubs in a place, usually they'll throw you a deal and say, I'll do all 3 of them for $250 a piece. So for $750, you've got 3 tubs that look brand new. And I don't know if you've seen the finished product. If you got somebody that's a really good job at refinishing tubs, they repaint them, they reglaze them, they fill in chips, they fill in nicks. If they're cracked, they look brand new. Then all you have to do is do a new surround. And you can do a one-piece surround, you can do a tile surround. Depending on who your handy guys are that you hire, if they're really good at doing tile, it might be cheaper just to have them tile. Tile and showers and surrounds help sell. So if you can do the tile and you have it in the budget, I always go for the tile. If you do the cheap surround, then it just looks cheap. If that makes sense. Plus, a lot of these tubs in some of these older homes, they're solid. And when they're all cleaned up and repainted, they look awesome. And they look so much better than a cheap one you could buy at Home Depot. Because when you go to Home Depot, you're going to buy a plastic one because they're only $500-600. You aren't going to spend for the $2,000 $2,500 one, which the tub that's in there is that kind of a tub because it's cast iron. It's an old tub. And to have that refinished looks so much better than a little plastic one-piecer.
Jason, what do you recommend doing for really nasty, just the fiberglass one pieces that are...
Tear them out, put tile in.
Out.
Yeah. The great thing about tile is it hides a multitude of sins, if that makes sense. Because they'll come in and they'll tear it all the way down to the studs. They'll put new green board in. Then they put whatever backer they're going to put in. Then they put the tile in, and it just makes it look so much nicer. You pull that one piece out, you put another piece in. Usually something's been warped, something's got some damage. You're going to end up tearing it out anyways, and you try to make that fit back in there. The one-piecers work good for new construction because you can custom build for the spot for the one-piece tub units. Not saying that you couldn't do it. You might be able to find it.
Tubs are meant to be put in while you're still framing, too.
Exactly.
They're not meant to be
Yeah, some of these older houses, to get a one-piece tub unit in, it's getting...
Well, I just meant, though, it's the ones that are already in there that are nasty. They're a pain to get out. And you're
Yes.
ripping out.
Get a Sawzall, cut it in half. There was this jetted tub inside this master bedroom. You could put 3 men and a horse in that thing. It was huge, massive. I'm not kidding. I don't know what they were doing in there, but it would, all of us right here could sit in that tub all the way up to our neck. It was huge. They had to have built the bathroom around it because when we started to pull it up, because none of the jets worked, so I went online for about a day and a half trying to find jets to replace them with. Nobody makes them anymore. The place in town, they said that tub hasn't been in existence for 25 years. We can't fix it. So I'm like, all right, I got to tear it out. It was a good thing I tore it out because it took up so much room in that master bedroom. I made this awesome, unbelievable walk-in shower. I'm not kidding. It was so great. So it had a little shower here in the corner, just a one-man shower or a one-woman shower. And then it had this big, huge tub that went clear back around, came all the way up to the one side. So you had to walk down this little lane. I mean, literally that far to get to this one little shower. And then the toilet was out in the middle of the room, which was really awkward. And then it had this big, huge, ugly vanity and big oak, and I mean, just really bad. So once we tore that tub out of there, it opened that whole place up like crazy. So we put that whole lane that I walked down, we tiled it, we stuck in a little half wall, we stuck in just a single tub up against, and we put another wall in, and so this whole space was all a walk-in shower. And we did a pony wall this time. We put glass up that only came this far to the ceiling. It was awesome. In fact, I'm going to have to do that same shower in our house now because my wife liked it so much. How can we do that for them, but you won't build that for us? It was awesome. And I flat impressed myself. I really did. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. But that master bedroom sold that house. That lady, they looked through it and they're like, oh, this is nice, this is nice. They walked in the master bath and I saw the wife's eyes just go. And I'm like, it's done deal. That's what I'm saying in my head. I'm like, okay, I'll give you guys some time. I'll be downstairs. About 20 minutes later, we'd like to make an offer. I'll bet you do. So, yeah, you can't, the master bathrooms and kitchens, that's where your money's made. It really is. So have fun with it. Really, have fun with it. Do some really cool things. Get innovative, but don't get too custom and too crazy. Everything was neutral. All my tiles neutral color. Everything was so that it was appealing to everybody. It wasn't something that somebody like, wow, what's that aqua green color you got in there? So. All right, prepare to sell. For sale by owner, yard signs, flyers, websites. I used to just for sale by owner everything. And if it didn't sell within the first 3 weeks, then I'd hire a realtor. I stopped doing that. I just hire a realtor right off the bat. Because 90% of the time, I was hiring a realtor anyways, and 3 weeks have already gone by of me having it on the market. Does that make sense? I just hire the realtor. They're worth the money. I'll say that right now. I used to think, I'm not paying their 3%. If you want to do like an assist to sell, it'll save you a little bit and it gets on the same deal. But once you create a relationship with a realtor, I'm a firm believer of dancing with the person that brought you. If a realtor brings you a deal, use them to list it. And why do you think that's important?
Good relationship.
Well, what else?
Then they get all the commission.
Exactly. If they're sitting there and they found this deal that just came across their desk and they got 5 investors they work with, and 4 out of the 5 investors have their own realtors, they know they're only getting 3% selling it to them, because when they rehab it and they resell it, they're going to hire their own realtor. But me, they know they're going to get 6% and potential of 9, because they'll get it when I buy it, they'll get it when they sell it, and if they find the buyer, now they get another 3%. So who do you think gets the first crack on that deal? Yeah. And I tell all the realtors that. Do you work with a realtor? I said, I danced with the person that brought me. You bring me a deal, I'll sell it with you also. I'm open. I'm not beholden to any realtor. Now, I do have a realtor that I work with over in Boise, but if he brings me the deals, I use him. If somebody else brings me a deal, I'll use him too. But he is really good about bringing me deals. He brings me deals all the time. In fact, he project manages quite a bit over there for me, so I'll cut him into part of the deal and pay him maybe a little bit more and whatever else. But so yeah, creative exit strategies, lease option, rent to own. So whenever I do a deal, I always have especially a fix and flip, I have an A, B, and a C is what I do on my deals. My number one deal, or my A scenario, is to fix and flip it. I probably end up holding on to a deal at least once a year, once every other deal that I can't sell. For some reason, it just won't sell. So my plan B is you just hold it. Hold it for a rental property. Or lease option it. That's my C. So A, sell it. That's what I want. B, I rent it for a couple years, then sell it, or hold on to it forever if it's a good deal. Or C, I lease option it out for a year, 2 years, and then sell it. So make sure you always have a couple of different scenarios of exit strategy. And let your hard money guy know that too. And I say that up front too. My strategy is to sell this thing 6 months. And this is where my price is going to be. If it doesn't sell, I can drop it to this. If it doesn't sell, I can drop it to this. This is my threshold. If I can't sell it at this, then I will buy it. I'll buy it and take you out of the deal. Or then you have the discussion with him. If this doesn't sell, what should we do? And have him talk too. Maybe he'll be like, you know what? If it doesn't sell and we do a good job on it, maybe he'll say, I'll hold it for a rental property. Or let's just dump it. Let's get whatever we can out of it. I'm okay to, you got to have that conversation. You got to make sure you plan your exit strategy, again, while you're still in love. You got to plan all that out, because frustrations happen when expectations aren't met. And that's the last thing you want to do, okay? So most of the time I have somebody that will give me a loan if I don't have a deal that goes through. I'll go to a bank and just take it and make it one of my rental properties. Or I'll pay it off in cash and then I'll roll it from something else and I'll buy it another way. Or I get creative or whatever. But last thing I want to do is hose my private money lender. I want to make sure that he knows it's a good deal. He's going to get his money. And you need to be okay to walk away without making anything too. It may come down to, he's like, look, I need my money out of this thing. And if you can't close on it, then the biggest thing is taking care of him. And if you got $10,000 in rehab out of your own money, you may have to eat that $10,000 to get him out with his money and his return. Now, another thing I do with my hard money lenders, my private money lenders, my private ones, I say, we're a partnership in this thing. I say, if this doesn't work out, I may not be able to get you your 8 or 10 or 12%, whatever deal that you make with your private money lender. We both may have to take a hit. I may not be able to get all my money out. You may not be able to get your return. But you will get at least your principal back, what you put in. And if they're okay with that, I've never lost money for an investor. They've always gotten back at least what they've put in. They haven't made money at it. I've had a couple that happen. And I didn't make any money either. But that's just the way it goes. You're going to get those. Do you have any questions on that? That makes sense to you? Would that make you feel comfortable if that scenario and that talk was to happen as you're talking with somebody that wants your money?
I always think it's good to talk up front about as many things as you can.
Yeah.
I fully agree with that.
Yeah. You got to do it. It may be uncomfortable, but you want to create a relationship with a guy, you take care of that guy, you take care of your realtor, and they'll all jump in. When something goes wrong, everybody jumps in. Because they all feel like you're part of the same team. I had a deal that went sour, and it wasn't anything that we did. It was the way that the title company actually screwed up on it. But it went kind of sour. The title agent cut her fee, realtor cut her fee, my hard money lender cut her fee. I cut my fee. We walked away. Nobody lost any money. We didn't make anything, but nobody lost because everybody jumped in because they knew I was going to do 6, 8 more that year. So they were okay with one. That's the only one we've ever had to do that with, where all of us had to take a hit. But nobody took a hit to their pocket. We had to take a hit on our potential of what we were going to make, which was fine because we went out and we just made more deals. And they were happy. My hard money lender's still happy about what we did. He's like, I'm glad we walked away from that one. Because if we would have held on to it, we probably would have lost more money than what we were going to. And I hate to have that conversation because everybody wants to think that real estate's all cupcakes and ding-dongs. And from looking at me, you probably think that, right? right? Because that's all I eat is cooking. So I don't, but it's not all flowers and daisies. There is some hard truths to. Yeah, there's some hard truths to this stuff. Stuff might go bad. Chips and salsa. That's right. That's a good one. That's a good. It's not all cheese bean burritos. Turd burritos, maybe though, right? All right. Tips and traps rehabbing. These are just things to look out for. Okay? Rehab, don't renovate. That's a big one, or restore. Just rehab it. Don't use cheap laminate. Buy mid-range materials. Figure out your closing costs when you're doing your work yourself. Holding costs can kill somebody too. If you have $600 a month payment every single month, a lot of times people don't average that into their costs of the rehab. But they add up quick. If you have a property for 6 months and you're paying $600 a month, that adds up pretty quick. That'll take a big chunk of your rehab money. Set timelines, clean overspray, that's a big one. Don't have overspray on windows and try and sell property. It looks so cheap and looks like you don't know what you're doing. Don't forget to clean as you go. Have third party look at your place. Have somebody come through, a grandma, relative, sister, brother. Have them come look at it when it's all rehab because they may see something you don't. They may see something, what's that wire? Or what's that? How come you didn't put a cover plate on that? Or, man, look at all this overspray and maybe something you don't see. So have them walk through. Cover all the holes, drains, vents, plates, etc. Don't leave any electrical outlets without a nice plate on it. Cover them. They're cheap. You can buy a contractor pack of plates for nothing, like 25 cents a piece. So don't cheap on stuff that's easy. Remove all abandoned systems and wiring and plumbing. That's a big one. Don't leave abandoned stuff just sitting because an inspector doesn't know what it is and a homeowner doesn't know what it is. And you get two people who don't know what it is, that's a couple red flags. And if you've got old plumbing systems that's in there, I went and did an inspection for a house where this guy he did have solar panels on his place. He had a fireplace. So his whole water system, he's got plumbing all through this place in the crawl space. It's crazy. So he had solar panels and water ran through the solar panels. Then it ran down through. He could turn a valve and have water run through the fireplace and heat water. And then it all went back into a holding tank. And then it would go into a pressure tank, which would do the shower. I mean, it's crazy. It was in Rexburg, and Mormons up there are a little crazy anyways in Rexburg. So they...
a water jacket and a solar heater.
Oh yeah. It was. I mean, they probably could have gone off the grid for 10 years. I would imagine the whole place was full of food storage and everything else. But I, as the home inspector, I told them that they need to get rid of all systems that are abandoned before they close on it. And they freaked out about it. The home, I was like, you can't just have all these old abandoned systems. I said, if some emergency happened and you have a plumbing issue that happened and water's going all over the place, somebody's going to show up there that doesn't know anything about the system. They're trying to shut this down. They're trying to shut that down. They don't know what's going on. Same with old wiring. Where do we cut it off? Where do we shut it off? There's two different panels. It's just too much of a safety issue. And so I forced the issue, and they said that they cleaned out all the plumbing. And while they were doing it, they hit two main lines that they didn't know was charged, that was wrapped into the other plumbing. And so they had to fix it all up, and the people I did the inspection for, they praised me like crazy for making them do that. Because it's old abandoned system, so get rid of it. If it's not in function, if it's not doing anything, get rid of it. Because anybody questions something, then that's doubt in their mind on a property. Okay? So continue to educate, find houses, make offers, line up your team, go interview your team. Go find some contractors, go find a title agent, go find a realtor, find those places. Line up your financing, buy simple, clean property to start. Don't get anything too crazy. Find something that you can just do carpet and paint, do a quick flip on. Don't take in a $50,000 or $100,000 rehab off your first deal. It will drown you, and you'll be screaming for, what's that?
You'll not want to ever do it again.
Exactly, it will.
Seen the money pit?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, go to work, and you got to make that leap. You just got to do it. All right, that's it for that one. Do we want to take a quick little small break and then we'll... No breaks. I'm sorry.
Talk about that deal with Boise.
Oh, okay. Let's do that.
Mastermind that deal up there, Steve.
Let's do that. Where's our markers? So this house that he's talking about in Boise, I just closed. I couldn't find the picture of the check, but I'll back into this deal. So oh, do you? Okay.
You said it too.
Awesome. Was that with my big cheesy grin?
Probably.
So after all said and done, we made $47,000 off of this deal. That was what my check from the title company was. And the lady thought it was pretty funny because I had the title company. I'm like, would you mind taking a picture with me and my check? She's like, I guess so. So, and then I sent it to Gary. So, so this deal with this lady, this was the lady that had 3 or 4 different realtors that came by and looked at her house, said she wanted to sell it, and they said, we can't sell this place, there's no way. So my buddy went there and, did you show it?
Up here on the camera first.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So he called me and says, hey, I think you need to take a look at this deal. It looks like a deal that you might be able to make happen. Maybe you won't, but I want you to come talk to her. So I said, give me your phone number. I want to talk to her on the phone. So I called her phone, asked her a few questions to even see if she was open to a way to get rid of it. And I wanted to see how desperate she was to get out of there. So I said, so why do you want to sell? And about 20 minutes later, we got through that question of why she wanted to sell. It's about 10 minutes into it, I was like, okay, we can make a deal happen, because she wanted to get out of there. And I didn't realize how bad it was. My buddy was like, it's a little bit of a mess. We're going to have to do some cleanup, but I don't think it's too bad. So I'm like, okay, great. So I made an appointment with her for the next week to come over and look at the property. I showed up. The outside looked okay. Had some maintenance issues on the outside. But when I opened up that front door, I had no idea what I was getting into. It literally was stacked all the way to the ceiling. Just stuff. Furniture and garbage and bags of stuff. It was nuts. And there was a little trail. She came to the door and I said, is there someplace we can sit down? She said, no. She goes, in fact, I'd rather just talk to you outside. I'm like, okay. So we stepped outside, asked her a few more questions. I said, what's all the stuff? And she goes, I don't even know anymore. She goes, I don't know what happened. She goes, my husband died. And that took about an hour for her to talk about her husband. Her husband was military. And basically when her husband died, she was just self-medicating by buying stuff. Yep. I shaved my beard off. I forgot I had my beard on at that time. So anyways, she told me her husband died. She self-medicated. So I was like, look, I said, I think there's something I can do. I said, we're going to have to be creative. You open to be creative to have me help you? And she goes, yes. And I said, this is how I see this planned out. I said, I'll make you an offer. I'll give you some cash up front. I'll take over payment. But at this time, she says, I can't make payments anymore. So I asked that question. You know, what's your biggest pain? I can't make the payments anymore. She goes, I need to sell the property. I know there's some equity in the place. I need to have enough cash to move to Portland, where my kids live and my mom and dad are still alive. She's 65 and her mom and dad are still alive, living in Portland. So I knew what her pain was and I had to resolve it. I said, okay, great. I said, I know I can get you some cash up front. I said, I know I can sell your house, but I said, I'm going to have to clean it. But I said, you won't have to worry about it. Once we make a deal, whatever we decide to on cash, I said, I'll help you move to Portland. I said, I've got a truck. I've got a 25-foot car hauler. We'll load it up. I'll move you to Portland. I said, on my expense. I said, that'll be part of the deal. I said, would you be interested in that? She goes, yeah, that'd be interesting. So I said, I need to walk through your place. So I walked through the place, and I mean, I could not believe. I couldn't believe. And what usually people that are hoarders, it's mostly trash. But what she did is she'd buy stuff, clothes, toys, anything you can think of, and she'd buy candy at the same time. She'd have her hands full, and she'd walk in, and she'd drop the stuff, and she'd never look at it again. The receipts are still in the bag. Almost 80% of all the stuff in there was all brand new, still had tags, and the receipts were still in the bag. The problem was it all had candy in it. So who likes candy? Mice. They also, which I didn't know, they like lotions, they like candles, they really like Twix bars. Yeah. So anyways, I knew that there was a mouse problem. I saw 4 or 5 just walking through. The only place I could really walk was, she had a trail into the garage to the back porch. She had a trail into the kitchen. She had a trail into a back bedroom. Her master bedroom was completely full. I couldn't find any of the pictures. Next time we do one, if you guys are here, I'll find the pictures because I used to take pictures. So she was in a wreck and she was embarrassed. She's crying. She was a mess. And I said, Jan, this stuff doesn't define you. This isn't who you are. I said, we can make this good. We'll get rid of this. You don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of it all. I'll get you to Portland. Don't worry about it. She goes, I'm such a mess. You probably think I'm such a mess. I said, I don't think anything. I said, I think you're a lady who got into a bad situation with her husband dying. You didn't know how to deal with it. And so you went out and bought stuff. Big deal. I said, get over it. We can make this happen. So she kind of smiled and I kind of joked around a little bit. And so we made a deal. I said, I'll write up some paperwork. I said, I'll put together some numbers, figure out what we're going to make a deal. And I said, I'll come back to you. So I left. I went down with my realtor. I don't remember where we went. Went and worked out the deals, worked out the numbers. He pulled some comps for me. I figured out what I could sell it for. We figured out, I was like, okay, this is the deal we're going to make. So I went back to her. I said, okay, this is the deal. I said, I'll give you $14,000 up front. That'll be your cash. I'll give that to you. I said, I'll make your payments for you. I'll move you to Portland. I'll do that all on my expense. I'll make your 3 or 4 months worth of rental payments on your apartment, will be fine, and on your storage unit. I said, I'll make that all happen, because I knew she didn't have much money. She had 2 cars in the driveway. They were both brand new. She was behind on payments on. She had an RV in the driveway that was bought and paid for. That was full of junk also. I said, I'll help you sell your cars. I'll help you sell your RV. I said, you don't have to worry about anything. I'll get rid of it all. And the reason why I decided to do that is because there was money in it. There was enough money in it that I could make money. I'm an investor. I'm not going to apologize for making money. That's what I told her. I said, I'm an investor. This is what I do. But I said, I need to make money. I said, I'm willing to give you cash. I'm willing to be fair with you. But I said, we got to make this happen and make it a win-win. So once I explained it to her, the great thing I did, though, is I said, I'll give you $4,000 at closing, and I'll give you the other $10,000 when you're gone. Guess how long it took her to get out? 2 months. The reason why I did that is because I've done it the other way, and guess how long it took me to get them out? 6 months. 8 months. Yeah, because I gave them all the money up front. So I learned that's a good thing to learn. I learned that the hard way. Give them a little bit, because it got her to Portland, and it got her to help her out. She got some cash, but it wasn't until she moved that I wired her some money right to her account in Portland. So anyways, so we made the deal happen. So I went and got a city dumpster, pulled the dumpster into the driveway, and we loaded it with trash. I filled 2 dumpsters full of trash, the big semi trash dumpsters. And then with my 25-foot car hauler, we loaded that thing 3 times, and I took it to Idaho Falls, and we did a massive garage sale. And we made enough money off the garage sale that I paid for the carpet, the paint, and any of the rehab costs that I had on the property. She wanted to split any money. I said, that's fine. I said, if we make enough money off selling this stuff, I said, anything left over after the rehab costs, I'll split with you. And I ended up having to put more money in, so we couldn't split anything, which I figured that's what was going to happen. But she think that she could get more money out of it. She thought we had $20,000 worth of stuff there, which we did, but it was all infested with mice. Nobody wanted it. So what we did is we just put big boxes. We filled our driveway. We advertised, and I said, come. I explained on the Craigslist ad, this is a hoarder. It's all brand new stuff. It's been infested with mice. Come and make me an offer. So people come, load up their arms and say, what will you take? I say, how about $20? They give me $20. And it was just mass people just going in and out of that place. In fact, there's stuff I didn't even know was in there. People were, what do you do for this? I'm like, no way, where'd that come from? In fact, one of them, we unburied a huge generator, about a $5,000 generator. I didn't sell that, I kept that for myself. And there's a couple other things, that we found. And then anything we didn't sell, we donated. And we let my kids or my in-laws or friends and family come over. She had shoes, brand new shoes. We had 50 pairs of shoes, all brand new. All brand new. And they were either size 13 double D or size 7, because that's what her husband was and that's what she was. So to find somebody that's 13 double D foot, yeah, not going to happen. But we did find a couple people. It was hard too, because he was a big guy. Everything was 3X and 4X. So some people in the neighborhood that are bigger people, I tried to make it as nice as possible. We got some really big clothes. I think you might be interested in. Why don't you come try it on? I was a little uncomfortable, but they came over and they were glad to have it. And most of that stuff I just gave to them because I couldn't sell it. Nobody wanted it. And I didn't want to take it to DI, so I just gave it to them and they were happy with it. So here's how the deal worked. So I found out that was owed on the property was $124,000. These are rough numbers. They're not exact. That's what was owed on the property when I took over the mortgage, okay? So $124,000. I figured I'd have about $5,000 in rehab because the house is a newer house. It was only about 10 years old and it was in good shape. Also, one other thing she did, she bought all brand new appliances for the place and never used them. Brand new stove, fridge, dishwasher, everything's brand new. She ate out. She never used them. It still had stickers on all the appliances. She just kept buying and buying. Brand new furnace. She put a brand new furnace in before I bought it. She put a brand new water heater in before I bought it. All within that time period, she was just buying. Okay? I figured when I made this deal that the property was worth $165. Is what I figured the property would be worth. So I buy it for $124, $5,000. What's that put me at? I'm doing this backwards, aren't I? Where's an eraser? I need to do this some more. Here we go. Let me back into these numbers a little better. So buy the property for $124, $5,000 down in rehab. My interview was $165. Oh, yep, there we go. And then I gave her $14,000 down. So what's that put me at?
10,000 once you got there.
143, okay, so 143. And then closing costs ended up being about $10,000. So what's that make me make? Didn't think I was gonna make too much, but it made sense. I knew I could sell it, knew I could sell it fast. Here's what was awesome. As I knew the market in Boise was going up, I knew that we could probably get more than 165 out of it, but my realtor's like, let's not plan any more than 165, so that was a good idea. We ended up putting it on the market for 175, because the market, we held it for about 5 months because it took us a little while to get her out. Took us a little while to get it rehabbed and get it, back on the market. Plus, we killed the mice down in the crawl space, and I hired a next door neighbor kid that was always over there bugging us. And I said, I'll pay you $1 per mouse that you find in the crawl space. He found 150 mice, dead ones, that he put in the back. And he was about 10 years old, 11 years old. He had this bag and he goes, I counted 150. He says, you want to count them? Nope. I said, I'll just give you $150. I didn't want to go clean those up, but man, I said $150. I gave him a ladder, get down the crawl space. He went to work. He thought it was the best thing ever. So we ended up putting on the market for 175. We got a cash offer within about 2 weeks of 175 cash. Cash offer, he says, I want to buy this, blah, blah, blah. Another offer was coming in. My realtor said another offer was coming in. He said, hey, we already got an offer. It was a full price offer. So the next guy came in at 177, said, we got conventional financing, but we don't want any contingencies. We'll just buy it. So we told the other guy that was cash offer, he says, well, we'll pay 180 and we won't ask for any concessions either. And we can close it in 2 weeks. And it's cash offer. The other one was still conventional financing. So we went back to that guy and the lady's like, I really want this house. She wrote me a letter on why she wanted the house so badly. She says it spoke to her. It was, this whole big deal because she was trying to persuade me to take her offer. So she made it. She goes, where do we have to be in order for you to take this offer? And I was like, well, I said, we got this other one coming in. So I said, you better make it a good offer. So she made an offer at 185. And I said, 185? I said, I don't think it'll appraise for 185. Because if you have a house listed at 165, even if he could find comps for 185, he's not going to appraise it for that. Because it's listed for 165. He'd get in trouble probably, especially nowadays. So I said, I don't think it'll appraise for that. So the guy at the cash offer comes in. He says, what'd that other lady offer? And I'm like, well, I said, it was better than what your last offer is. He goes, where do I need to make it happen? He goes, I'll have no contingencies. You don't have to have any closing costs. I'll pay for everything, even your side of the closing costs, and we'll close it in 2 weeks. Cash, you give me a number. And I said, I don't think it'll appraise for that. I don't want an appraisal. I'm like, holy cow. So I said, give me your best offer. So he offered me 187. And I said, done. And I didn't even tell the other lady, because cash, no appraisal, close in 2 weeks. She wanted to close in 6 weeks because it was going to take her that long for the conventional. And her loan officer sent over a thing. She was pre-approved, probably would have closed. But the reason why is I had an $850 a month payment that was due. This guy was going to close on the 30th. And I wouldn't have to make that payment. If I would have done it with the other lady, I would have to make that payment. And it was completely interest only. So that was just money out of my pocket. So that was my deciding factor. I said, if you guys could close this by the end of the month, she goes, we can't. I said, I got to take the other offer because it's cash. So. Well, then I may have had the numbers wrong.
Well, at 165, you were making 12, and then you made an additional 22 on top.
So 124, 14, 37. Hold on a second. My check's 47. What did I do wrong on my numbers?
The 5 and the 14 add up to the 143, and then the 10, 153. So 153 from the 165 is 12.
So what's that end up making? I screwed something up. Where's my screw up?
Must have been all those gold coins you found in the basement.
165, 187. So what's that end up? What's that end up me making?
34.
34. What was I? Yeah, I don't know where I messed up.
Yours was just shy of what, 38? Just shy of 38,000 for the check from the title company? Oh, it was 47. Yeah, 47,000. Oh, yeah. So the numbers are
Well, we know you made out good.
Yeah, no. Here it is. It wasn't 124. It was 120. It was 113. 113. No, I have to look at the closing costs. It wasn't 124. That's what the original mortgage was for, but when I found out what was owed, it was less than that. That's why I screwed up, sorry. So that's not the real number.
So it's 113.
Yeah, like 113 something and change. That was the real number. That was the payoff. That was what the original mortgage was for. And 113 was what was owed. 113 and change. That's what it was.
So that's an additional 11, so that's 45.
Yeah, so it ended up, with everything happening, my check was 147 and change, something or other, so.
So basically you took what was owed, what the original mortgage was, how much was owed, paid her, and that's maybe where you came up with the 14 to give her cash?
Yeah.
Just basically what she paid off on the house?
Yep.
Or the amount
Well,
you put into
it was just, I didn't think I was gonna make that much, for one. You know what I mean? I thought I was gonna come out making about
But
15 to
that's
20.
I'm just trying to, for future deals, so you've got the difference there that you gave her. Sorry.
So you have the difference that you gave her, knowing that most of it would come out of the equity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That was the why you felt
Yep.
comfortable giving that to
Yep.
her.
You paid her the equity up front.
Exactly. Yep, to get her to
her
part.
not the equity, just what she
had already paid
into
off
it.
in the deal.
Just the amount of equity she had paid into it, knowing later that there was quite a difference between the payoff and what you'd probably sell it
Yep.
for.
The great thing is her mom and dad called me, said I was the best thing ever. Her daughter called me, because they had both come over to Boise and said, we can't do anything for you. Are you kidding me? This place is a mess. In fact, her daughter said, I don't even want, if this is the way you're going to live, basically kind of, she had so much going on there that she just buried herself for about 3 years. Her husband was dead and just kept buying and kept buying and buying. And so, anyways, it was a pretty bad deal. But to help her out and for her to thank me and her daughter and everybody else, that was pretty big deal. So, yeah, pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Any other questions on that? So the big thing is you got to let people know. You got to let people know that you're an investor. Because I wouldn't have got this deal if I wouldn't have the relationship with the realtor. Nobody would have called me just out of the blue. But because people knew that I do this for a living, people knew that I can make deals happen where deals aren't normally at. I had to get really creative with this lady. I had to be willing to make a jump out there. Had to be willing to, and I had some hard money costs in that scenario. So that $47,000 isn't all in my pocket.
Yeah, because you had that truck that you moved to
Yep.
3 times.
Yep. Yep. So I had some gas and some costs, and I had to pay that kid $150 for the mice. So.
You need to pay his mom, the psychiatrist, for his
His mom was pretty awesome. She's like, you gave him too much money for doing that. He said he had too much fun. And I'm like, no, it's worth it. He earned the $150. That is something I would not have got down there. I would not have done that. Actually I would have if nobody else would have done it because but I did not want to do it. I would have paid him $250 and he probably would have done it for $50. So.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah. Any other questions on that one? Perfect.
Got a question? Give him a hand. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chase. Yep. Okay, was that good information?
Thank you.
Was that helpful? Awesome. So we got to pass this out, 2 groups, this side of the room, this side of the room. Jason, you get to be over here, and I'll go over on here too.
Okay.
Not this one. This one we're gonna do it together. But everyone grab one of these. We're just gonna look this over together. Just take one and pass it on back so everyone gets a copy. And these are for you to take home, just to give you an idea of what kind of things we cover when we're doing our real fulfillment. And see, the Limitless real estate community that we do, every week we do a training call. Every Tuesday for 1 hour, we do a call. Jason Anders was on our last call on Tuesday of this week. But we do a call on a real estate investing strategy. We open up the call every week to people that are on the call in our community to post their wants, their needs, and their opportunities, and to shout them out there. And so that's how sometimes we find deals and opportunities. People get on the call and say, I was on KSL.com, I found this opportunity. It may make sense. Actually, one person brought that to the table. Okay, Irfan, good to see you. One person brought that to the table and to the call, and by the next week's call, that deal was under contract with someone else in the community. They partnered on it, and the one that found it on Craigslist got a $3,000 finder fee for it. For a townhome that was seller financing listed on KSL.com. A condo, in Provo, BYU approved housing. He just wanted $3,700 down, and he'd seller finance the rest of the deal. He'd carry a contract. It was a smoking deal, and it cash flowed I think $300 a month with a renter in it. So it was really good opportunity. So James, who found it, was able to make $3,000 by not even doing the deal. He just brought it to the community. Someone else wanted it. They got together, they partnered, they made it happen. Make sense? So this, what we have right here is just an example, and I want you to, and Jason, you're welcome to pipe up on this too. So your mic's hot still, right? You gotta go turn it down if you, so just, beware if you wanna go,
Was that 3,000 bird dog or wholesaling?
Well, it was a $3,000 wholesaling fee. So he helped put it under contract, and then, but never put the contract in his name. He brought it to the table, and someone said, well, I'll partner with you and walk you through the process, and you can tell me if you want it. If you don't want it, I'll take it. And he ended up saying, well, at this point, I don't want it, but I'd love to get $3,000 for it. But he had already made the contact with the telephone call. He'd already got the details from the seller, what the seller wanted. And he could have put it under contract. This person was offering to help him do it. He said, at the end of the day, if you don't want to, I'll still make it worth $3,000. Normally, if someone contacts me and says, hey, I saw this deal, it looks like a good deal on KSL.com, and if I call it and I do it, well, to me, that's worth $500 as a bird dog, right? All they did was kind of tell me about a lead that interested me, and I called on it. And then I took action. But this guy did a little more. So it varies. There's no set rule as to how much you could get paid for a deal by bringing it, bird dogging it, or just getting a referral fee, which that's a technical way to say, got to be careful. I'm a licensed agent, and there's rules, and you got to bring them in on the deal and make it, a legitimate way to do it. But there are ways to do it. And putting things under contract and assigning your rights is the safest way, bringing them into the transaction so they can be part of the deal after you flip it, make your money, and pay people out according to what they did on the deal as part owners. That's another way. So there's things you can do. Did everyone have one of these? Okay, I'm sorry for the live streamers, but I'm going to read it, and so we'll review it. This is just an example of a deal that was found by someone searching the MLS for expired listings. Someone puts a home on the MLS for sale, an agent. Time goes by, the home never sells, the listing expires, and then this deal was found. This deal is not in Utah. But the deal was, it was a home, the value of the home was $175,000. It doesn't really need repairs. Let's see. Repairs, 0. Loan, 0. Motivation, this was an older gentleman that owned 2 homes. He was too old to take care of them. He lived in another state. He just wanted to sell his house. He had it listed for $197 and had no offers, asking too much. It's worth $175, and he had it listed for $197. So obviously it didn't sell. It was about $22,000 overpriced on the MLS. And that's fine. It didn't sell.
It's all right, no big deal.
Oh, tragedy. Well, at least it's not the baby, right? It's just soda. It could have been worse. It scared me. At first I saw that fluid. I'm like, oh my goodness. So here was the strategy. The guy thought, if I call this expired seller, this home used to be listed, I'll call the owner directly and said, I noticed your home was for sale for $197. I'd like to buy it. And of course he's like, okay, I'm interested. Well, what's your offer? Well, I give you $105,000 cash. Are you kidding? I would never do that. I was listed for $195. What are you trying to do? He's like, well, just asking. I could give you cash now. It could be done. He's like, no, not interested. Well, I have another option. What if I gave you what you were asking for? I give you the whole $197,000. But I'll structure it this way. If I'm not going to get my price, which was $105 cash, how about we give you your price and then you give me my terms? My terms are $4,000 down now, and then I'll pay you $1,000 a month for 193 months. And he's like, nope, don't want to do that either. But that's a great deal. That's $197,000, $4,000 now, and $1,000 a month for 193 months. How many years is that? That's a lot of years, like 15 years. Yeah. But it was a deal, it was an opportunity. He turned it down. So he said, okay, I got a third offer for you. How about I give you $175,000 for it? I'll give you $15,000 now and $1,000 a month for 160 months. And that got the person to think about it. Okay, I'm going to get $15,000 now and $1,000 a month for 10 years-ish. You'll think about that one. Well, just turns out that this particular home could rent for $1,700 a month. That was the value of the home. So if he was paying the guy $1,000 a month for it, there's no mortgage on his house. He owned it free and clear. There's no loan. What would his cash flow be if he was just paying the guy $1,000 a month, but he could rent it for $1,700 a month? Yeah, $700 a month. And even if he had a property manager in there, he still would be collecting over $500 a month in profit. And all he's got to do is come up with $14,000 down, $15,000. If he was going to take that same house and let someone come and buy it on a contract from him, chances are someone could come in and they could actually bring $15,000 to the table. I'll give you $15,000 down and $1,700 a month. So it gives him all of his money back that he just put out for the house, and he just makes $500 or $700 a month for 10, 15 years. Good deal. No money out of your pocket necessarily, because that $15,000 didn't have to be your $15,000. If this seller would have accepted this deal, we could have gone to someone like Ken Comone or someone that has money, right? A private money lender, say, bring me $15,000 or maybe 20, put 5 in my pocket, right? $20,000, gets access to this home. We'll share the equity from it every month. It's going to make $700 a month. Well, after property manager, it's going to be $550. How about your piece is going to be $250 a month, and I'll take $250 a month. I got no money in the deal. We'll just share the equity. I'll manage it. Just use your money. We'll just partner up. No money out of your pocket at all. You just created $250 for yourself and $5,000 up front. Because I might go to the Ken and say, Ken, I want $20,000. Even though I'm only giving $15,000 to the guy. What I put in my pocket? $5,000. Is that okay if Ken gets a return he likes? Am I okay? And is the seller okay? And the person that we move into the home, are they okay? Everyone can win. Does that make sense? Questions? No?
When you go into a home like this, would you
Use that mic. Just put the mic up to your lips there.
When you go into a home like this, would you want to try to find a home that already you're buying into equity? Because sometimes, I personally, because I'm just new with all this, it makes me nervous because there could be something that goes wrong with the house that you need to fix up, things like that. So I would figure the extra equity would be a nice cushion to have.
So in this situation, he's not buying into equity, is he? But what's he buying? $15,000. He doesn't even have a loan in his name, right? There may be not equity, but what is there every month on this particular deal? It was $500 to $700 a month cash flow. Now, I never encourage people to go and do deals if they don't have a way to fund whoopses that come around. That's why we call it a sleep well at night account or a SWAN account. Have money set aside so if something comes up, you can take care of it. But I would never back away from a deal like this because there's no equity in it. I do no equity deals all the time because I don't need. Here's the big thing I look for. Can the place make me money now, even though there's no equity in it? Meaning, is my payment to go out less than my payment I can bring in if I rent it? As long as it's positive, even in a market that may go down, still positive, then I can do it because I can cash flow it without a problem. Now, am I going to go out there and buy a junker of a house that has got problems? Maybe, maybe not. But even if I did, I would want to make sure I had the reserves aside so I could take care of a $3,000 or a $5,000 problem. But that's okay. People move out too, right? Maybe it's empty for a month, or maybe it's empty for a few months if a tenant comes and turns. And sometimes people do pay $15,000 up front to live in a home, and then they have something happen and they got to move. And you can bring someone else back in that could give you $10,000 or $15,000 a month to live in that same house, and you can turn that money that way. So there's just options. So I wouldn't turn it down. There's one more. Did that kind of help? That explain? Did that kind of give you some ideas on just creative ways to see something and look at it? Did you have a comment, Jace? No. So what I really want to do is, since how we're talking about no equity, here's when we're going to break apart on. It's 4:30. We have a half hour. Our live streamers aren't going to get to do this. I don't have a way, if our technology person was here, I could upload this onto the Strombrook, the Limitless portal, and you guys can do this. But I will be putting this out. So anyone watching this live stream, even if it's after and it's recorded, if you want to get a copy of this, just send an email to me, gary.norris@strombrook.com, and say, I was watching the recording, I want the documents you were talking about, and I can email them to you. Gary.norris@strongbrook.com. But let's take this, take one for you guys, pass it around, make sure everyone gets a copy. And this one, we need to break into two groups because I want us to analyze this. And there's no right, there's no wrong answer. There's just what kind of options could we maybe put together. So we'll review it together and we'll just kind of separate into groups. We can have Ken just join this group over here on this side of the room. And you guys can be your own group on that side of the room. Is that okay? And then we'll come over here. Maybe we'll just see what we can come up with. So does everyone have a copy? Okay, here's the scenario, okay? You found a seller in need of downsizing into a senior living facility, and the home is not listed with the real estate agent. The home's not on the market for sale. It's just a seller, an elderly person who just wants to downsize and get into a retirement place. And yet she just doesn't know what to do. And here's why she doesn't really know what to do. It's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home, has a 2-car garage. It's on a 3/4 acre lot, built in 1975. Great area in a great neighborhood. If they don't for sale by owner their home within 30 days, they're going to list it with a real estate agent. So they're just playing with things right now, like, oh, I'll take 30 days, I'll see if I can't sell it myself, and then if I can't, I'll list it with an agent. But here's why they don't want to list it with an agent. They need to get their home, they must sell their home for at least $135,000 to cover the real estate commissions, closing costs, and pay off the mortgage. Nothing left for them. Just to break even, they need to get $135,000 for the house. The house has a $125,000 mortgage. So the $10,000 extra dollars goes to pay off the mortgage and real estate commissions and closing costs. The home is worth about, home as is valued at $130,000. So if they sell it for $135,000 and have those closing costs, this seller will actually have to write a check for $5,000 to get out of the house. If she got $130,000, no, that's not true. And yeah, she would if she only got $130,000, which is what it's valued. So if she can get $135,000, she can break even. It's only worth about $130,000, so it's really close to breaking even or having to write a check. That makes sense? Here's a good thing you might want to know. They're not behind on their payments, so it's not in foreclosure. Their monthly house payment is $802 a month. That covers taxes, insurance, principal, and interest, $800 a month. And it could rent for $1,350 a month. So this is, and the home's outdated. It just needs about $15,000 in upgrades. It's a fine house. It's just outdated. It was built in 75 and nothing's been done to it since 1975. The air conditioning's been put in. It has had a new furnace, but it's just, the carpet's bad. You know, it's just a used house. It's never really been upgraded, but it's a solid functioning home. Raised their family there, perfectly in good shape. Just outdated, worth $130,000. What would we do? How can we make this deal happen and avoid and give them a win-win? That's what we want to talk about. How can we create this a win-win based on what we know here? And I wouldn't mind you guys just kind of joining together and just kind of two little groups. Maybe Jason can join one of the groups and just kind of talk about what some options could be and just see what we might be able to do to create a win-win. And doing this, little masterminding like this is why you came here today. If you can just kind of help open your mind up to possibilities, this is why you came here today. So we'll keep the mic running around so at least the people there can listen and hear us. But what are some things we could do here, guys?
Well, the first thing I'm actually noticing is that since it's a 1-person and a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, they could rent out the place until they can get the money in to go.
So we could tell the person, hey, you can just rent this place out yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
One possibility, or you can just until they can get the house stuff taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have to say up front that I'm familiar with this deal already, and I know how it all worked out. So.
No, that's good. But you're welcome to help, give thoughts. So.
I would actually put in more than 15,000. I would rent it to get the cash flow and put in more than 15,000 in upgrades, try and,
Increase a higher cash flow.
That's basically
increase higher cash flow or to make more of a profit when you do sell it, so that way you can sell it for more than 135 to.
So I think fixed up, it says it's
More than 150.
so fixed up. If it was repaired, it's worth 150.
Right.
After repair, it's worth 150.
Yep. Yep.
But if you after repair, since the repair value is 15,000, then you're still not making any profit.
Okay, so if you put 15,000 into it just to sell it for 150 and you're an investor, does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
No. So maybe that's not an opportunity.
So just renting it is the best that I can see so far.
renting out each individual room and stuff so that you can actually have something that's more than what they are already getting.
Well, it's on 3/4 of an acre. You could add on to it if you add more bedrooms and things like that. That would increase the value and potentially more rent.
Split it and make it into a duplex.
That too, that could be one.
Okay, so let's assume that the city won't let you. It's a neighborhood of single-family homes. You can't split it, make a duplex. There's no basement in this home. You can't make an apartment. It's a one-level home. 1,750. You could add on to it. It'll cost money. This actually deal is located in Idaho. In a solid neighborhood in Idaho Falls.
Okay, like how far is it from?
It's in town. That shouldn't matter. Because this deal could be right here. This deal could be it could be anywhere. So this is a scenario that could be anywhere in America. So let's not take into account good jobs or schools or any. It's a deal as is without any external factors. Let's look at it that way.
This person, the problem is they have a house and they want to move in a senior living facility. There isn't much equity in it. And really, the mortgage, there's plenty of room between the mortgage and the value that you.
I put it on.
You could take over the payments.
So
Still get them like $100 a month.
I put down in the memo.
Just for some living expenses at the senior center. So that's a win for them. They weren't gonna get anything. They just got.
True.
It's gonna be zero for them. And you still got 450 in cash flow.
With renters.
So you could share some cash flow. You take over the payments and say, hey, I'm going to just rent this house out. I'll take care of the payments for you, and I'll share the cash flow with you, $100 a month. Okay, there's an option.
What about a down payment for the person who's more interested in doing it?
Well, you could, they weren't gonna get a down payment anyway.
Yeah, so
But if the person a down payment, they could move into a senior living facility, which would solve.
Oh, I see that.
It'd be a little bit more comfortable for them to move into the.
Because they feel painted into a corner right now.
So they're.
Yeah, what if you have a down payment and then you go back in, you fix up the place, it's like you're flipping the house, but you're putting in some like new bathroom and kitchen and stuff, and then you upgrade it so it fits throughout the house, so that way it's actually like nicer walls, and then just fix it up a little bit more and stuff, and then you'd be able to actually flip it and be able to sell it for more than what it's already worth.
And if you wanna help somebody get into it that maybe can't qualify for a mortgage on their own, that's easy to do a kind of a lease option type of arrangement with a new tenant.
Sure, they could pay the down payment. You could split.
Who could pay the down payment? The family that you move into the home?
They do a lease option.
They can pay a down payment, yeah. Yeah.
And if and you could have the lease option, person do the upgrades.
You can give the person who moves into the home the option to upgrade their home because you're going to be your house. Why don't you fix it up? What if they have the money to put into it? And whose home are they fixing up?
It would be their home.
It's going to be their home, right? So you've created an incentive to another family, right? Okay, you're talking really smart investors right now. Keep going. You guys are being brilliant. Jerry brought up a good point. this homeowner's getting, oh, are you Jerry?
No, but I
Oh.
just realized I didn't put a tag on it.
Oh, Jerry brought up a good point. This homeowner's getting nothing, and this is a female, by the way. She's getting nothing, and you create a way to make at least get her $100 a month. Someone else mentioned, well, maybe someone that moves into the home can bring in a down payment, and some of that could go to the lady, or is that what I heard? A percentage of that could go to the lady.
Percentage of the down payment go to her.
And then someone says something about someone else moving in. The people that move in can fix up the house. Okay. So let's look at this. It says, come up with a way that we can make this a win-win, which we've done. We're figuring some things out. Let's write down a purchase price and terms and conditions. We need someone to be a scribe on this and to kind of put down some terms and find out a purchase price on this. This is a price we're going to tell the lady that lives in the home. Here's what our plan is to do.
I can be the scribe. I'm all set up.
Oh, yes, you are good to go. So what would that look like, anybody? Nothing's official yet. We're just bouncing ideas. Let's look at the numbers.
Number one, we're talking about a lease.
The big thing is as long as they trust you, I had a guy that taught a class about doing this type of thing. He says his biggest negotiating tool is his white Mercedes Benz he pulled in the driveway with. I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna buy one of those. But he said he was in the plan, and he said as soon as because he did this, he learned how to buy your house. As soon as he walked in and he had that car, he said it automatically.
Okay, we're also talking about the lady getting a down payment so she can get into her senior facility. How big of a down payment?
I don't even know what the neighborhood
Originally was asking for
5,000. There's a or.
Well, good point.
Oh, let's see. There's a $10,000 difference between the
Yeah,
commissions and closing costs and payoff.
Okay, so if we were gonna split that with this person, maybe say 5,000,
5,000.
how much does it cost to live in a senior living facility per month?
This particular one was $1,100 a month.
That's a cheap.
Yeah, it's really a duplex in a senior community, so it's not a living facility. It's her own independent space.
So $5,000 payment would give her 4.5 months of free living. 4.5 months. That would
Plus $100 a month.
$100 a month.
That might be a little bit different
Well, as
situation.
they're making payments, technically
If
you
they're
can
alive and they're
take
coherent, I would
a
say
portion of
always
that and put
go
it
down every
towards,
rabbit hole you possibly can think of
towards
because
that
you don't
stuff.
want to
So
kill the
it's
stream.
not
Take
as
advantage of
an
our
option
parents,
of
you know.
having a little bit more cushion and stuff, like for about a month or two. So that way she has the option of that at least, because to her, she may be sitting here going, why it wanted to be able to do 10,000. You know, and so to kind of give her that little extra cushion.
So in another
Until
scenario,
she can figure out whatever else in that time being.
And keep in mind, how much is she going to make if she gets a realtor to sell the house? She'll make nothing. She might even pay $5,000. Okay. So we know that's not good. We want to avoid that, but we want to make sure she's aware of that. We can see what your option kind of stinks. So this is why my solution might be good. So what kind of purchase price are we going to offer?
Well, 130, because there's a 25 mortgage, you're gonna give a 5 to her.
Okay, so you could say 130 because we're going to give her 5, and then there'll be a 125 mortgage. Couldn't you just say we're going to give you the purchase price is 125, but we're going to give you some money too? Might as well make your purchase price less. If you're going to give her money, just make the purchase price 125 even, the mortgage, and give her some money. Who's gonna end up having to pay that? You're going to pay it one way or the other. But you can just say maybe we're just going to pay off your. We'll just. You owe 125. That'll be our purchase price 125. We're going to give you some money down. We need to figure out how much money that might be. You can say 132. That's good. 130 also, not 132.
Yeah, I was leaning more towards the 132, so that way it gives you that little bit of extra cushion for herself. But
Okay. I like that.
So purchase price of 125 plus we'll give you 5,000 to get into
5,000 down to get into this.
the senior living.
So in a way, you can say, I'm going to give you 5,000 down, and you're not going to.
So we'll give it to you right
Yeah, and I'd just call it, I'd say we're buying you out. We'll just give you 5,000, so you don't have to worry about selling the home, and we'll start making your payments for you and take care of the 125. Is that kind of what you guys were saying? It is what you've been saying, right?
So we give her 5,000 and then we take over the mortgage.
Okay, yeah. That's not bad. So what have you guys just acquired? If that's what you got, and if she said yes to that, something about and $100 a month. Remember we talked about it under $100 a month.
Yeah.
So we're gonna give you 5,000 down. We're gonna just start making your payments for you. We're gonna find another family that will move into the home. We'll be responsible for all of it. Don't worry about that. And we'll give you $100 a month because your home will actually rent for more than what you owe every month. And we're going to share $100 of that with you every month. So it's $5,000 and $100 a month. And you don't have to worry about your payments anymore. We can structure all of that properly with an attorney. And we're just going to keep the mortgage in your name and we're going to make the payments with you, for you. Is that right? With a third party, so there's documentation, like a title trust company or escrow company. What was that?
Anything that would allow it to be able to be shown as legal.
So as an investor with this deal so far, what's out of your pocket? And what's an expense to you every month? Well, 100 is one expense. That's one of them. What else is an expense every? 802 plus 100. You just committed 902 a month and 5,000 up front. That's what you did as an investor. You're looking at this deal as a group and you're saying, I'm going to put out.
100 as an expense because I just see 400 as.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, what if no one lives in the house for 4 months? You make this deal with this lady, she's got $5,000 from you, and then you have to make a mortgage payment, even if no one's living in it, and give her $100 a month. So it is 902 a month is your commitment and 5,000 up front. Is that correct? That's correct, right? Is that okay though? Because I'm okay with that. If I just realized I found a $130,000 house, I didn't need a bank and I didn't need credit, but I just need to give her $5,000, take care of her payment and give her $100 a month, knowing that I can get someone to come into that house that might put $10,000 down and pay $1,300 a month. I'm going to be good. I'll get my $5,000 back and I'll start making $400 a month. So as an investor, I'm going, this is a no-brainer possibly, because I'm picking up a home that I didn't have to go out and get a loan for, qualify for, but yet it can pay me $400 a month.
Yeah.
Possibly.
I think some person might have done something just like that.
Possibly. Possibly.
But the home's not in.
We got a couple scenarios. You want us to share? You guys share?
Yep.
The home's not in your name.
The home's not in your name, so
And you're not
there's
any equity.
You take title to it.
there's
Before I take over the payments, I take title to the property.
there are strategies. There's several.
So then you control the property.
So let's talk about that. Let's make sure your mic's up. It is? It's down? Okay, let's make sure it's up so we can all hear on the stream too. Okay, so we want these guys to go up there first and give a scenario. Is Jason your spokesperson or is someone else?
Nope, one of you guys can.
Yeah, somebody
Do you
come
wanna
up
do
here
it?
with the mic.
Regina?
This is,
Okay, how about you come up, Lane?
so you come up here in front of the room so the camera can see you and, be official. You want to comb your hair? You don't change, not anything at all? Here you go.
He needs a hat.
Oh, man. Is my hair really that bad?
No.
Okay, good. Because now I'm messing it up. Thinking I'm fixing it here.
Let me zoom in real quick.
No, I gotta get rid of that. All right. So we had option number 1, which left a possible future option. So you have option number 1, what I called option number 1.5.
Okay.
So option number 1 would be take over the payment for 5 years, and then with $5,000 cash up front minus any fixes that might be necessary to the home, and collect cash.
To rent it.
Yes, collect cash after that via rent, which is right at the end there. So what you do is you just tell them you're going to start taking over the payments for $802 per month, and you rent it out for the $1,350, and you're collecting the cash of $448. You are having to come up with $5,000 up front to give them, But you also have later on you can watch the market and stuff. You have this is the 0.5. If the market goes up and you think you can make a profit on it, then you can sell it, finish off the mortgage. And of course, in that event, you'd have to make sure the title was under you. The mortgage stays under them. Option number 2 was to set them up to just get the rent, set them up to get the rent, and then you just become the property manager and you're collecting a sum $200 a month off of that if you're willing to take property management.
That was her idea, just to.
That was Regina.
Just make $200 a month and keep it. Now go with the idea of her saying that she says, what if I don't have the $5,000? What could we do to make that work? If we don't have $5,000 to put down? Do you remember what we?
Then you just pay them part of the money out of the, okay, so the rents were what, $450 or something? Yeah.
Is what you'd make profit.
Is what we'd make, but out of that you would pay them $100 or $200 every month until you came up with that $5, until their $5 was paid.
So then you have no money out of pocket.
That's right.
Yeah, so if you can't make the $5K, then you just give them a portion of the rent that you're collecting until it comes up to that amount.
Perfect.
Give it a hand. Yeah, that was great.
So that's a couple good solutions right there. How creative to just say, why don't I just kind of step in and I'll help you rent a house. Now you got to set some paperwork up to do that, easily to do. They can go on and you can share revenue with them by taking care of everything. That's a brilliant idea. Risk is minimal.
Zero.
Pretty much.
And she just gets
zero.
How
risk.
hard would you have to work to make $200 a month?
That's right.
In a regular job.
I just paid for my kids' music lessons.
You just paid for your kids' music lessons. Excellent. Okay, I like both of those scenarios. So who here is going to be our spokesperson?
I think this person right here.
Come on up. You're the next contestant.
On Gary is right.
There you go. Gotta speak it kind of close. Just so they hear you. Otherwise, they won't hear you.
I have no clue what I'm doing though.
Oh, you're just reading a paper.
Okay, so
Just for the recorders.
but so I'm trying to see where you started out here. So 125K plus 5K earnest. Is that what you said?
So our purchase price was $125,000.
And then lease purchase option for new tenants at $1,350 a month, $5,000. Okay, thank you. Down payment to seller for 4.5 months senior living facility in exchange for taking title to property, acquiring mortgage, seller financed, and a pays seller $100 a month through a title company, and to sell a home to lease, I think is what you're trying to put. Lessee.
To a lessee.
At a future date, lessee can install upgrades. That's kind of what we got.
So, question, so you can clarify for me, Gary. So when you're doing the lease, okay, so if you do a lease option, that means the people that are renting it now are buying or have an option to buy that home in 5 years?
Whatever time we tell.
Or whatever time you set up, right? But how do you do that when the mortgage is not in your name?
Such a good question. How could you do that if the mortgage isn't in your name?
That's a separate deal. The title is in your name.
Title's in your name.
Yeah, but there's a due on sale clause.
But there's a due on sale. Oh my gosh.
We addressed that one actually, Norris.
Yeah? How do you address due on sale?
Yeah, I can say what he said, and we can see what he.
By the way, give
We'll see
her
if
a hand
Jason
real
was
quick,
right.
too.
Yes.
Holly.
Yes. So what Jason said, in case it's wrong, should have put Jason. Staff, yeah. And if it's right, maybe yes. Not just kidding. So the due on sale clause, technically by law, if you send the check into the mortgage company and you put the right note down there in the for and what it's for, and once they cash that, the due on sale clause legally cannot be called now.
So I like that. I like that a lot. I can add to that a little bit. If you're making a mortgage payment and you're doing it for years in your name, and then suddenly you put the home into an LLC, and now you own the LLC, and the LLC starts writing a check out of a different checkbook at a different address, and you're sending the payment to the bank, couldn't the bank say, "Oh, you better prove that you are an owner of that LLC, or else we're going to call your note due"? Or does a bank usually not care as long as they're getting their,
Just want their money.
Yeah, it's
they're
not-
getting their money? So
Which
that
I
doesn't
get
matter.
that. That part I get. The part that I'm questioning is now the lessee, I guess, the person with the lease. How do they actually purchase it? Because when they do that title work, that's going to get messy.
So, by the way, this is like an entire day-long class too. If you want to take just lease options, or are we going to take properties subject to their existing financing, or are we going to do a contract for deed? So there's different ways to do this very scenario.
Okay, so but there you have done it,
But
and
there
there
are-
is ways to
Yeah.
work around
Yeah,
that.
I've done tons of
Okay.
them.
Because it
Yes.
gets messy.
Yeah, so.
That's why you do it all through a title company.
There's.
So then it's not so messy.
Yeah, good point. Because then they do it with their lawyers and they make it work it so it works with them too, right? So it does help. But when you're lease optioning, there's two people involved. There's three people involved in a lease. There's the homeowner that has the mortgage and currently lives in the house that's selling.
Right.
There's you as an investor, and there's someone else that you want to put in that home.
That's right. That has
So
the
you
option.
can have a contract with this person to have a lease with an option to buy, and your contract can state, I have the right to choose
sublease.
who lives in it. It's called subletting, subleasing. I can choose someone else to live in it, and I still have the option to buy it for you for $125,000 and my $5,000 down. That's what they were saying. Give her $5,000 and have the right to buy for $125. And we're also going to give her $100 a month cash flow. They're going to also pay her $100. Now I found someone who wants to move in the home. If I have the right to buy it for $125, and I found someone that wants to move into the home, and now for me, and this is what I did, I know the home, if it was fixed up, is worth $150 today, but I also know that in a few years it could be worth $180 or it could be worth $100. In other words, we don't know, do we?
That's right.
So I told this person, because I lease optioned it, and then I found another family that was willing to pay $8,000 up front. That gives me my $5,000 I just gave to them and makes me $3,000, right? And they actually were paying $1,250 a month. I didn't do $1,400 or $1,350. I did
So you saved
$1,250.
them.
Well, this is how it worked out. I estimated $1,350. I got $1,250. I got $8,000. They have a purchase price of $150,000. That's their purchase price. They can fix up the house. They got a locked price. If the home is worth $200,000 when they go to buy it in a few years, their price is $150. If the home is worth $130 when they go buy it in a few years, their price is $150. Because that's their price. So I put a floor in it to protect me. So I locked in a profit of $25,000. That's just one way to do the deal.
Now, if they walk away from that, they lose their $8,000, but then they don't have to exercise their option if the property is only worth $100,000. So they're saved in there too. They can walk away from it at pretty much any time, but they lose that option money that they gave down. So what happens with title is there's a lien on that property. So that mortgage is never going to go away. That follows that property wherever it happens. Whoever has title on that property, no matter what happens, when that property sells, title pulls, this mortgage has to get paid off. So whatever transaction happens, whatever contracts ends up happening in title, so all the contracts are in, you bring it to the table. They know because you've recorded that title. He's recorded that he's on title. The other guy, we've recorded his lease option agreement. So he has option to buy. We put that all in title. They say, okay, this is what the difference is. They're buying it. So in 5 years or 4 years, they're buying it for $150. They say 125 is owed. 125 has to be paid off. The money comes in at 150. Who owns the option to buy it for 125 and who sold that option for 150? That's this entity, Gary Norris Trust, and that's the check that gets paid out is to the 150, and then they buy for the 150.
So, and that's assuming that the home will appraise for 150, and that they've rolled that upgrade cost, that $15,000, into their 150, or they just borrow it from grandma.
Well, the market could make the home worth $200,000 without them doing anything. We don't even know that in 4 years when they go to buy it.
The $15,000 is today. If we wanted to get 150 out of it, you'd have to put the $15,000 into it.
So my incentive was, let's find someone that can't get a loan right now, but they have some money they can put up front, and they can cover the payment, which my expense is $802 a month, and I'm gonna get $1,250, so I'm still making great cash flow. They paid $8,000 up front, and I said, you guys fix up the house. It's worth, fix it up. It's worth $150,000 today. I'll give you that as a locked price.
And who knows what the values can do as you put, but it's your own sweat equity. You can do what you want to the home. You know, and I put some stipulations in there. You can't knock down walls, but you can fix up the house. And we did a deal together. They knocked out the stairway. That was that one deal when we were like, when you were moving to Boise, and I'm like, I just kind of assumed that deal back. I should have made you stay with me on that one. That one cost me money. They knocked out the stairway. They're like, we're gonna knock out this wall so we can have an open stairway to this family room. And when they left, there was no stairs in the house, and it was a 2-story home. And the market had corrected, and they're like, we're out. And they're like, and I'm like left holding this mortgage. I'm like, oh, that stunk. So that was a $6,000 lesson. But we learn, right? One way or the other. You know what house I'm talking about?
And that came out of your Swan account.
That came out of my almost got divorced account. That 8,000. That particular one. No, that was when I was going through my own financial crash, which is another story. But my point is, for this situation, this was a good deal. I was able to get into a house with nothing. And here's what I did. I told the person, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take your first and your last month's rent. I'll pay your deposit for your $2,100, your $1,100 a month duplex we moved to in the senior community. I'll pay the deposit, and I'll pay your first month's rent. That's $2,200. I'm going to give that to you now. I will take care of all the problems, and you won't have to deal with it at all. And I'm going to, as I create cash flow, I'm going to make sure that I'll give you enough that I can take care of a couple more months of your payments. But I'm not going to promise you that till I figure out how I'm going to make it happen. So it turns out that this was my mom's house, by the way. Wow. This is my mother's home. And it turns out that I did find someone that would brought in $8,000. And so that's how I structured it, but my mom doesn't know this. My mom thinks she sold it for $150,000 and she doesn't have to pay rent for 2.5 years. I just said, I just got your rent covered for the next 2 years with the proceeds from the house, which is true, but it's coming out of my pocket right now. But for the purposes of the deal, my mom, she's like, this is amazing. I now live for free for at least 2 years. That's $24,000 worth of living. And I'm confident that I'm going to be able to make it on my end over here. And if I can, I'm bridging it with other ways for right now. But if it wasn't my mom, I just would have done first and last month's, $2,200. And these people were nice, and you said $5,000. I think that's very fair, $5,000. And they were saying, well, let's share $100 a month to help her with the rent. And I thought that was brilliant as well. So great ideas all around the board, great ideas. Now, if this wasn't my mom, this is a deal still. I get deals that come to me like this. It's just not, by the way, my mom was selling this to someone else. She was going to sell it to someone else. And I'm like, and they were going to put her up in a $600 apartment a month. And I'm like, no, you don't want to do that, because you don't want to do that. You like new. I got her a brand new duplex for $1,100 a month. I just taken care of it for her. So she just feels better, right? And to me, it was easy. It's just like giving $5,000 up front. So the reason I passed this out, was that valuable to kind of brainstorm a little bit?
Yes.
And the thing about this is too, is it's everything's negotiable. So say they said no to our deal. They threw a carrot out there of $100 a month. Say you don't have the $5,000 and you say, okay, we don't have the $5,000, but we'll give you you don't have to say we're going to rent it for this, we're going to make this. We'll give you $450 a month, because you know your $450 is going to come in from renting it. We'll give you $450 a month for the next however long until we get to $5,000. They may say okay with that. They may say that's not going to work for us, or they may say, you know what, we really want the $10,000. So they say we'll give you $5,000 up front, and we'll give you $450 until the other $5,000 is paid for. Then you get the $450 cash flow after that, which would take you about 13, 14 months. So it just depends on whether it works for you, whether it works for them. You may have to give them $100 a month to incentivize. You may have to give them the $5,000 up front, depending on how they're hurting, depending on what their scenario is. They may say, if you take over the payments, we're out. That's great. We're walking away. We've got enough to cover our retirement home. We just can't stay in this place anymore, and we got to get out. Now you just created $550, no money out of pocket. So it just depends on what you can negotiate, what they need, find out what their pain is, solve it for them, and if it's a win for you, great. Because if you solve their pain, it's a win for them. It's just got to be a win for you. Make sense? Awesome. Let me trade you mics real quick. I know this one works a little better, at least what people have texted me for. So if I'm talking more, I want it to make sure it's a little better. Can I just, go ahead.
Just one other question on the and I again, I'm sorry if this is a whole other class, but on the lease option, they pay the rent, which would be the $13.50, and then do they pay any, some of the lease options you pay a little bit extra for the privilege of being able to buy that at that price at that time?
You could scenario it however you want. Again, it's all negotiable. Nothing is set in stone that you have to do it like this. It's just whatever you feel like. Gary and I, one class changed our world. Remember when he says, we used to advertise. We used to say, well, if you can come up with only $2,000 a month, then this is getting your monthly payment. If you can come up with $5,000, then this is what it'll be. And it was this whole big scenario. And then some guy says in one of the classes, why are you giving them how much money they got to bring down? Ask them how much money they can give you. And I'm like, wait a second. The next deal that Gary and I did together, he asked the couple, so how much money do you think you can give us down? We got 10 grand. Kelly called and was like, Gary called and says, we just got 10 grand up front.
Because I used to say it's 3,000, 5,000, or 7,000, depending on how much you put down either of those amounts, and your rent will be this much a month.
But as soon as we said, what can you give us down? Well, we got 10 grand. I think we can make that work. Because we were planning on getting like $3,000.
And what if they said, I got 1,000? We
then
can
you
then say, well, that's not going to work.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Maybe 3,000 could work, or 5,000. But always ask. And since I learned that, I got one deal, I got $32,000 up front. $32,000.
And lease option money is non-refundable.
And on that,
it's his money.
Well, on that one, I took the $32,000, but I got $15,000 of it was their option money, and $17,000 of it I counted as rent in advance.
There you go.
I took it all though. They didn't have rent until that $17,000 was etched out. And did I have the expense though? I had the expense every month. It was like $800 I had to make that payment on. But I got 32 grand up front. What could I do with that? I go do another deal with that.
So where do you find the people that are willing to do that?
So where do you find the people? Can I share one more? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. One of our taglines that we did: rent to own your next home. That got us our phone ringing like crazy.
So do you mean where do you find the person to rent to own it, or the family that will let you?
The person that's going to do the lease option.
Yeah, that right there.
Just that's easy.
Rent to own your next home. There's so many people out there can't qualify for home, but they want to be in a nice neighborhood. They want a nice house. They make good money. They've just either the credit's trashed. They don't have enough time on their job. They've changed careers. And so they got to get 2 years in that career before they can qualify for a mortgage.
Or
so there's
self-employed.
Self-employed, they can't qualify for a mortgage. One of the things Gary and I did too is we started, if somebody had bad credit, we put in the contract that they had to pay for Lexington Law in California to do credit repair for them. That was part of the contract. If they did not show up to their monthly meeting, if they did not do, we got the number of the lady, we hired them, we paid for it, but that was part of the deal is they had to do what they asked, they had to do the things they did so they could repair their credit, because my strategy, I wanted them to buy that in 2 years or 3 years. I didn't want them to get to the end of the 3 years and say, well, we didn't really work on our credit, we're sorry, would you extend us for another couple of years? No, part of my contract was you have to do what they ask, you have to really work on your credit, and then as soon as we started doing that, at the end of the 2 years, they qualified, we sold the house, and it was a done deal. And then, not only did you help them get into a house, but you fixed their credit. They think you're the best thing since sliced bread.
Since sliced bread.
Gary, what time are we supposed to end?
Right now.
5.
So we're ending now, but I want to share this one thing with you. Is that okay?
And you guys can hang out and talk for a minute. I've got a 3-hour drive, but I'm not going to make it home for anything. So my family will be asleep by the time I get home.
I just wanted to just write this up here real quick. This was this week for me. I was contacted this week by someone who said, I have a home here in Utah Valley, and I just want to leave. I want to retire, and I'm leaving, and I want cash to just walk away. So I asked, well, tell me about your house. Well, I owe $140,000 on the mortgage. What's your monthly payment? My monthly payment is $1,030 a month. It's a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath house, 4-bedroom, 2-bath home, sitting on a third of an acre, double-car garage, Utah Valley. Value right now, and was 2,300 square foot home, and the value on it's about $230,000. She owes $140. It's worth right now as is, not repaired, not fixed up, $230. Needs to be cleaned up, but just as is, $230. She has a $1,000 a month payment. It would rent for $1,500 a month, and that's what she wants to walk away. She wants $40,000. So I went and looked at the house, and it needs a furnace. She said the furnace stopped working 2 years ago, and we just kind of use little space heaters. But I had the motor fixed, and it worked for a couple weeks, and it stopped. I fixed the motor again, just a repairman for $150. It stopped working. I got a bid for $3,500 and to replace it, and I just never did. And someone else said they'd replace it for $1,600 as a neighbor, and just not charge me their labor, and I never did. I'm like, okay, so it needs a furnace. That's really all that's wrong with the house. The basement shower has been rotted away from, and needs a little repair on the shower. Other than that, the house is perfectly fine. But she just wants $40,000. She wants to leave. She wants to leave before the end of this month. And she doesn't want to take anything with her. She just wants to fill up the trailer and leave. And she wants $40,000. Is that a deal? I said, you could rent your house and make $400, maybe $500 a month. You could do that. You could put it on the market right now and sell it and get more. I mean, you could list it and fire sell it and get more.
For $200.
You could fire sell and get more. She goes, I know, but I don't want to list it. I want to be gone in November. I don't want to make my next house payment. She's not behind. She just wants to go.
I could buy it and pay off the loan, and I could sell it.
You sent me a message on that, didn't you, Preston?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so a few people have. Is this a deal?
Yes, sure.
What do you need to make this a deal?
$40,000.
You need $40,000 to make it a deal.
No problem.
And
Let's do it.
and I know it needs a furnace and a shower repair. So I look at that and I'm like, okay, $45,000. And I can clean it out. She wants to leave everything in it. I can make a phone call and people can come and take what they want. The sofas, the kitchen cabinet, the dining rooms, etc., and get it cleaned out. So this is a deal. She wants $45,000. What could I do with it if I have this deal for $45,000? I assume the loan, basically, right? Take over the payments. I can rent it and cash flow it. I can move a family in it that might give me, $10,000 up front. I want my $40,000 back, though. I'm not really interested in doing that. What am I interested in doing?
Well, I could buy it and flip it.
Okay, a person can buy it and they can flip it. You could fix it up. By the way, if you fix this up and flipped it, you can probably get $260. And
I'm very interested in this deal.
this is what it needs. It needs carpet and paint. It needs carpet and paint and some nice stuff done on the landscaping. That's really, and you have to deal with a lava rock fireplace in the living room. That's really ugly. But the kitchen's already been upgraded like 10 years ago. It's honey oak, but it's all nice and new. But it's solid house. So that is what we look for, my friends. I'm just telling you this. There's nothing creative nothing traditional about this. You don't need to get a loan. If I don't want to use my own $40,000 cash, I go find someone like Ken or Jason or one of my other people. I make one post and I get 5 people who want to partner with me. I just want the deal. I want to help this lady out. She wants to move on.
Well, I'd be willing to pay you off and take that deal and do it all by myself.
So I made a post on, but another thing we have is this Limitless Real Estate Community Facebook page. So join up.
Give up $90,000 in equity for 45.
Because she wants to leave before November 1st. People are like that.
Well, it's not 90, it's 60.
She gets her 40, it's 180.
Yeah.
So she's leaving about 50 on the table.
50 on the table. But still, 50 on the tables.
Yeah, she's leaving 50 on the table for.
And I heard you said, well, I'll just pay the whole thing off. And if you had that money, you could be tempted to do that. But just give her the 40. Leave the mortgage in place and then resell it. You know what I mean? Then you don't have that much money yet. So the least amount of money out for the highest profitability, if that's all she wants, you may have to make a payment for a couple months as you try to sell it. But now you're only into it maybe $50,000 instead of $180,000 or $160,000.
I'm glad I came to talk with you.
Yeah. Because my thing is, right off the bat, you're like, well, I'll just pay the whole thing off because you have the money. But once you think about it, the least amount of money out for the highest return, that's always the best way to go. Because then your exposure is only the $45,000 instead of $180,000 to $190,000 is your exposure.
I'm serious. If she wants to be out by November 1st, we can get her out by November 1st.
What if the lady wanted $65,000, and then is it still a deal?
Sure.
Yeah, still a deal.
40 to her, 25 to me. It's your deal. Do you see that? She got her 40, I got my 25, or 20, and that's your 60 or 65. That's a deal. Still a deal. Do you see what I mean? Still a deal. So can you see how you can find an opportunity, know how to put it together, package it, and find someone that would be willing to do it, and you literally just have to put the deal together and you can make 20 grand like that. This is probably $25,000 I can make. I've had 3 people offer it to me, and I told them $65,000 is what it's going to take. And I included fixing the furnace. So I was making 20 grand.
For not doing anything.
For not doing anything.
And not using any own money. Can I share a short little deal that I did? It's not quite as much money, but it'll still.
Well, you're a short guy.
You guys
so
can
go
leave
ahead.
whenever you want. I'll hear and.
He didn't hear me, did he?
Oh yeah, I heard. It's all right. I've been short my whole life. I've heard them all. There you go. There you go.
Snap a picture of it, brother.
So there's a house that went up for sale in Yukon, my little town that I'm from, and they wanted $50,000 for it. And I was thinking about turning it into a rental property. Great little house, but it was half rehabbed. So I was gonna have to put about $10,000, $15,000 into it. If I did that, it'd be worth about $180,000. So there was still some money there, and I could rent it for about $800 a month. So 1% rule wise, if my money out of pocket, I'd cash flow it pretty good. So there's 2 or 3 scenarios.
Stand this way, 'cause you're not on camera.
Except there's 2 or 3 scenarios. But there's a realtor buddy of mine that used to own that house, and I knew he's been looking for a property in Yukon because that's where he lives, and he was wanting to buy something there close. So I'm like, all right, I could buy this thing for 50. I know he'd buy it for me for 60, and I wouldn't have to do a thing. So all I did was tied it up for 50, made sure my contract and all of our contracts in Idaho Falls are assumable, so you can assume a contract. I said my assuming fee is $10,000. All I did was tie it up, sold him my option to buy it for the 50. He paid 60. I got the $10,000 and walked away. And then what he did is he bought it for 60. He put 10 into it, and then he rented it to his sister-in-law. Pretty sweet deal. So he's got a rental property. He's got where he wanted to. I knew that he wanted to. And if I didn't know he wanted to buy it, I don't know if I would have done the deal because, 10 grand, maybe not. But it worked. And it's quick 10 grand. Didn't make my 25, but what am I out? My plan A was to make 10. Plan B, I turned it into a rental property because I was willing to do that anyways. And I got a good rental property that cash flows me. So there's deals all over the place. And we could do more deals and more deals. And that's the thing. So he's got this deal. He's got a guy function right now to make the deal happen. He's got 3 other guys that would do it. I'd give him the 40 grand right now and partner with him. No problem at all. So a lot of times if you get a deal, the deal will find the money. So don't let not having the money paralyze you from going out and finding a deal.
That is
because
the biggest lesson to learn.
people are motivated from fear of loss, hope of gain. And if you can scenario it, he's thinking, holy cow, I can make $65,000 with only $40,000 out. No brainer. You do that all day long. If somebody offered you a deal every single day, that deal, you'd take it, wouldn't you? Exactly. Every single day. So that's the thing. Where you came to, he's like, you know what? I haven't got any money to do this with, but you may have a deal. You just ran into this guy. Boom. You guys just made a deal. And maybe you only want, I'll give you this deal. I'll sell it to you. Give me $10,000. He'd do it in a heartbeat. Because instead of making 65, he made 55. You made 10, he made 55. Done deal. And that's the power of a community. It really is. That's the power of creatively doing things. I have not bought a mortgage or a house conventional 30-year fixed loan for 10 years. Everything is creative. Everything is creative. And people are like, well, that sounds like you're being cheap. No, I'm being smart. If cash is king, the more cash you can hold off into your account, that's why I say only give them the 40, don't give them the 180 or whatever it would end up being.
Don't pay off the mortgage. Yeah.
Don't pay off the mortgage because, cash is king. The more cash you have in your pocket, plus the more cash you have. If you threw all that 180 out and somebody showed up tomorrow and said, hey, I need $40,000, you're like, crap, I just gave the 180. Which I may. Yeah. Then now you've got another 40 that you could do another deal with. You see? So hold on to as much cash as you can. And you're less exposure to yourself, less liability to yourself with the least amount of money out and the highest profitability. That's what you want to look at every time.
That helpful?
Yeah.
Was today valuable to you guys? Was it a value for you?
Very.
Good.
Especially this part?
Good.
Yeah, this is why we do what we do. This is why Jason will just take his whole day, bail on his own 11-year-old son's football game. Now, I missed my wife. She just did a keynote today at the convention center at the What Women Want Expo, and I missed it to be here for you guys. But this is really, it's a real big passion of ours right now. And we're helping grow, Jason Anderson, myself, and others, the Limitless real estate community. Okay, we're really here to help and to help serve you guys. Our invitation, a lot of you are in this community already. There's like 3 or 4 of you that aren't in officially, and that are looking and thinking. We invite you to come and play with us in the Limitless real estate community. Gets a lifetime access to creative education. We do weekly training calls, monthly 1-day meetings like this, but we go into more depth in content, and we do 3 days quarterly. Once a quarter, we do 3 days of in-depth, and we bring in experts. And for example, in January, one of our 3 days, 2 guys are going to come here and take 9 hours It's a real estate attorney and a real estate broker, and all they do is they buy houses with OPM, other people's mortgages, not money, other people's mortgages. And the attorney is who I'm going to now to set up this particular deal. I'm restructuring the deal I did with my own mother, because rather than doing lease options, he's showing me how I can do it on an all-inclusive trust deed. And then I can sell it on a contract for deed, where I can get it, when I buy it, I get myself on title and get the deed in hand, but when I sell it, it's like a car. You go buy a car, you give them money down and a payment monthly, and you get the ownership, but who has the title? Your bank does, until you pay off your car. So we go find out how we can get other people's mortgages and tie it up to get on title and deed. We do a contract for deed. When someone pays us and fulfills the contract, then they get the deed, but they still have ownership. Better than a lease option, because it's more protective to them and less risky to them and more protective to me, and it's just a better way to do business. And it's drawn up by attorneys. They're coming here in January at our 3-day event, and they're taking one of the 3 days, 9 full hours, and that's what we do. And by the way, they're $200 an hour to go talk to them. $200 an hour if you go take their class. They're going to come here.
So it'll be $1,800
for 9 hours, and you know what? They're not going to charge us a thing. Why? Because they want our business. But if you were going to go ask them, and one of you, or 10 of you, or 15 of you, they will charge $200 an hour. If you get a class like us and we help paint the vision of what we're creating, they're like, well, we'll just come for free. Why wouldn't they? Of course they would. So this is what we're doing in the Limitless Real Estate community. We just invite you to come play with us. Just take on your life. This is your chance to take on your life. And we hear this for all of you that go to Limitless. Take on your life. If you're not happy with where you are, that's your fault. You're the only one that can control how your happiness feels. It's not based on anyone else. I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm just saying take on your life. It's your challenge. I remember I was griping and moaning about my embezzlement partner that took off on me. And it was like 8 months later, and I was in my driveway with Ron Reed, a good friend of ours, and I was just complaining about my poor, pitiful hardship. And he goes, Norris, are you still complaining about that? Wasn't that last year? And I'm like, that was the biggest slap in the face I needed from a friend who gave me a good pattern interrupt. And that pattern interrupt was, come on, Gary, rebel up. I say that all the time. Get with it. It's up to me. It's up to you. So we just invite you to come play with us. That's all. We just want to do deals, network, hold hands, share ideas. We'll partner. You don't need to partner to pick our brain either. I don't want to make you feel like that at all. We're just here.
I'm not going to try and sell you something else. You're all Limitless for me. I'm not a separate education selling deal. I want you to join the Limitless. I don't have time to. But I have time to help you out in Limitless. That's the thing. So
for those of you that starred your name.
And the 3-day deal, I'm going to be teaching there.
Yeah.
You're going to be teaching there.
Yeah.
These guys are going to teach a whole day.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do something else that I haven't done yet. We're going to teach some IRA investing or tax and legal strategies, which I can do a whole day on that just alone, how to structure yourself properly, all sorts of stuff.
So our next 3-day is in January.
When's our next one for a 1 day?
Our next 1 day is the 25th. It's in 10 days. It's on Tuesday the 25th, the day before Limitless starts. It's in this room, the 25th of October. You have to be a member to come on the 25th. So you have to be in to be here. But we have an accountant coming here to speak. We have another lady who's bought over 10 homes with Stromberg now, who's coming and teaching us a money strategy she uses to play with money that makes her money and funds her real estate. She's going to take a whole hour. I've seen her do it once, and it was like, holy crap, I need to see this more than once, because it just opened my mind up to possibilities.
And then Gary and I will do something fun. We'll either do some more deals like this. Maybe that's a day we could go to Home Depot.
We could probably go to Home Depot on the 25th.
I'll set up a big deal there and make you guys.
It's all day. It'll be from 9 a.m. to pretty much 9 p.m. We're going to go all
dinner.
day. We'll bring lunch in. We'll do a working lunch. It won't cost you anything. And we'll have to dinner. We'll come back. We'll do a will and deal on that night, a will and deal night.
Are you going to do a presentation that night?
That night we'll do a presentation with a will and deal.
Okay,
yep.
Perfect.
And that's open for anyone. Guests, bring friends. If you bring people here and they join the community, you get paid $2,500 as a thank you check. It's $25,000 to join the Limitless Real Estate community. There are some other, maybe some options, which is why we wanted you to star your name and we'll call and talk with you. It'll probably be James Schumann that calls and talks with you. But you know, you can kick the tires and say, you know what, for 15,000, maybe you just want access for a year, or maybe you bought another Limitless program and you've already paid 25,000 for that. Then this is 15,000, not 25, for unlimited lifetime access plus the done for you real estate program. It's all free. It all comes as a free bonus.
And here's the great thing too, is Gary and I, for me at least, I'm a full-time investor. I do inspections, I do full-time investing, I'm a realtor. I come up just because I love doing it. I really do. You used to get these guys that come in that, you know, fly in for a 3-day and they're hitting city after city after city. They're not doing real estate.
They're just getting paid to close
They're
sales.
just getting paid because their name, because they had some program. They don't ever show on the programs the bad deals they do. They only show the good deals they do. I mean, not saying that you can't learn some stuff there, but this is the real deal. I didn't get paid to come down here. I come down here because he's my buddy, and I love teaching it. I don't know if you saw it in my passion for real estate, but I love it. I love seeing aha moments. I love talking to somebody like you that are like, wow, is this really possible? Or you had a couple aha moments this week or this day, didn't you? Yeah, I love it. I love when lights turn on in somebody's head.
In fact, are you committed to be here on the 25th?
Yeah.
Tuesday?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, part of our day, we're going to take an hour and a half and we're going to do this kind of a banter. Will this be good? To just sit here and pop questions and ideas, roll a few things up on there, and between two of us just kind of tag team in the front of the room and Q&A and peppering with questions.
Tell you what I'll promise I'll do before the 25th. I'll go find a kick butt deal of an owner carry so that I can report on it. That's my commitment to you. I've got
10 days.
I've got 10 days. I'll find one. And I don't know how good it's going to be, but I'll find one. I'll find a deal and I'll record everything, and I'll put my phone in my pocket while I'm talking to him and record everything that we say and how it all goes. Would everybody like that? Yeah. Okay, I'll do it.
Done deal.
I'll do it. That'll be awesome. I'm excited.
I just want to extend a big thank you for hanging out an entire Saturday with us. Hopefully it was worth your time. It was definitely worth my time.
Definitely.
And thank you very much. We'll officially click the end on the button, and we can stay. If you guys want to ask questions or whatnot, I just got to click off. So thanks for you watching the live stream too. We're glad you were here, and we're going to go turn it off now.
Hey, Jason, can I get your card?
You betcha. You betcha.
What? I'm not taking you to that house yet. You'll snipe that deal out of me like you will tomorrow. I'm just teasing. Stop recording. I just thought I stopped it. Okay, thank you very much.
It would be nice to do something local and fast, rather than waiting and waiting and waiting for Texas.
Yeah.
Where is, I got one of yours, where is the place that you live? Yukon?
It's right in Metropolis. It's north Idaho Falls, between Rigby and Idaho Falls.
Okay, where's my phone? Let me.
If you have a question or anything.
Thanks, Gary. Hey, Jerry, thank you. We got to figure out your house. I got to hear back from him, so we'll let you know. Okay,
My
thanks.
network of people who want to do real estate. Just trying to get
Big information. Try and find some big homes, try and find some rundown homes.
I think this is
Talk to
done.
your neighbors and then go to the courthouse and see if you can.
Did you make any promises to anybody
Hello,
else?
Janet's my legal name.
Yeah, I've got a couple people.
That's what I got.
No official promise, but one person is top priority, and I just told me how his wife is acting. So I got to find out, and that's someone. It's a friend I've never done a deal with yet that was the very first one.
I can do things, and I can do
Which
things
totally
too.
surprised me.
I
So I got to check with him.
Is this in really good condition, nice
trying to
curb
look at
appeal,
be able to find a way to be able to get paid.
Yeah, I didn't take a picture of it.
Professional network.
But yeah, it looks
And I'm
like
also building my own
it's
business.
got a really
actually.
overgrown tree in the front yard.
Like I'm working on the
The tree needs
design
cut
right
back,
now.
so all you see is
But
that.
I'm looking at my website.
So that's
I don't
got
have
a
the
double car garage.
done yet.
It's
Just
done
building
since '74.
right now, but I've been
It's
going
since
around
80
and
maybe.
talking to different
flat
businesses
pitch kind of
and seeing
roof.
which
It's a
one
normal
would be best for
looking
him to be
ramble.
intertwined with my business.
Brick on the
Brick.
outside.
So what is your
Yeah.
business?
Kind of a grayish
Innovators
brick.
Club.
I mean, what is,
Kind of
what
a-
kind of business is
a
it?
grayish brick.
Basically just
If I
help
remember
people get
right.
back on their feet, kind of like what Limitless does, but
I gotta go check my phone and check this screen real quick and make sure it's stopped.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
gonna
well,
that for 3.5 hours. It takes
Help people get back on their feet.
Yeah, so like if you take somebody who is
Do you?
a veteran, who's come back
Oh,
from
that's right.
serving, and he's on the streets, but he wants to get somewhere.
Yeah.
You kind of bring him into the community of what we're trying to work with and stuff and get him back to bones.
Keep you
instead of
accountable.
having them just stuck on the streets all the time.
That's really noble, yeah.
This is what I've been looking for about 5 years now.
But what are you most interested in doing in the real estate realm? Like, what are you ready to do right now?
Well, I'm trying to figure out more about the.
Well, if you can find out from that person really fast, let them know that there's money on the table.
I drove for sales.
Potentially, then.
Oh, I will. I mean, I've got until November 1st. So I don't have much time to get the deal done anyway. She wants her money by
Yeah,
now.
my money's liquid. So.
Time is definitely the essence. I gotta talk to you, and we gotta weigh out which deal is a sexier deal for you. Yeah, I drove trucks. Is it Provo or Rupert? Maybe Provo is. Pellets to the rail yard.
I think
Jackson.
I'm feeling something about this that makes me want to know more, but really, it's hard to get toured through Rupert on Google Maps. I didn't feel it.
So I'm still recording. Why?
I just found another note that I had.
Oh, really?
I'll still get in touch with you, and especially like,
I probably will see you occasionally.
do you do deals down in Richford and stuff like?
am very much interested in.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Glad you came.
I appreciate all your knowledge.
You bet.
Interested in doing the home inspection.
Yeah, because you can start doing stuff without having a
I've
license.
actually done a couple before I moved
Yeah,
out.
for
I've
sure.
actually done a couple for some.
All right, well, I'll tell Evelina I ran into.
And the thing is, if I get involved with this and you're part of it, I know that I'm not running blind, you know what I mean?
I don't live there for 2 years. I lived in downtown.
It probably took
West Side Salt Lake.
her daughter, my wife.
Well, and I didn't tell her a whole lot, I just.
Well, I think she, even when my wife talked to her about it, she was just like, I'm gonna get her to.
Yeah, it was an MLS. Well, I didn't have